Japan.
Money.
Japan.
At a dinner table for both comedic effect and just watching how much he can eat. But the question is, can he have an appetite for Michael Hamilton on Bravo? That is the question here, because Sean Dhaliwal has one hell of a round one matchup. It is going to be Sean Dhaliwal on Dromai, looking to take out a former world champion, Michael Hamilton, playing Bravo.
Yeah, this is two incredibly high-quality players of incredible talent, incredible skill. They've both been tested at the absolute highest level and playing a matchup that is people have been talking about perhaps being turned a little bit on its head in recent days. Bravo's slanting a little more aggressive, and the Wolfpack in particular, the rumblings, the whisperings, as it were, speaking to the fact that perhaps they have been really moving into a more zealous belting, pummel, rouse the ancient, focused build, especially into Dromai, where they're focused a little less perhaps on popping and clearing dragons and a little more on just beating the illusionist in the face.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an opportunity here with Lexi out of the picture. You can be the aggressor in more matchups. You can actually go ahead and do, like you said, pack in those 3 zealous beltings, pack in your rouse the ancients, which are usually stock by now. But even beyond that, let's reintroduce things like E-Strike. Let's reintroduce, or now newly introduce things like Out and Muscle to the equation. Blues, possibly even Reds if you want to push the aggression. The difference here is with Dromai around, cards like Out and Muscle can easily be blocked by other poppers that are out there. So it's kind of tough. It's a popper of a popper, which is kind of weird. Nonetheless, the strategy, like you mentioned, that the Wolfpack were kind of heralding a little bit there was the fact that you can just beat them into submission, and it's completely possible. With enough disruption effects, cards like Spinal Crush are going to be massive in order to just eliminate those go-again factors. Obviously, cards like Chromai, Miragai are going to be all-stars in this matchup, but you got to think that somebody like Michael Hamilton knows how to navigate this. He just went through 3 days of hell in Barcelona playing this particular hero into a Sea of Dragons, so he's got the strategy down pat.
Absolutely. Now I'm just going to do a quick confirm with my producer if we are ready to go and head down to the feature match area. The answer is yes, so we're going to go ahead and head down to the feature match area. It's Sean Dhaliwal on Dromai versus Michael Hamilton on Bravo Showstopper, which is, every time I say that sentence, I'm in a little bit of disbelief. I don't know why. I just never expected Mr. Hamilton to be a Bravo player. And that's not to say anything bad about Bravo players, because I'm sitting next to, may I just say, an incredibly handsome one.
But, stop it.
But when I look at that hero and I look at Michael, I just don't expect that, I suppose.
It's odd because you're going from, I don't want to say 2 different play styles, but you had a player like Michael Hamilton who essentially, I don't want to say made his name, but cemented his legacy at Worlds by innovating that Icelander list into the Bulllander, which was arguably, if not undoubtedly, the best list at the time. It was just the most well-rounded. It was incredibly valued. It can really hit you in multiple ways. And taking away from that playstyle into something like Bravo, which is more typically a grind-you-out block and an opportunistic type hero, by changing that, like by upping the throttle on Bravo to be the aggressor, to just try to shorten the game by finding all of those massive damage output, rolling those turns. It's a Bravo player's dream to go Crippling Crush into Spinal, into Crippling, into Starstruck. Like, that is the dream that you're hoping for.
Oh my gosh. All right, so talking about a dream of a new meta, you might think you know this metagame, you might think you know this matchup, but with Icelander out of the equation, it's something we're going to be harping on all weekend. Players' sideboard slots have opened up drastically in decks that had to respect her taxing effects, such as Dromai in pretty much all ways. Dromai's had to bring enough blues to be able to counter the Icelander's disruption, and now that she's gone, perhaps these Dromai decks are going to have more room in their sideboard to tech against things like Bravo, like the Ninjas, be able to shore up those matchups a little more. And if we look here at the equipment suite, we've got some choices for both players that perhaps are not what you'd expect if you were looking at this meta a month or 2 ago.
Well, the Bravo is running more or less stock here. I think that the most glaring discrepancy from the standard fare would be that there's a Findel Spring Tunic there. And the reason why you're bringing in Findel Spring Tunic is that you want to potentially have a hand where you can maybe commit a couple cards to blocking while still maintaining a threat of a 3-card Command and Conquer pummel play. That is what you're looking for here. That is the sort of the back-breaking play that you can go ahead and really dunk on your opponent with. I wouldn't even be surprised, perhaps, if there's no tech plate in certain lists. That is not an inconceivable truth, but it is certainly a possibility where tech plate is sort of old news, and Final Spring Tunic is in here in order to basically find extra value on those big swing turns where you can commit to blocking and still have a devastating sort of clapback with a pummel play.
Only AB1 also presented for Michael Hamilton here. That means if something like a Tomotai is resolved and those null rune boots are taken care of, perhaps arcane damage is a way that Dromai is going to be able to shore up this matchup. These are things we've talked about before, but what I'm looking forward to see is if perhaps these players have found new cards due to Icelander's absence that they're able to use to kind of actuate these strategies. Seeing Crown of Dominion on top of the Ghostly Touch and the Mage Master's boots as well for the Dromai player here, for Sean, it's kind of like a mix and a mash of the two different styles. You might expect when you see Ghostly Touch and Mage Master's boots that they're playing for that passing Mirage Ghostly Touch play, but often they take a Crown of Providence along for the ride to make sure that they can handle a critical crush effect. But here the Tome proving too valuable, too enticing for Mr. Dollywall. That Crown of Dominion heading up in that head slot.
Well, this could be a, I don't want to say, I would never call it a misplay. That's not what it is. I think it might just be a misread to a degree on Sean Dollywall's part. Sean currently missing his token weapon. So he has to go find, he's got to go find the I think it's Storm of Sandakai. That's what he's sort of hunting down right now. That's why there's a little bit of delay.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, no, but we can still talk about this, which is essentially the fact that bringing in Ghostly Touch, bringing in Mage Master Boots is kind of a situation where you're like, hey, let's go the distance here. And you're going to be popping a lot of my stuff. And eventually, like you said, you're going to pop your Mage Masters. You're going to drop something like a Passing Mirage. You're going to go ahead with the Ghostly Touch. And you're really going to hammer them down. But on Michael Hamilton's side, the strategy here is, I'm not going to really be doing a lot of popping other than just to end your turn. The objective here is to beat you into submission as fast as possible. So in that case, what a card like Ghostly Touch is going to do is not really build itself up big enough to really find that end game threat. If Bravo came in with something like double arcane barrier, like boots and gloves, let's say, then there's a better indication that this game is going to go the long route, that you want to protect against the arcane damage, the Tomotai route. But that's not the case, because we see one arcane barrier, and we see that Michael Hamilton is probably going to go for full bonk value.
Absolutely, and now we're going to start this game off. Round 1 of the Realm Rumble 20K Invitational is underway. We've talked about it. We've theorized about it. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty, to the business. The gold token going to be cashed in there. The first game action being taken by Sean Dollywall. The Dromai, you know, one of the things about the Crown of Dominion, yes, it turns on your Tome of Imperial Flame, but I was playing Crown of Dominion before that card just because before Seeker's Myths, I was like, there's my Ash generation on turn 0, and here we are seeing Sean utilize it for, yes, we get to draw a card, but now 2 Ash going to bank up for the rest of this game.
No, it's a very important play, like you mentioned, is that it's very difficult in order to generate that Ash early on, but they have found ways, even things like Time Skipper Boots. That was a strategy that Aaron Chance utilized, I believe, at Pro Tour Baltimore, just to go ahead and say, hey, I'm just going to make 3 Ash right out of the gate, and then I don't have to worry about it immediately out of the box here, though. That's a dangerous dragon. That is Kyloria. That is a significant threat, and it's definitely poppable. But at the same time, I like that Sean is just coming out of the box and saying, we're going to start playing the game.
I'm also curious to see these players, also many of them met in the World Championships and were discussing their decks, discussing their matchups, talking, which was just a couple weeks ago. So if you have a player like Michael Hamilton and you're Sean Dollywall here, do you expect him to be on the same list? If you're these players that have just played similar lists in the World Championships, do you try to find a different list so that the players can't quite fully expect what you're bringing, as Michael Hamilton is here just going to go ahead and clear the Kyloria? So that's what I'm also excited to watch. How have these players innovated on their deck lists, and if in doing so because they think it's a good idea, but also because they want to make sure their opponents can't catch them with all that knowledge.
I mean, let's be real. Barcelona was 2 weeks ago, but everything has changed since then. You know, like the winds have changed, the tides have turned. There's heroes that are out of the equation now. Opens things up.
All right, so Sean here going to go ahead. It looks like he's pitching 4. It's going to be a Billowing Mirage, so coming in for 3 and is going to go ahead and create an Ashwing as well as just part of the effect.
So this is a good way, Sean. That Sean is is essentially approaching it because you know that there's going to be a lot of poppers. What this can do is it might put Michael Hamilton in a position where he might only have poppers in his hand, so he has to commit one to block something that can't be popped, that's what he's doing here. He's giving up a choke slam here, but typically these low to the ground type of like 3 go-agains and such, these are the types of attacks I like to throw something like my Terra Sunders in front of or Imposing Visages, things that can't pop. Get them out of the deck and get value with them, but he is just amassing a lot of dragons real quick.
A lot of dragons going down to 1 Ash, so Sean trusting his deck, noting that he's going to be able to find Ash throughout the game. This is going to be an Aether Ashwing coming in for 1 off the back of the Uvia, the big pink mommy dragon, in the words of Mara Ferris,
Yes.
the Empress of Volcor and the progenitor of one of the most now beloved forms of this deck. The Empress deck does look like Sean has a slightly different take, and this Aether Ashwing is going to be coming in for 1 with Bravo's name on it. Looks like Command and Conquer is going to be bought for the block there. Phantasm going to go ahead and trigger the first counter. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that Ghostly Touch.
Yeah, Ghostly Touch getting 1 over here. It's not going to be a problem, honestly, until that Ghostly Touch is in the 12 to 15 range. That's when you want to start swinging with it. But again, it's going to matter in terms of how well Michael Hamilton can essentially insulate his life total here. This is just a boulder drop. This is actually from Round the Table, which is one of the better cards that came out of it, and I like this because it doesn't pop. So this is a card that you want to send. It's a 5 attack base, a blue 3 block card, and again, besides the Civic Steps, this is probably the next best card that Bravo got out of that set.
100%. Now, it is just going to be coming in for 5, so no way to clear the Uvia. So Sean going to be able to hang out with the Uvia and the Aether Ashwing. Perhaps Michael Hamilton seeing that you've only gone down to 1 Ash. Are you going to be willing to commit that final Ash to the Uvia on your next turn? Going to see how Sean is ready to go ahead and shore it up here.
Well, it's a tough endeavor here for Sean because Sean knows that without the protection of something like Miragai, without Chromai to extend your turn, without passing Mirage as this overarching umbrella of protection, your dragons are vulnerable. And with the amount of poppers that are in these Bravo lists, and when I say amount of poppers, I'm not talking about 15 or 20, and we're talking about 30 to 36 potentially in these lists, there's a very distinct possibility here that Sean's going to have an incredibly difficult time dealing with this, as the first attack here is going to be Miragai, and now the other dragons are going to be susceptible to those poppers. And I think that, in all honesty, these are the types of nasty effects that you're okay taking. This 2 damage is going to tickle you, but it now basically it's putting the onus back on Sean and putting the ball in his court. So you can attack with something else, but it's completely wide open to getting blown up.
So Sean not only shoring up these turns, but setting himself up on his future turns as well in 2 different ways. That Dust of the Chrome Caverns is just going to hang out there most likely, unless it's desperately needed for a dragon other than Chromai. But if Chromai targets that Ash, Chromai's not going to be able to have Phantasm, which is huge for the endgame, as well as the card that was pitched for that Miragai was an Invoked Tumultai. So if we can, we're still pretty early in this game here. Those pitch stacks are going to be coming up in the first couple hands once you work through the deck, and that Tumultai going to be able to perhaps take out those Null Rune Boots if that's the game plan that we're going for.
Oh boy.
In looking to take care of Bravo's life total. But what am I seeing here, Flake?
Oh, this is the dream, baby. It's you basically kind of got away with a little bit of murder there. You took the 2 from the Miragai. There were still a couple other dragons that could have come in. They wouldn't have hurt that bad, but this gave you the perfect opportunity to come back swinging. You push that Bravo forward, and you kind of feel bad because you don't know what's coming up. We're going to throw that Themai in front of this, but this is what Sean is worried about, and this is the strategy that we're talking about. If you want to go and run the gauntlet of these dragons and play the long game, you're not just playing against the Dromai player, you're playing against the clock as well, and that is not that's not a reliable way to win. This is the way that Bravo is sort of leaning in order to bust this up.
Wow, and look at that, a Chromai being donated to the Crippling Crush's Crush effect. So 2 cards having to be discarded at random. And one of the random cards that we lost there was the Chromai, which is exactly what you want for the Dust of the Chrome Caverns that was just established the turn before. So it looks like, Sean, the last card in hand is a Passing Mirage. So a card that, I've heard rumblings that some Dromais are even cutting in the wake of Icelander leaving the format. But Passing Mirage here going to be resolved. So we do have a lot of insurance for future turns. Dust of the Chrome Caverns, the Miragai, the Passing Mirage, but we've just taken 8 damage and lost an enormous amount of tempo. But is that tempo, kind of balanced out by all the permanence we have on the field? If we're the Dromai player here, how is Bravo going to try to clear anything or just keep beating face?
Well, to quote Sasha Markovic, when we were practicing this particular matchup ahead of Worlds, he said, hey, look at that. I built Exodia, which was Chromai on the Dust, Miragai, and Passing Mirage. And as the Bravo player, I was like, what the hell do I deal with? Like, it was the worst possible experience. Those were the only 3 permanents on the board, but you feel absolutely helpless. And Sean here has actually amassed one hell of an armada that is just fluttering over the head of this Bravo player, and Michael Hamilton now has to make a choice. And there's no winning, because you can go ahead and swing and kill the Miragai, you can swing and kill the Passing Mirage. The silver lining here, Sam, is exactly what you mentioned, is that Crippling Crush managed to get rid of 1 Chromai. And it was a timely one, too, because that Ash is on the board.
Absolutely. Now, the question also remains, how many remembrances are in the list here for Sean on Dromai, a way to get some critical dragons back from the graveyard into the deck. But before we can even think about remembering how many remembrances are left, we're going to have to see how Michael Hamilton wants to shore up this turn. How much go again has he had? I haven't been keeping perfect track of any of the pitch for both players here, but I haven't seen many ways of go again represented anywhere on the board for Michael here on Bravo. So it looks like we're just going to go ahead and activate Bravo again, put another huge Spinal Crush here. This is just damage going straight to face with a massive crush effect. There was no D-React represented in the arsenal last turn for Sean here, so this is just a huge 9 dominate spot.
But this dominate effect, this crush effect, is one of the most backbreaking of them all, especially against the Dromai player, because you can crush a crippling crush on the Dromai player. If they have 1 free red to play, then it's all hell breaks loose with a board like this. But this is one of the few opportunities for Michael Hamilton to deal damage and weather the storm. He might take 1 dragon to the face, and that's it, but there's no go again. The only reprieve for Sean would be a Chromai that creates action points, not go agains. But this is not really where we want to be. But he's going to go with the dust cover here.
Yeah, sand cover here, going to go ahead and prevent 4 damage with the ward, utilize that last Ash. Now, I wonder if Sean is going to go ahead and activate the Flame Scale Furnace because he's now played a red card to get some Ash on this turn.
But there's no go again.
We're going to see.
The only reprieve for Sean would be a Chromai that creates. So at the moment right now, we've got, like you said, we're just going to go ahead and hit Rake the Embers. So the Rake the Embers here is not just a situation where you can create more Ash Wings. It's also a red that opens up all the go again options here for Dromai. So there's going to be a myriad of dragon attacks that are going to occur here. Again, the first one is going to be protected by kind of a double down here of Miragai and the Passing Mirage. But again, just all of these little 1-drops, these little 1/1s are so important in this matchup because you can put a big dragon through with Miragai, and then you have these little weenies that are like, do you really want to commit a pop to this? And it's like this mind game. Obviously, you're going to probably pop them, but you're feeding the smaller little things into that ghostly touch, and that's good enough.
Yeah, and now looking here, it looks as though Michael here just going to go ahead and attempt to beat face, man. Like, we're seeing the way that he's utilized the popper there just to clear the Aether Ashwing. It's not like the highest priority threat on the board, but he's valuing stopping the turn. Looks like we're going to go ahead and immediately prove me wrong, because we do have some major things we have to get rid of if we have Go Again represented. And that's the critical point here. Michael Hamilton didn't have any way to get Go Again on those previous turns, so he was kind of priced into just throwing Bravo straight at the face. But because of the Enlightened Strike there, Enlightened Strike able to get Go Again, go into the Miragai, then the Anathos is able to go ahead and take out the Passing Mirage. But if you've given Dromai now a whole hand to kind of work with, the best card for the Dromai to respond, Tome of Imperial Flame.
Tome of Imperial Flame, everybody's favorite new card for Dromai's. In the Speedy Awards, if you haven't voted for the Speedy Awards, you can go to @InstantSpeedPod and vote for the Speedy Awards, community-based awards at the end of the year. I put out a poll. What is your most hated card of 2023? The options were Warmonger's Diplomacy, Codex of Frailty, Tome of Imperial Flame. And I ain't going to spoil the results, but it ain't. It's pretty close.
But it ain't Codex.
Well, people hate a lot of things, we'll say.
Tome of Imperial Flame here, going to draw 2 cards. Dromai has to pitch 2 reds, but that's something she's not too sad to do because now she has 2 cards in the pitch zone. That means 2 resources available. That means Flamescale Furnace now is going to give 2 resources whenever it's activated, and 2 ash created as well as 2 cards being drawn. So that's a lot of 2s for that 1 card that costs 0. One of the cards, or one of the resources, they're going to be spent immediately into a Kyloria. It looks like the second for another Mirror Guy. That's the card that's been hanging out in that arsenal for quite some time now. So the Mirror Guy here going to go ahead and turn off the Phantasm on the Kyloria. Maybe that Crater Fist, maybe that Crown of Providence going to jump in front of this to prevent the card draw, but no Phantasm thanks to the Mirror Guy.
It's completely possible over here, and this one coming in at a break point. You typically side out your Sink Belows and your Fate Foreseens in this matchup as the Bravo player. Even though they meet up so well with that Kyloria, you can just toss anything in front of it and sort of soak up the remainder of the damage with something like your Crater Fist. I'm not sure if the move here is to sort of double down. Unless you really hate the card in your arsenal, it's likely not going to be a hat and gloves situation here. It might be one or the other, and a card from hand. That's perfectly fine, knowing that the follow-up attack here can easily just be popped. That leaves you with 2 cards in hand. That could be a Hammer Swing. It could be something in conjunction with your Tunic. For example, something like a Choke Slam, etc. You can go ahead and make some hay with that. And this, again, alludes back to the fact that Tectonic Plating is kind of old news in current Bravo. We're seeing a lot more Tunic value coming into these plays because you want to be able to send an attack off of a 1-card pitch, and that is super important here. But facing down this just absolute buzzing fleet of dragons, Michael Hamilton is going to eventually have to make a decision to just sort of say, we're going face, and we're going to just try to, roll the dice, find that train of crush effects, and hopefully cross the finish line. But it is looking pretty nasty.
Kyloria here representing a card draw. Not something that Bravo wants to see. Doesn't want to give Dromai any more gas to work with, especially not on a tome turn. Flamescale Furnace hasn't been activated yet, so that means if we activate the Flamescale, we're going to get a grand total of 4 resources off that activation. 3 from the Flamescale Furnace, and just 3. Because you don't get the 1 from the pitch, because you pitch the 1 into the Flamescale. So 3 resources.
I get it.
If you activate the Flamescale Furnace here. Looks as though we are going to go ahead and commit the Crater Fist to the block. That Pummel, which is a powerful card, only 2 defense value, so nice way to shore that up perfectly by utilizing the Crater Fist as well. It's time for 1 activation of the Flamescale Furnace to go up to 3 floating, which is a nice number, but then we're going to go ahead and spend 2 of that right into a Cadaverous Contraband. If this hits, a non-attack action is going to go back on the top of the deck. All those dragons are non-attack actions. They're invocations, so a card that was brought in the mirror for a popper, but it looks as though here it just has to be respected. 2 cards being committed to the block.
So that card is one of the MVPs of this particular matchup, because you can't pop it, you can't efficiently block it because you're not really running D-React. It's a 2-card commitment to a card that kind of just doesn't really factor into the onboard game plan, but it's just extra value. That's a card where it's like, hey, I'm getting 2 cards out of you for this, or if it hits, I get a card back. So the card equity on this is so plus value. It helps you in terms of just presenting non-poppable damage, non sort of fragile damage, and it also represents sort of the longevity and the fatigue-proof aspect of what this list can do.
Looks like we are back to Sean's turn, creating an Aether Ashwing off of the Uvia effect because we perhaps have another powerful card there. It looks as though it's about to be resolved. We've seen it once. How about another Tome of Imperial Flame? 2 cards drawn, 2 cards headed to the pitch, 2 resources created, 2 ash, and now 2 Tomes of Imperial Flame for your money. Michael Hamilton can't be happy to see this.
Deuces wild. Basically, I mean, that card, baby, has really supercharged this particular deck. Again, just coming out of Bright Lights, right? In that expansion slot where, by the way, I love the expansion slot in all these sets. The fact that you can get some impactful cards out of sets that might not feature your hero, I think that's really damn cool. And this one is probably one of the most impactful out of all of them. And I say this as somebody who is so thankful for Starstruck that came out of Dusk Till Dawn. Like, thank you. Thank you for Starstruck.
All right, we've got 2 Miraging Metamorphs heading to the bottom of the deck there. Those are powerful 1-for-7s with Phantasm, but now it's time to resolve an Asvalai, and now it looks like a second dragon perhaps being resolved as well, and that's going to be a Thamai. So these are big dragons that are going to be challenging for Michael to deal with here.
Yeah, and the life totals are not necessarily in a situation where if these are the life totals that are going to favor Sean by a landslide. Yeah. The deeper you get into a game, much like the old school Prism, where you might take a beating early, but you are going to stabilize. You're going to have all of the proof in the pudding being on the board in front of you. And as you can see, it's a garage sale here. It's just like, take a look at my wares.
Yeah, and look at this. The Crown of Providence being committed on this Aether Ashwing block, so maybe looking for a popper, maybe for looking for something in specific, because that's a really kind of like heads-up thing from Michael Hamilton to show, like, I'm digging here.
Yeah, that is, well, we see a pummel in hand. I don't know if there was a Rouse the Ancients in there. I mean, that's the thing, is that if you want to play aggressive, you're giving up a lot of those poppable cards here. And if we're looking at the Bravo lists of right now, there are still some non-poppable cards that are polluting you that you've added to the list. If you want to go down the route of blue out muscles, that ain't going to help you. Blue Findles, Fighting Spirits, that ain't going to help you. Besides that, obviously, E-Strikes, Zealous Beltings, Rouse the Ancients, Boulder Drop. These are all cards that are not going to pop dragons. So seeing this, like you mentioned, Sam, is indicative of the fact that either he needs one more card to go crazy, or he doesn't have a popper. But we do see a Macho Grande in hand, and a Zealous Belting, and a Pummel. So he might have just been digging for some fuel here to fire it back. But
a little bit of both.
But look at the board, Sam. It's dangerous. This is a very risky gambit if you are looking to trade damage with this Dromai.
You have to wonder if Bravo's been able to put up enough pressure to ride that life total disparity to victory, because it feels like the way that Michael Hamilton has played the first part of this game, and yes, we haven't seen Go Again represented every turn that perhaps he would have wanted it, but it looks like he's somewhat priced into at this point, continuing to be aggressive, because once you start clearing dragons, you're in some ways playing into the Dromai's endgame plan with that Ghostly Touch, with the Mage Master's Boots. They've got the Dust of the Chrome Cavern sitting there, so this matchup, it starts to feel like at certain points, if you start clearing dragons when you haven't been clearing dragons from the beginning, you've already put yourself at such a disadvantage that it might be challenging to find the victory from that point forward.
Well, that's the difficulty of playing this. So he's going to go ahead and take the arcane damage and pop this dragon. That's, I think, the only popper he had in hand, if I'm not mistaken. And you're spot on. Because if you pivot at this point, if all of a sudden you're like, you know what, I got to clear these dragons and I got to go on full Zamboni duty and just absolutely scrub the board clean, you are well behind. One of the hardest aspects about playing Guardian into this matchup is discipline. You have to walk into this matchup and say, I'm sticking to my guns. I have a game plan, whether it be full-on aggro or full-on fatigue. You need to stick to those guns.
Yeah.
The second that you start trading damage because you think it's beneficial, you are straying away from that overall game plan and you're walking yourself back. You're not walking yourself forward. And that is a tough thing because you might have a hand that looks like the dream hand. I've got 5 cards. I can go Zealous into Pummel, into Chokeslam, into whatever. But it doesn't matter because they'll just take the damage and then they'll send all their dragons back. And you are losing that in the long run. So obviously, Michael Hamilton knows this. He pops the dragon. He had to take the first bid here. But what is the follow-up here?
The follow-up was just looking like a kind of, naked Anathos, as it were, initially, but now a Pummel going to go ahead and pump that out from 4 to a total of 10 from both the Anathos effect and the Pummel giving +4, but we do have a D-React coming out in response in that Fate first scene. That's going to show up 4 of that damage. So Michael, like you said, kind of having to stick to the guns of being aggressive, and it looks like 2 defense reactions are going to be used on this just to save life. Now, if you're the Bravo player here, yes, you didn't get your 10 damage across, but you bought 2 D-Reacts on something that didn't have a crush effect. Are you happy to see this, or are you a little more nervous looking at all the dragons that are slowly amassing on the battlefield?
Oh, I'm nervous. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm saying I have to convert on these big plays. And again, whether it's a hammer and a Pummel or, something like a Chokeslam and a Pummel, it's the same thing. It's just damage. You got to get your opponent to 0. So it's sometimes feel like wasted value when you're throwing a Pummel at a hammer. But he did the smoke and mirrors play. He presented a 4 that grows to a 10. Like, that's kind of a, we call those bronze lobby plays. That's how you get those bronze lobbies with those types of plays. But you gotta sneak it through. It's just unfortunate that he caught Sean on a turn where he had 2 defense reactions that he was more than happy to give up.
Wow, and now look at this. Rather than swing with any of those dragons, perhaps no starter in hand, or perhaps we saw, if we're Sean here on Dromai, that the Crown of Providence was used for its filter effect in order to perhaps find a popper. We're not entirely sure, but for whatever reason, it's not there anymore. So that's Command and Conquer, significantly more threatening now that the Crown of Providence is gone. 2 cards having to be committed, and it looks like maybe even a couple of poppers in a Chokeslam and a Spinal Crush being committed to the block there. So this is now just going to be a Zealous Belting coming in for 5. It is going to have to go again. We do have the Tunic up and the 1 resource floating. That could be another pummel. We don't know what that last card is, but for Sean here, that Command and Conquer buying 2 cards, got to feel pretty good.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the card in hand here is going to be another blue. This is likely going to be an Anathos finisher over here, which, again, the card in Arsenal, being a Zealous Belting, is the best thing you can do. That Arsenal for Bravo is going to basically be for cards like Pummel. It's going to be for the Go-Agains. And if you have sigils, they sit in there as well. You do not want to get in a position where you have a blue 6 attack in there that you can't filter out. So that Arsenal is literally going to be the last nesting place for cards like Zealous Belting, E-Strike, Rouse the Ancients, and Pummel.
2 cards being committed to the block there on the Anathos. So Michael Hamilton saying, listen, you have to get me to 0-2, buddy. With the life totals here going to be about 10 different at the end of this turn. So Sean here just going to be able to commit 1 single dragon. Looks like we're keeping a card in hand. 1 damage coming across. Michael going to head on down from 34 to 33. Sean Dalawal on 24 on the first round here at the Realm Rumble 20K Invitational. This matchup, again, is playing out slightly differently than we've seen in the past. If we've watched Dromai vs. Bravo many times, this is a Rouse the Ancients. It looks like Michael Hamilton is representing. This is coming straight at you, buddy. I've got a Starstruck in hand, and it looks like something like a Buckling Blower or a Distil or one of those blue big cards.
We don't look at the titles because we never send them, dude. Like, that's the thing. You're absolutely right. It's like, oh, is it not one of these 5 attacks that I use? Then it's just it's just fuel. It is faceless. We don't even need a picture on it. Don't give me game text. Give me numbers. And you're totally right. The beautiful part here is that for Michael Hamilton, he has found back-to-back pressure. That is important here. The 7 go again, going directly to face. Screw your draft. We are beyond any type of pivot, even though we had mentioned that it doesn't make sense to pivot. We're beyond any realm or scope. Doctor Strange is looking in 6 million different realities, and none of them have a pivot happening here. So it's 7 to face, and you gotta believe that you're gonna pitch the other blue, swing Anathos, and you're gonna pocket that Starstruck. Starstruck in this matchup, not as much of an MVP as it would be against something like a Ninja, but it's still valuable. You might shut off something like Dust Up, Billowing Mirage, Ravenous Rabble if it's in there. Nonetheless, you want to put your fat attacks. I had mentioned Go-Agains and Pummels, but you also want to put your fattest attacks like your Crippling Crushes, your Spinals, and your Starstrucks. That's what have to live in there.
I was about to ask you what happens if Sean is able to outlast some of the pressure here from Bravo, but it looks as though Sean's saying, I don't care about outlasting. I'm going to take a bunch of this damage to resolve some powerful cards and powerful effects. This Mirage guy, again, going to go ahead and shore up the Phantasm on the Kyloria. 1 defense left on the Crater Fist, so that can be used coinciding with a 3 block to cover that up entirely because there's no Phantasm on the play here. We've got 1 more card in hand and a card in Arsenal, so with all that damage Sean has taken, Bravo's going to be able to look towards dominate now that Sean's fallen all the way down to 14.
Yeah, this is a tough beat here because in his hand, what he's looking to do here with that Starstruck is he might not be able to dominate it, but what he might be able to do is commit a card, a 3 block and gloves, which is what he's doing right now, and then pop the next dragon. And on the clapback, he might be 2 blues plus Tunic to send the Starstruck. So there goes the rest of the gloves. Again, equipment is breakpoints, and then for Kyloria more than anyone. Here comes Chromai. This is absolutely back-breaking because this creates action points.
And not utilizing the Dust of the Chrome Caverns here. We have the Mirage guy out. Looks like that dust is still sitting on the battlefield. That would have been represented either in the graveyard or under the Chromai, you have to imagine, if Chromai targeted the Dust of the Chrome Caverns there. So saving that for a future turn is going to be Sean here, and there is a popper in hand for Michael to clear the Chromite without having to worry about Go Again taking it out. I think that's massive for Bravo.
Well, you're talking about the potential endgame here for on Sean's side, and you don't really necessarily need to use the Chromite Dust. You want to save it for later. It is completely uninteractable. If you drop a Chromite on there at this juncture where the life totals are so high, Michael's just going to go ahead and swing and kill it, and there goes the Ash. What you're looking to do here is to pair up, like we said, build that Exodia. You want the Chromite on the Dust. You want to pop your Mage Masters, drop the big stuff, and then send in with something like Miragai, all the protection, the Ghostly Touch. That is that nasty endgame. So by developing the Chromite on the standard stock, Dust, that's fine because it's an expendable unit. You want to make sure that that special, that majestic Dust is used when you're looking to go for the throat and end the game.
Wow, and look at that. We're going to commit an E-Strike to the block here is Michael Hamilton. So we're going to go ahead and shore up the damage from the Thamai. We do have the popper for the Miragai. So Sean maybe trying to sniff out, do you have a final popper here? And the answer was yes. That Miragai, once again, now there's no Go Again you don't have to worry about finding Go Again for the Miragai. 2 poppers on the hand. Again, that feels huge for Michael that he was able to clear both of those dragons without having to send any of those cards on the offense, was able to use them for the defense there. So both the Chromite and the Miragai, that might have been a really critical turn in this game.
Massive turn because you're getting rid of 2 of those protective dragons, the ones that preserve your turn. And in this case, now you've got something like Kyloria that can swing in and it's vulnerable. So Michael Hamilton doing great work getting rid of 2 of the more threatening dragons.
Yeah, and again, Sean took an enormous amount from the Rouse the Ancients and the Anathors.
The Anis Thorf. The Anis Horse.
The Anis Holf just beat Sean down to 14 so that he could resolve both of those powerful cards. And both of those cards are now sitting in the graveyard thanks to the poppers for Michael Hamilton there. So it looks as though we're going to go ahead and count the deck, see how close Sean is to the fatigue. Michael Hamilton maybe playing a little bit of 4D chess, working on 2 different axes, 2 different game plans here. Because, again, Sean has to either get Michael to 0, or if Michael is able to get all those cards out of that deck, there is no weapon on the field. But we've been talking about there's so many dragons. There's the Kyloria and the Chrome Dust. It feels as though Michael Hamilton perhaps the ship has sailed in terms of fatigue, but might as well check the deck.
Yeah, well, he counted. I think I was trying to keep up with him there. It's approximately between 35 and 40 cards is where he's at. You are my goodness, a train ride and a 9-iron away from fatigue. You are nowhere close. Like, that's the deal. The way that we do this is if you're at Bravo and you want to fatigue a dragon, you have to build your deck to do so. You need to have the right pieces in there, the remembrances and things like that. And the other aspect of it is you need to swing your hammer more than anything.
Wow, and look at this. We have a remembrance coming out here because there were a lot of cards in the hand when Sean Dollywall just went ahead and played the Command & Conquer. We asked if he's playing them. They were both just hanging out together in the deck, clumped up, two by two. We going door to door, remembrancing back 6 cards into it. Let's go see.
But look at that. It's all bad news. 3 Miragais, the triplicate, the 2-pack of Chromais, and oh my goodness, California loving all over that passing Mirage as well. Oh boy. And this is the thing, is that you have to be built for this. You have to be built for it. And if you're not running the remembrances to go ahead and cycle back your own disruption, it just seems like every single time. Like, this isn't Oldham, right? So it's much harder to actually fatigue this list when you have to constantly commit cards for damage mitigation.
Now, critically, a Starstruck and another card were used to block on Michael's turn, so the Unity did trigger and create that Seismic Surge token. So Starstruck costs 7, right?
It does.
So that Seismic Surge token could discount the Starstruck that we know is in Michael Hamilton's arsenal here, but do you just want to send, a non-dominated Starstruck, even if it only costs you 2 cards? Is that good enough at this point in the game when you're staring down the board of dragons that you are and you see? And the answer is yes. The answer is a definitive yes, because he's going to go ahead and do it.
Yes. Well, we have a world champion's mindset, you and I. Yeah. Together, our combined intellect approaches that of one Michael Hamilton. But yes, you have to maintain pressure. You don't know when you're going to catch your opponent on a hand that they're going to commit pieces to block this that they don't necessarily want to. And keep in mind, for as grim as this situation may seem for Michael Hamilton, the life totals are such that he's put in work. So 10 damage here is something that you cannot just let slide by, especially since I believe he's got a Dust Up in hand. So if he wants to send that Dust Up, I see a Fate Foreseen, so he's got some defensive tools to get around this. But let's say you just swallow this. Let's say you take the whole 10 spot and you're down to 4. Michael Hamilton's at a health total where he can just go ahead and sign for the whole package and then dominate a Fat Boy and end the game. And you cannot, if you're Sean, put yourself in a position where the God Hand beats you.
Yeah, and Starstruck does crush as well. So if it takes 4 more damage, they can't activate weapon attacks or send...
They cannot send attacks that have base value equal to or less than the amount of damage
crush.
taken.
Yeah, so
right?
Does that work for dragons?
Dragons are not technically are the attack. That's a good question,
right? Because Storm Sandakai makes them, be able to attack, but the weapon itself, I don't think
it's funny because
specifies allies on the Starstruck card.
I just lose to this matchup anyways, so I don't even. I usually just pop with this card anyways, but. We'll get some clarity on that, and chat will probably be able to correct us. But nonetheless, the most important thing is, besides getting gooned with a sand cover and a Fate Foreseen, no crush, minimal damage, you feel good. That Starstruck, if let go, you're stopping Billowing Mirage, you're stopping, you're stopping the Dust Ups. So those sort of one-card plays that are annoying, that's what it would stop. But there's still a whole lot of other nonsense you'll have to deal with.
No Ash here represented for Sean after that play. I think that's massive. Again, he's trusting his deck. He's just going to go ahead and play a Passing Mirage. And I believe, yes, he was not able to resolve that final card in hand because I think it was a dragon. Now, I know we're seeing a slightly different overhead view, so I know you
it was
all
a Thamai.
It was some kind of dragon that can't be resolved without the Ash. Now, that sand cover, because that must be why we cash in the sand cover there for the Dromai player, because even if you activate an attack that's an ally, if you get crushed, right, you wouldn't still be able to activate it. So I have to assume that's how it works. So unfortunately, Sean there having to take a bit of an IP penalty, not able to use every card in his hand because no Ash is remaining, and we didn't want to spend the Chrome Dust to resolve that final dragon. So now Passing Mirage is here. That is a real threat. The Spectra makes it annoying to deal with. You can't just send something like a Zealous Belting or something like an Enlightened Strike into it, but it looks as though all of the onus is on Michael Hamilton here to close this game out. Sean's fallen all the way down to 12 and basically just did not a do-nothing turn. That Passing Mirage is needs to be respected. But all of a sudden, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and clear some dragons here.
Absolutely necessary, because if you let that Kyloria live, you are basically extending your opponent's turn, and you have no more breakpoint with equipment. It's incredibly, incredibly important. In this matchup, as the Guardian player, your cards like Zealous Belting, your cards like E-Strike with the Go Again, they're great offensive tools. It's great pressure to face, but they're tools to get rid of nasty and pesky dragons that are just tailor-made for these types of matchups. Sometimes you have to commit them to get rid of the Mira guys, the Kylorias, to pair up with a 2-for-1 kind of removal situation. It is imperative that you are, as much as you need to go face, you also need to be cognizant of the fact that letting those live just loses you the game. The game plan remains the same here, Sam. It's go face, but you cannot let your opponent just get a free pass on assembling this dragon.
Absolutely. Now, again, that Passing Mirage was impactful enough that Michael Hamilton spent the whole turn getting rid of the Kyloria and then getting rid of the Passing Mirage, so Sean was able to have full ability to resolve any cards he wanted to on his turn. And the first one being played on this turn was Rake the Embers, but no Ash Wings created. It was just used as an Ash generation outlet, one from the pitch, one from the effect of the card, both being created and then immediately utilized on initially just a Miragai, but now we've got another Miragai that Michael Hamilton has to deal with. We don't know what that last card in the hand is there for Sean, but this Themai going to be going ahead and respected thanks to the 3 attack, right? It attacks for 3, I'm pretty sure.
Attacks for 3, yeah. It's going to get gobbled up here by Imposing Visage, and like I said, anything that doesn't have Phantasm, you throw away the cards that don't pop. This is the perfect meet up in the middle. You're never playing that card anyways, so just make sure that it works. Now we go with the Ash Wings. Now it's like, all right, do you want to respect this little mosquito?
Now, Michael Hamilton has given himself a lot of life to work with, so you have to wonder when is he going to want to take some damage to try to continue the pressure. Sean here, no arsenal on the turn, no D-reacts, no sand covers in that arsenal, so something dominated from Bravo is going to be much more threatening on a turn that Dromai and Sean here don't have an arsenal. So you have to imagine that he's factoring that into his decision-making as he faces down this pesky Ashwing. You have to imagine he has some kind of popper in his hand, but does he want to continue to keep the pressure on Dromai here at 12, Sean Dollywall, but he's got 2 Miragai now, a bunch of Ashwings, a Themai, and that Uvia. I didn't even realize that. The Uvia's still there.
Uvia's,
it's just hanging out in the equipment.
Dude, it's just been, hiding behind the ghostly touch. So we're going to go ahead and pop it, and I think that's the right move here because you can always just go ahead and either send whatever's in your arsenal if you're Michael Hamilton. Maybe it's a Zealous Belting, maybe it's an E-Strike, but if you can cobble together some uncomfortable attack turns here, you're feeling good. If this is something like a Zealous into a Hammer, that's an 11-point attack. That's pretty good. Your opponent's at, 12? Like, you're in the majority here, but it looks like he's just going to be content to go ahead and just swing down and kill these mirror guys. Again, my record, by the way, of killing mirror guys in one game is 8. is 8 mirror guys. I have killed 8 mirror guys in one match, and I won that match, but I wasn't happy about it, and Michael Hamilton is well aware of what that little son of a bee dragon represents in the long run.
Third and final Tome of Imperial Flame being played here for Sean. We've talked about critical turns in this game. We've talked about kind of junction point. This feels like definitely one of them. This third and final Tome, whatever cards are able to be found and utilized on the turn that Michael had to spend. Again, he took an IP penalty of his own, only being able to use one card to filter into the Anathos there to clear one of the Miragai, but one of the Miragai still hanging out for Sean, which is a critical dragon, one of the most impactful in the matchup, and it looks as though that might be a big old Necria that is going to be resolved off the back of what has to be the Flame Scale Furnace on top of the 2-pitch from the Tome of Imperial Flame. So that's a big dragon that doesn't have Phantasm. Every time it deals damage or receives damage, you're going to also create an Ash token, but it's also just 4, no Phantasm. Michael Hamilton's still sitting at a comfortable 29, but these dragons are starting to get a little threatening. Yeah,
this one doesn't have a quote-unquote on-hit effect, as it were, to a degree. It's not necessarily something along the lines of, a Kyloria that you really have to respect, and this is the case. This is why you insulate your life total, because when things like this occur, you can... so he tosses the Boulder Drop in front of it. Boulder Drops don't pop. They're only 5 attacks, so this is a perfectly good card to toss in front of the non-Phantasm threats. But you want a high life total, so when push comes to shove and you do find the God Hand, you can absorb the damage, you can take it off the chin and send it back and potentially end the game. We see a Crippling Crush in his hand over here. Is that going to be committed to pop? There's also oh my god, there's a Spinal Crush as well. That's kind of ugly to look at, mainly because there's a lot of red. As much as that, those are really fiery hands, you can't really do much with them.
Now that Crippling Crush is going to go ahead and head to the bottom of the deck. You have to imagine there are a number of blues down there to go with it. Perhaps an end game of Michael Hamilton's own that he's getting ready to do. The Crippling Crush being able to be pitched into the Arcane Barrier thanks to the Burn Them All. Plenty of reds for Sean to work with, so he doesn't have to worry about that for quite some turns. It's time now for the Anathos to just finally take care of that second Miragai.
Die, you son of a bitch. Every time.
This is going to go ahead and now be Sean's second or third turn in a row that he's faced down almost 0 pressure. So we've talked about having to play different game plans if you're the Bravo and how effective that strategy is. We're going to find out in real time, folks, because it looks as though Michael Hamilton is really committed to just clearing the most important and most impactful dragons when he has to and waiting for the turns that make sense to use Bravo.
Hey, not only that, remember on turn 1, we pitched away a... Tumultai.
Yeah.
So that's coming back at a certain point because we saw that Sean had a Burn Them All as he's working on it right now. And once that Tumultai comes back into play, you can say bye-bye booties and...
Bye-bye booties.
Bye-bye booties. And those... that's when the arcane damage starts to stack, and that's when you really have no reprieve against it. That's when the chip away game becomes really nasty. So Sean effectuating the strategy really well. There's a Dominia in hand, another Asvalai, another Burn Them All. So you've got the arcane package. The question is you got to find Big Daddy Tom to go ahead and really just, again, go bye-bye booties and get rid of those shoes because you ain't You ain't moonwalking over Bravo while he's wearing those dancing shoes.
Tunic here, going to go ahead and be activated on the back of the Seismic Surge that was created off the back of the Starstruck, allowing for just one card being pitched into this blue disable. This is another kind of Command & Conquer style effect. If it crushes, deals 4 or more damage, going to go ahead and get rid of the arsenal there.
Oh, wow.
So 2 cards being committed, that Dominia, and it looks like, I think that's an Asvalai behind it. So both of those invocations going to go ahead and make sure that no crush happens. However, those are 2 very impactful cards and 2 more damage heading across. Sean Dollywall, or 1 damage because it's for 7. So 1 damage going to go. He's going to just go down to 11 here, burn them all, and a Sink Below in hand. I have to imagine that Sink Below wants to hang out in the arsenal if it can. So what is Sean Dollywall going to continue with here? That army is looking strong, but he's falling down to a somewhat precarious, nearly single-digit life total.
Getting closer, getting closer. This is definitely a match that Michael Hamilton has practiced probably more than most others. Just based off the prominence of Dromai. So you stick to a plan. And again, I had mentioned this a little while back. Discipline is an incredible aspect of how to play this matchup. If you get rattled, if you deviate from your big plan, you can get in trouble. So we've opened up here, playing that Burn Them All, 2 Burn Them Alls, and a second Chromai Dust. So we're starting to see the framework of an end game start to develop here. And that is dangerous.
11 life for Dromai. 28, if I can read that correctly, for Michael Hamilton. Tunic going to 1. We haven't seen a lot of use out of that Tunic here.
Good point.
For the Bravo. We haven't seen, not like Michael Hamilton has needed the pitch outlets for the Anathos at different times. But you know what? There were a bunch of turns that he just would attack for 4 without being able to use that. There were at least 2 turns that he only attacked for 4 without able to do more in his hand. So perhaps that pitch outlet would have been good on those turns. The Tunic's only been resolved once or twice, if I'm not mistaken. But finally, a little bit of breathing room has Michael Hamilton. So this is just going to be a Zealous Belting without something like a Mira guy to target. He's just going to go ahead and send it face 2 more damage coming across. Sean Dollywall now heading down 2-9, finally down to the single digits. Michael Hamilton perhaps seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
This is going to be a very fascinating turn because I think it might be a double Zealous turn into a hammer. So look at the different complexion of how Michael Hamilton is approaching this game. After the Mira guys have been dealt with, after the pesky dragons are put to sleep, look how he changes his approach. Then it's go for the throat. Zealous into hammer. Absolutely bonkers kind of maneuver here. Sean can insulate against this. The issue is, what is the follow-up? If you're finding all the tempo here, that means that Michael's going to find another turn to find a magic hand to potentially go ape on. He's going to go ahead and throw that Sink Below in front of it. The question is he opting to sink? The life totals are dwindling here, Sam. This is the game plan, the aggression. Deal with the mess that is presented in front of you if it's creeping into your kitchen. But now that the dishes are done, baby, Michael Hamilton wants to bring the heat, and he has done so, finding a massive hand with that double Zealous into hammer turn.
Sean Dollywall falling down to a very precarious life total here. It looks to be just about 6.
Oh, no!
And we've got another Mira guy here. So
Curse you!
But the question is, do we care? At this point, have we gotten the Dromai, if we're the Bravo player here, down to a low enough life total that if we find the right dominate threat, the game just kind of ends. 2 block still remains on that Flamescale Furnace, which is massive. We've saved that until the literal end of the game if we are the Dromai player here. So that 4 damage is going to go ahead and come across, create another Ash. No, not going to be utilized on this turn because no cards are left in hand. Looks as though 3 block going to be committed to this card.
Yeah, it's Debilitate, I believe, is thrown in front of this one over here. Sure, no problem. Now, again, you're right. Like, how does this change? The thing is I believe there might be a fact here where, again, as soon as Miragai hits the board, that is the blip on the radar that changes the dynamic of how Michael Hamilton's going to deal with it. As you can see, it's like, okay, insulate the life total, deal with the threat, buckle down, wait for the hand, go after it again. Go after it again, go after it again.
Yeah.
That's kind of how you have to approach this for Michael Hamilton. You cannot go until the light is green. And Miragai is the biggest red light that you'll have right there. And that's the first thing he does is goes and deals with that that nasty dragon. If you're keeping track at home, I think that is 5 destroyed Miragais.
Oh, at least, if not more. If not more.
Again, the record, my own personal record is 8. I would love to see 9. I just want to see more of these things die than anything else.
Absolutely. About 8 minutes left in the clock here. Sean Dollywall has fallen all the way down to 5. 2 Burn the Mauls are just chilling, getting ready to throw more arcane damage across. It looks as though we have got the Chromite. It's been placed on the dust of the Chrome Caverns. No Phantasm, even though we've dealt with the Mirage. So now this doesn't have Phantasm. 2 action points for the turn, which means we can't even pop another dragon if we're Michael Hamilton and hope to end the turn.
Sam, we can't even hurt their feelings. We're well beyond that.
This is going to be an entire suite of dragons. This is what Sean Dollywall has been building for. We've seen both of these players sculpt their endgames pretty immaculately, and both players are looking to ride those strategies to the promised land here. All of these dragons are going to go ahead and try to find the red zone. That's going to be the first pop. That's a big old debilitating to be going ahead and taking care of one of those Ash Wings. Another counter on the Ghostly Touch, another action point.
Oh, man. And again, you're feeding these little Ashwings into the gauntlet. You're putting them through the paper shredder that is all those poppers. And you're doing so you could feed that delicious dragon slurry to your Ghostly Touch. As you could see it slowly creeping up. It's at 9, might get up to 10, and eventually with the clock dwindling down, with it ticking down to midnight here, you're going to see Sean Dollywall eventually, again, just assemble Voltron and just go absolute ape here. Full bonobo energy on this one. He's amassed the whole horde of dragons here. Mara Faris is somewhere just smiling upon this board. But Michael Hamilton has done an excellent job, as I said earlier, insulate the life total so that when you do catch the magic, you can withstand the storm. And that's what we're looking for here. He's going to get rid of the threats. Again, red light means stop, and that's what he's hoping to get rid of here. But again, with that out of the picture, does Sean have the follow-up? Is it another Chromite? Is it another Miragai? Is it a passing Mirage? When do the Mage Master boots kick in?
Absolutely. There's a second Dust of the Chrome Caverns. I forgot about the second one. I was like, did Sean forget to get rid of? I was like, no, there were 2 of those. 2 of those suckers. As this Enlightened Strike's going to go ahead, we're going to have to bottom a card. It looks as though he's got a number of cards left in hand here because Michael, once again, he's disciplined, clearing that Chromite. That's too powerful of a threat. You simply have to get rid of a Chromite that doesn't have Phantasm with a board like that. Sean down to 5. Michael's sitting at a somewhat comfortable 20. But the question is, who's going to get the end of these points of damage across?
All right, so we're going to get 2 non-popper cards to actually meet in the middle here with this Enlightened Strike. A Pummel and an Imposing Visage. These are not going to help you out here. They don't pop dragons. If it doesn't pop dragons, you are absolutely fodder to me. You're a filler. You might as well just be the sleeves of the card. And we're going to create another Rake the Embers here to just go ahead, build up more of these Ashwings. 3 more join the fray. And we're going to send one in.
Do we have a popper here if we're Michael Hamilton? If not, a lot of damage is coming across, and with only a couple cards left in hand and an arsenal, if we're not able to shore up these damage with a popper, then how much damage and pressure are we going to be able to put on? It looks as though...
So he's using the Tunic to counter one of the AB. He's going to take 1 AB. He looks like he's taking 2. He's going to maintain that... he's going to maintain the Tunic here. So he took 2 Arcane.
I wonder if it's because you can't actually activate Tunic. Like, you have to activate it before, like in the layer step or before attacks or something like that?
I think doesn't Themi stop that?
Oh, he's got a Themi still.
Themi's still up there, so you cannot do it. Themi,
wow.
You were talking about red lights. He is the maestro of the red light district. That is Themi, and he has to kill it, as you can see. Oh, man. We are so close yet so far if you're Michael Hamilton, because you're looking at the life totals and you think, okay, just a couple more inches, we're almost there. But meanwhile, these dragons have called on all their friends. It is pure mayhem in the skies.
And another Ashwing being created here, and it looks as though there's the second Chromite on the dust of the Chrome Caverns. We've got a lot of firepower behind this Chromite. 2 action points behind it. Has Sean found the promised land here? We can see there may be some more powerful cards in the hand. This is 3 damage. No Phantasm has to be respected. 2 action points on the remainder of the turn. Clock is dwindling down, but so are these players' life totals, and so is perhaps just the end times as the dragons are swarming the skies.
End times indeed, and it's not just that. If you look at the hand that Sean is, holding on to, you got the Tumultai, you got a blue to feed it. You've got the you got the beast in your sights. That's what you're looking for.
Look at that, the second action point being spent on the passing Mirage here. So once again, giving Michael Hamilton a little breathing room, but only a couple cards to work with. Is he going to just take out that passing Mirage? He's been so disciplined, but now there's two threats you have to worry about. There's the Chromai with the Dust, and as well as the second passing Mirage. Which one is going to be taken out here for Michael Hamilton?
Sure.
Gotta be the Chromai with the Dust.
Yeah, get rid of that son of a bitch. This isn't Prism. That passing Mirage cannot hurt you, even though it kind of does. But still, Chromai, adios, the Dust, gonzo. But it's just the first chapter of a terrifying story that Sean has been weaving here, because it's going to be we're pitching the Tomultai here. Okay, but look at the Ghostly Touch. Remember I said you got to get that bad boy up to about 12 to 15. It was at 12, down to 11. Let's swing. You're protected. This is nasty.
So this isn't going to have go again, but we don't, we had the passing Mirage from last turn. It is Sean just cashing in the value of that passing Mirage, sticking around by just attacking for 11. There is no Phantasm here. Michael Hamilton, however, if he's able to, looks as though he might just be committing a bunch of blocks because he doesn't think he can get the damage across. Sean has an arsenal that he's been sitting on for quite some time, so perhaps the Dominate, not the Recourse, as well as the Flamescale Furnace, perhaps to take care of that. What is Michael Hamilton's game plan going to be to finish this game? We're running out of time on the clock.
Yeah, well, he's going really light speed here, as you can see. It's just basically get rid of the protection aspects. The Mirror guys, the Chromais, the Passing Mirages. Those are what really do the heavy lifting in this matchup. Getting rid of the Passing Mirage means that your Ghostly Touch is susceptible to a popper, and that is dangerous. The question is does he have another Passing Mirage? He does. Sean has another one in hand, another Chromai in hand as well. This is really gross. But again, the enemy here is the clock.
1 minute might be just left on the round here. It looks as though they're going to go ahead and get some clarification. Judge call happening on that side of the board. That Levia, homie, has been hanging out, I think, since like the first or second turn of this game. Look at the Ashwings that Sean has managed to cobble together. They're going to go ahead and discuss with the judges, making sure Michael Hamilton representing the arcane damage that he has taken over the course of this game, going down to 15, or he has been at 15 from the arcane damage. I wonder, what is the end game of this going to look like? It looks like both players are getting, Sean is looking hard to stop. The question is, what happens if the timer hits 0?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, we're talking about this Levia. I mean, based on the laws of squatters' rights, I believe it owns that table now. Like, it's been there for 20 years. But yeah, the end game is drop all your protection aspects, create the go-agains. So Chromai, Mage Masters, and then send. And just send with Ghostly, send with everything. You need blues to fuel it. You need cards to go for it. But at the same time, if Clock's your enemy here, it's just hope they don't have it. But they typically do. So that's one popper. There goes the Chromai. How do you fix this? How do you continue onward? I believe there's a pair of Dust Ups and another Passing Mirage in hand here. Sean has fuel. He's got fire. But does he have that which we all desire, which is a finish to this match?
And the end of turn coming for Sean here, perhaps not able to find the blues needed to power up both the Mage Master boots and the Passing Mirage and the Ghostly Touch. You need to find enough resources to power up the turn. What is Michael Hamilton able to cobble together? You have to imagine that he knows Sean is confident about surviving a Dominate based on the way he's playing these turns, ending the turn with multiple cards in hand. Both players, not necessarily pushing the issue here. I'm just a little worried about the time.
Yeah, I think as is Sean over here, as again, the life total is definitely not the story over here. It's just a matter of this game kind of took a little bit longer. Now, again, the game didn't necessarily start on time, so they might be actually, I think we're into the extension time already.
Yeah, but I think their extension was about 9 minutes, and I think we're coming up on the end if we haven't found that already. So both players here trying to figure out how to navigate the end of this game. Looks like we might have another judge call as well, or not necessarily a judge call, but a judge conference as the players are discussing. It's tricky in these games, as we've seen in major tournaments relatively recently. You have to navigate how to talk about concessions, how to talk about end game states in ways that are completely within the rules and completely within the policies. This is a PTI event in GEM. It is being run at a somewhat professional level, a competitive or professional level, so you have to make sure you're playing by the rules and kind of speaking by the rules. And it looks like that's what the players are making sure they're doing here.
So I think we're getting back into it. It might be a matter of, hey, you've got like 2 turns to go here, and we'll see how it goes. I think as that's the players are sitting down and saying, all right, well, How do we resolve this? The other thing is I believe we do have some of the breakdown of the heroes that are appearing here. We might get into that a little bit later because I think the game here is going to wrap up. So we don't want to spoil that here because we want the resolution of this particular match to actually go down. Again, Sean Dollywall coming all the way from Toronto, Canada versus the former world champion. I think that you can just call him world champion. If you win a world championship, you're a world champ, and that sticks with you forever. So a world champion in Michael Hamilton on Bravo. This game has been... The game plans for both players are exquisite. And look at this. Oh, wow.
We've got Arouse the Ancients being played. We've got 2 cards being shown to it, and it looks as though perhaps Sean just conceded because of the game state. The game actions, we're not sure. We saw the hand be extended. We'll have to get some clarifications.
So I'm really curious in terms of how this is going to go down, because you're coming in for 7 go again, and then you're following up with a hammer, and then you're pocketing a Crippling Crush. The Crippling Crush is going to potentially get met with a Tunic that can be pitched for two blues, and you're coming in for an 11. It might not be dominated, but if you can pop something that's coming in, pop 2 even with a Chromai, you can then send back a Crippling Crush, which might change the dynamic. I'm wondering if this was just a concession, because it went to time, and the time rules are essentially once a game goes to time, the player who has their particular turn happening completes their turn, and then the opponent gets 1 turn cycle to win or lose the game on their side. What I believe occurred here is that, and we'll get clarification for sure, is that Sean probably saw what that outcome was not going to die, or could definitely withhold it. But if he withheld it and blocked it, he did not have the tools in order to killing blow. So Sean most likely offered or conceded the match before the end of it to basically say, hey, rather than us both taking a draw, you win.
Yeah, because, perhaps that Crippling Crush spelled the end of the game, and once you move into those extra turns and a game action has been taken, you are not allowed to make any concessions from that point forward. So we'll get some clarification. Honestly, an incredibly interesting game. I wish we could have seen the natural resolution because they navigated that game state so beautifully, but the round 2 pairings are up, so we don't have too much time to continue to talk about it. We've got to get our incredibly esteemed colleague in here to cast around. He's right in the wings, so don't go anywhere. We're going to get our next round set up for you guys. This is the Realm Rumble, and we will see you soon.
Hi, I'm Ethan Mansant Vansant.
Hi, my name is Mara Ferris.
Brody Spurlock here.
Dread Screamer. And you'll see why.
Favorite card in the game. If we're talking aesthetics, Uvia takes the cake. Big Pink Mommy Dragon, super my vibe. Otherwise, gotta give it to Kyloria. I love drawing cards. I love Snatch. Kyloria is just a big snatch on a stick.
My favorite card is Become the Arcanite, and the user of that specialization, my favorite hero, is Viserai.
Viserai. Just in its entirety, adult, young, rune
Full
chants,
stop.
all that
Yeah, full
purple
stop.
shit. Yeah.
All that purple.
Everything with 6 power. Just a big old blanket. We should just, if LSS could ban 6 power attacks, I'd be very happy.
My least favorite card in the game, at least right now, is Warmonger's Diplomacy. I feel like it beats up all of my favorite heroes.
Probably the first nationals where I flew into Orlando with a good local friend of mine back in Michigan. It was his first time flying, and so we just had a really wholesome trip. Being the first event where I met people, I just randomly ran into Majin Bey. Like, I didn't even know played Flesh and Blood yet, but to that world, he was just Caleb Van Patten.
I mean, I think it's got to be Pro Tour Baltimore, right? The whole experience of Pro Tour Baltimore was great. I mean, obviously taking second at a Pro Tour is fantastic. I made so many friends at that event. I got to hang out with so many people. Plus, I think that was the first time I realized that I had fans.
Oh, that's a good question. Pro Tour Baltimore earlier this year, just being there with all the Wolfpack, having an amazing time, and watching our teammate Michael Fang take down the whole Pro Tour.
I think Lucas Oswald is truly one of the best players in the game, and even though we practice quite a bit, to play him in an event would just let me know that I'm down percentage points, like from the get-go. Not only because he's incredible, but because he in particular knows the ins and outs of Levia, and a pro player who knows Levia and has played Levia and probably plays Levia better than me is, just a terrifying force to behold.
This one's easy. Michael Fang. I love him. He's my teammate. He is an amazing player, but Michael has a history now of psyoping the crap out of me. Pro Tour Baltimore, I just watched him play a 3-hour-long slugfest into a Dromai, so I prepped for super fatigue, and he pivots hard.
Hello and welcome back to the Realm 20K Invitational here in Columbus, Ohio. I am, unfortunately for you all, Charmer, but thankfully I am joined by the living legend himself, Matt Flake DeMarco.
Really? Have I ascended as such?
Absolutely.
You just want to retire me is what you want to do.
I have an agenda, absolutely. This is how we're going to start the day together, I guess.
Yes, fine, no problem, whatever. We got one hell of a banger coming up for you guys next. Honestly, we've got Kid Wonderbread, but it ain't him. It's the next up, basically, the new generation of Flesh and Blood talent. Lucas Oswald, one of the most interesting people to talk to. One hell of a personality, but one hell of a card player as well. And I believe that he's bringing some spice today.
Yeah, the rumor is that he is piloting Prism. That's right, Prism. Now, this is the new Prism, obviously, the old one having attained living legend status alongside you, Matt. But I'm very excited to see this because I've played against versions of it at locals, and there are some folks that are trying out the new Luminaris, but there are also some who will bring Iris to the table and play her more defensively, using those figments just as a source of ward and disruption. And I'm very interested to see which version Lucas is bringing.
I'm curious to see what his opponent is bringing. That would be Jacob Baugh, who has prolifically piloted very defensive-oriented dash decks. So we're going to bring you the action as soon as they're ready to rock and roll, as the players are kind of shuffling up right now. But this can be a fascinating matchup because it's one that you don't get very often. And that's purely off the back of just new Prism herself. This is a hero that came out in Dusk Till Dawn that didn't necessarily make the waves. But one of the most fascinating aspects of this Charmer is that I've had multiple conversations with Brian Gottlieb, with the developing team, even most recently with Chris Gehring in Barcelona, who is dummying people with this list and just keeps saying, people are playing her wrong, people are playing her wrong. Lucas Oswald is 1-0 in this tournament on this new Prism. Has he deciphered the clues on how to properly build this deck?
We're going to have to wait and see. So it does appear that you are correct. Jacob is on Dash. It was just handed to me by the wonderful Sam, so thank you, Sam. And I am very excited to see how this is going to play out because one way or the other, you have to assume if you're playing the new Prism, we're going to see some of those figments, right? The source of ward, this kind of way to prevent damage. And then Dash, if this does end up being a defensive Dash, this means that we could be seeing a marathon develop, right? There's not going to be a lot of opportunities to push through the walls of either side. Now, Dash with the pistol package, for example, will be able to present wide damage. It could be very useful for popping those wards, trying to leak through. But we're going to have to wait and see how this evolves because I'm going to just go out on a limb here and say Jacob probably doesn't have a lot of playtesting time against the new Prism. As you said, just not very represented as of late.
Oh, dude, it's like one of the biggest wake-up calls ever, especially, I know, playing on Talishar and playing against something, you're like, oh, it's just Dash.io. But that was before Dash.io was Dash.io, and you're like, I don't need to even worry about it until all of a sudden you get blown up because a bunch of ticking time bombs just show up off the top of the deck and you have no clue what the hell happened. However, Prism's kind of in the same boat where, like, yeah, it's been around for a while and nobody plays it, so I don't have to worry about it. I don't know if Jacob Ball, like you mentioned, has even a single rep into it, because there's certain decks that you just don't have to, you don't waste your time practicing. To you, the value is, do I play 2 or 3 games into Prism, or do I play 2 or 3 more games into something like Jeromai and shore that up? So it's going to be fascinating for sure as we do get the lists here.
We do get the lists, and unfortunately, my answer is yet to come because both weapons are actually in the pile of 80. So there is the new Luminaris as well as Iris. That means that Lucas has put enough time on this to feel comfortable using both in different matchups. We'll have to wait and see which is the preference into Dash. But I think one of the interesting bits here as well will be how Jacob navigates this, because if you don't have a lot of reps, you might be trying to play against this just based on old Prism, right? There are still going to be some crossovers in terms of the cards in the list. It's not like the new Prism got a completely new suite of cards. It's just a matter of how are you utilizing them in conjunction with the new tools.
Let's go to the game as the players are ready to rock and roll. Again, this is Lucas Oswald on Prism, Awakener of Soul versus Jacob Baugh on Dash, the Inventor Extraordinaire.
Well, this is rather exciting because it is going to be the new Luminaris, not the Iris version, in action. And the rest of this equipment suite seems pretty standard, at least when I've ran into it at my locals. A lot of the Prism players have switched to the Wave of Reality for the gloves. Footsteps there, pretty important for protecting some of your Phantasm attacks, et cetera, et cetera. And there is the fist bump.
So talk to us a little bit here, because everybody knows old school Luminaris, which was potentially, if not the most powerful weapon that I think Flesh and Blood has ever seen in terms of what it opens up, of what it activates. This new Luminaris, however, is not the same deal.
No, not at all. So the new Luminaris is something that's going to be activating your figments for you. One of the more interesting bits for how you play this new Prism is you can search for the figments with her hero ability. And then you can also do the flip, get your attack in with the Angel if that's what you want to do with the new Luminaris. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the correct play. So what we might end up seeing Lucas do is sometimes still search for a figment, but then not activate it right away, because the moment that you do that, you leave that Angel susceptible to the ward, right? So... sorry, my brain is going faster than my mouth. I'm actually very excited to see this. So this is a perfect example. We're going to see the card enter the soul from the activation of the headpiece, and then this is the fetching of a figment. Now, whether or not this gets activated, we'll have to wait and see, but I suspect the answer is no. I think this is going to stay as a figment and not get turned into an angel, because you don't want to activate it until you absolutely need to.
So again, this is all occurring on Jacob's turn at instant speed here. You're going to go ahead and pop the Halo. Again, a play that we used to see oftentimes with the old school Prism. Just also the Halo, one of the most coveted cards in Monarch draft as well. A very powerful card for those light heroes. But in this case, establishing figments, just having them sort of hover there. There's no secrets. They're going to live on the table here. But when they flip, it's not just about the ward factor. There's a lot more devious effects that might occur here as another Herald enters the fray here. 7 attack damage over here. And these Heralds are all going to have their own on-hit effects being go to soul. But they are also Phantasm fragile, and they're pretty nasty in terms of what they do. This one here, again, with the dice on it, I'm trying to decipher precisely which one this is. That one over there is, I don't believe it's the Wartune Herald. That looks like the Herald of, is that Ravages or Triumph? It's one of the two.
It's actually kind of hard to see now that the die is both covering the
face, yes.
The art, which is usually my go-to, and the title.
Right.
So it is a Herald of 7 attack at the moment.
Well, there's two options. First option is if it's Herald of Ravages, it does an arcane damage. The other option is it's Herald of Triumph, I believe. It creates a situation where your opponent's blocking cards are -1 attack. I think it was Ravages. So a little arcane damage leaks through, if I'm not mistaken. Nonetheless, the Herald is fine. The Herald enters soul. Life is good. Let's get to boogie.
And this is a huge turn here, because you fetch the figment, you create the ponder, and then the threats just keep on coming. And one of the things that I was just looking through as well is the lack of poppers in Jacob's list. This is a dash list that has an awful lot of defensive options, but not many of the traditional kind of generic poppers. We do have a Big Bertha. There's obviously maximum velocity and things of that nature. But as I'm looking through this, right, I would expect traditionally the more defensive dashes, they'll often include like Command and Conquerors, for example. It's just a very versatile card. It can be used as a Phantasm popper, obviously can threaten the arsenal, but I'm not seeing them here. This is a list that does run unmovables for the more traditional defensive option, but I feel like a lot of these heralds are either going to connect or threaten an awful lot of damage throughout this matchup.
Is that the 0 to 60 or 0 to 50? That looks like the, is that the 50 version?
I believe that's 0 to 60, which is I think why the 1 damage is going to leak through, because that should be the 0 for 4.
And Plasma Pistol coming out of the gate as well. There's always the option to go ahead and give it go again, but you got to load it up nonetheless.
Yeah, you do have to load up, and there is the die. So that was the 0 to 60.
And again, creation of the Spectral Shield. As you can see, both players here, like the master tax accountants they are just sort of writing numbers down left, right, center, showing the receipts, and making it happen. As Pierce Reality is thrown in front of this pistol to block, again, a blue aura that came out of, was that Everfest? I think it was Everfest.
I believe so.
You and I had a conversation
recently.
recently.
I was just about to say, you and I very recently were talking about how many amazing cards actually came from Everfest. And the wave goes away now along with the Spectral Shield, so that's going to have that damage prevented. We're going to load back up the Plasma Pistol. Not the chamber yet, but we are going to play, I believe that's a Teklo Pounder. Going to be very aggressive from the side of Jacob. And I think that you kind of have to be in this matchup. And if you know you don't have a lot of the Phantasm poppers, you're going to have to pull cards out of your opponent's hand so that they can't just drop bomb after bomb after bomb on you.
So what's nasty about this situation over here, and to the benefit of the Dash player, Charmer, is the fact that you can have a Pounder up. You can go ahead and boost a couple cards and close the chain with a pistol to go ahead and take care of the Phantasm. The spectra of these auras that live on the board. So you get to have your cake and eat it too. You get to go face and pressure the life total. But this is a nasty one. Soul Shield is going to go ahead and block most of this. It does go to Soul at the end of this. So you are feeding the Soul as well as eating up a lot of this damage.
Yeah, and if there's not a lot of follow-up damage from Jacob because the card's going to Soul, that also could be another activation to fetch a Figment.
That's correct. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and have your cake and eat it too, and more at that rate. We're going to go ahead and throw the boots in front of this. Again, no danger for that pistol to get above rate to go ahead and blow up the boots, but get the value with where you can in order to sort of soak up damage here. Again, Prism, I think, begins at, 36 health? Or is it
should be 36.
Or is it 32? 36 or 32?
Oh, you know, you're actually correct.
It's
It's 32. It starts at 16. Sorry, the 6 from Blitz was carrying over in my mind, but you're correct. So it starts at 32, which you would think, okay, if I'm going to be the aggressive player on Dash, 32 is going to be pretty easy to go through. But these footsteps are going to get a lot of value throughout the course of the game. As you said, if you're throwing them in front of the pistol, not a lot of risk of losing them. But again, all of the ward options from these Figments means that when you activate them, you're essentially gaining 4 health. And there's a number of them in the deck. So this could be a game where we actually see the Prism player try to fatigue the Dash. If you expect them to be aggressive and boost a lot, and we see the Pounders here, so I think that's a fair assumption. And then on top of that, if you are continually gaining health, and then if you're keeping these kind of 1 or 2 card hands where you're just throwing one of these big 7s that they can't pop with Phantasm, if they're blocking, that's going to be like 1 for 2s in the kind of deck economy. I think that fatigue could very well be Lucas Oswald's game plan here.
We're going to start with a Herald of Triumph that gets met up with some equipment over here. No problem. You're throwing the whole kit and caboodle in front of it. You say goodbye to your Crown of Providence. Your chest piece can take a little bit of wear and tear here, but that's part of it. And like any type of deck that has to face off against a fridge like this. Yeah, here, we'll start it off.
I think that the Crown might have been trying to dig for some more sauce to go with this high octane.
We love sauce. Sauce is the best, by the way. Just absolute. Like, if sauce is why we live life here, but high octane is great.
I cannot disagree with you because one of my absolute favorite things from Barcelona when we were at Worlds was the patatas bravas.
Oh,
and it's
yeah.
really just potatoes covered in a delightful sauce. But,
Dude, yeah,
man,
you're
I
speaking
ordered
to
it everywhere I went.
Hey, man, growing up in Quebec, poutine is basically that, right?
Yeah.
So, patatas bravas is just basically Spanish poutine. I'm all for it here. So a high octane, again, creating not just
This is
action
so
points.
many action points off this twin drive, though.
It's wrecking havoc.
Yeah, and the twin drive going to eat one of those Teklo Pounder counters. So this is coming for 7 to start the turn, along with 3 action points on dash. I think the biggest challenge here is what's the rest of your hand as far as paying for stuff, right? Unless those are 0-cost cards or something like that. Now, if you're wondering, okay, why would you play the high octane here? If you suspect your opponent is trying to fatigue you and you can create these action points, that means that you can essentially get the go again without having to boost your deck away. That's going to be very relevant. Here we're going to see Spark of Genius eat one of these action points as well, so you'll find an item.
Yeah, what a brilliant pair up here. Again, Spark of Genius.
Genius pair up.
A genius pair up. Going to get a Teklo core here to generate resources for free. Look at the returns on this turn, Charmer.
Yeah, and these resources are going to be coming in very big because your hand is getting slightly smaller, and this means that it'll either extend the current turn or you have presented 7 and then got an item, again, potentially generated a couple of more attacks, and then you'll be set up for the following turn. I think this is exactly what you need to do if you're Jacob. You need to string together multiple big turns so that you're eating the hand away from Lucas, because, again, with not many poppers, you just can't afford to take these Herald shots over and over. We saw, as you said, the last one ate a ton of equipment.
Oh, man. So he's going to go ahead and, I guess...
That's Foundry activation, I believe.
Yeah, and it's incredible how you just get free resources that way.
Twin drive.
Oh, my goodness. We're boosting again twice potentially here. Opting, he's just he's wondering, what can I do with these action points? And it's a difficult thing. Again, Twin Drive from Bright Lights, probably one of the more coveted cards to come out of there in terms of Majestics here. Jacob Ball has to wonder what he's going to do with these action points that he's generating like nothing. And, I mean...
All right.
He can't take these and invest them in low-risk mutual funds. He has to use them.
So only opted to boost once because it is optional. You don't have to do twice there. And I think that might just be because certain cards require a number of boosts. So this might be a maximum velocity. No, instead we're just going to see the pistol.
Interesting. I mean, with 3 action points in your back pocket, you feel like this turn could have been so much more than it was. And ultimately here, for a 5 or 6 action points you've generated on this turn, you did develop a Teklo core, you did present damage, you did eat away some of the hands, one of the figments is gone, so work was done, but you got to feel bad when you walk away from a turn with 3 action points in your back pocket.
We now have the Angel that is being presented here.
Chris Angel, is that a mind freak?
Yes, it is freaking my mind how effective this turn is going to be for Lucas after your opponent threw so much at you and you can still casually essentially gain 4 health because of the ward as well as present damage. And I think that's the beauty of the new Prism. And so now, after everything is said and done, Lucas is in the health lead now, taking Jacob down to 22 while still sitting at 23 with the ward up.
This is, like you mentioned earlier, that this is likely a matchup that Jacob has minimal to no reps against. And that obviously that's an assumption. You never know what a player of his caliber's prep is going to be.
Well,
hey, yeah.
High Octane number 2, let's go.
That's I believe that's what I ordered at the cafe this morning, was a High Octane number 2.
That's not true at all. I was there this morning, and you were accosting the poor barista.
You
were
was not.
asking specifically, you said, I want the freshly made muffins.
No, I asked her if she made the muffins herself. Okay.
Which I just think is adorable that you think here in the United States anyone is hand-making or freshly making muffins at a convention center.
Yeah, I know they were frozen like in 1997, and they just came out of the back freezer today.
We keep a silo somewhere out back where it's just all from one run from like 1982.
Do you guys treat muffins like wines? Like, oh, this is the 86?
Yeah, this is a
this is the 86
vintage year blueberry muffin.
Oh, your country sucks.
Hey, speaking of vintage, this High Octane is a vintage mechanologist play, and we are presenting 8 damage now at Lucas. The Sink Below covering some of that, the Angel covering the rest. So, again, Jacob throws 8 damage. You should feel pretty good about that, especially when you can continue to follow it up. However, none of it got through, and that's the power of this new Prism. You can periodically present some damage, and then, like I said, essentially gain 4 health every time you get these Figments turned into Angels.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, why is Prism down to 32? It's because you've got 2 Figments warding 4 is essentially like a 40 health hero. Now, obviously, you can be creative of it. You can ward 4 but only block 1 damage. It's a possibility there. Ultimately, though, again, I want to just go back to the conversation I had with Brian James and Chris Gehring. Chris Gehring being one of the players who, during testing, says that Prism is an exceptionally strong hero, and without giving away any secrets, saying that people are just playing the hero wrong. And I really want more of that knowledge. I want more of that insight, and they did not give us anything beyond that. So seeing a player like Lucas Oswald take a crack at it is very inspiring, because Lucas is one of the premier up-and-coming threats, someone who's going to win some big tournaments down the line, has already some wins in his pocket already. This is a player who, if they're on Prism at a 20K tournament, there's something there. And there's something that he's uncovered or dug through. But then again, it's Lucas Oswald. Lucas likes to troll a little bit. Lucas likes to joke around. He might just be like, hey, I'm going to play a hero that nobody respects, and I want to see what I can do with it.
I do think that it might have quite a bit to do with the piloting of the Prism. When I have played against them, the ones that have been more successful are the ones that time the flipping of the Angels very well. Because as you pointed out, right, sometimes that Ward 4 just blocks 1 damage, and then you're losing a ton of value, right? So I think if you put too much emphasis on, hey, Angels are shiny and pretty and I want to flip them, and you do it recklessly, that could be the problem. Whereas if you're treating them as, you know, hey, this is +4 health if I use it correctly, and it helps me cover on-hit effects, which is very relevant and powerful. And every now and then I might attack with an Angel, but it's not, you know, the primary form of offense. I think that's probably the right way to pilot it. But again, I don't pretend to be an expert. I'm just saying that that's, so far in games I've played against them, the more successful ones use the tools that way.
Yeah, it's like almost having a bunch of Sink Belows existing on the board for you, right?
Yes.
And people might say, well, yeah, but Sink Belows don't cost 2 to activate them. Well, it lives on the board, so it's a card out of your hand nonetheless, and it's just constantly there when you need it. It's like having it in your sort of grab bag. The bag of holding of all these D-Reacts exists there as more of these Figments are developed here. As you can see, Lucas Oswald not afraid.
Yeah.
And these Figments, for you and I, who are Bravo players, gotta be really imposing to stare down when you're looking at dominating a big crush effect, and like you have these Figments that at the drop of a hat can just go and ruin your plan. I mean, Prism's got legs. She can run with some of these big boys that are out there.
Well, the other thing that I think people take for granted is that, yeah, unlike a Sink Below, you have to pay for them, but the Figments themselves have text, right? So we just saw Lucas get the Figment of Protection, which when it enters play creates the Spectral Shield as well. So it's not just, oh, it's a more expensive Sink Below. It's a Sink Below that you're paying for, but you're also, 1, getting the additional value of the Figment, and 2, the fact that it's ward is also very relevant against things like arcane damage. And I bring that up because I counted at least 8 Kanos in the room today.
Oh, were there 8?
Yes.
I think I got up to 4 or 5, and then I was like, all right, like 4 or 5 at a tournament like this is that is a lot of Kanos, which is weird to say that 5 is a lot.
Yeah, so it is an unofficial count because it was me walking table to table, so I may have missed 1 or 2 players. But if you want to go check out my Twitter, I did post what I was able to see in the room today, and I did walk past 8 Kanos, including there was a Kano mirror with Majin Bay that was looking pretty spicy.
Who was he playing against? Was it Peter? Peter Budenzik?
No, it wasn't Peter. I would have remembered that.
Okay.
I don't remember off the top of my head because I was trying to go quickly to get the numbers so I could get them posted for everybody. But Yes, 8 Kanos in the room. And so, again, that ward is very relevant when you consider that, right? Sink below does not help you against the 8 Kanos in the room.
Correct. You're not wrong. I mean, a ward over the top of something, you can't ward a command and conquer, or so you can't de-react a command and conquer, right? Same type of thing. And it's just a nice fail-safe. Even if you get pummeled over the top, it covers up a nice clean red pummel if necessary. As, again, the onslaught continues, but both players have basically taken it off of a chin. And look at Lucas Oswald pilot this. It's just so fascinating to see how this works out. And, you know, like, we're going to move in, block with the footsteps. The amount of value that you've gotten from these shoes here has been incredible. These slippers have blocked a lot. That is a Pulse Wave Harpoon boosted. Going to show some cards here. He's like, yeah. Block with that and then get greased.
It's the only choice, right? The other one was a soul food, and you haven't boosted enough. So
it's true, but what this Pulse Wave Harpoon has effectively done is said, I've taken both cards out of your hand because you cannot pay for that. Oh no, you got 2 floating, so it's still a possibility. Never mind.
Yeah, with the 2 floating, you could potentially, you know, flip one of these angels, use your other pitch to get some offense in. This is starting to get to the very, very kind of in the trenches danger zone for both players. I thought this might be a game where you're staring at fatigue, but instead we now have...
Was that Max Velo?
Yes, I was just about
boy.
to say, we have a maximum velocity coming down. The soul food's going to block some of it, and we have 13-7 now as far as the health totals. So I take back what I said earlier. I thought this might be a game that, you know, goes the distance, but I think Jacob properly recognizing I don't have enough poppers in my list to do that. I have to be on the aggressive game plan. That's going to speed things up. So now we are resolving the damage from the maximum velocity after the soul food block, and it's going to be 9-7 here.
What a way to catch that maximum velocity there with the soul food, with the 2 floating resources. You just take 4 off of it. There's a lot of spinning your tires before you can send a maximum velocity. So the fact that Lucas was able to weather that storm and come out with 2 Figments alive, have something in soul taking minimal damage, that's got to be good here, as this is a zipper hit now that's going to be boosted to move forward and continue the pressure, as now both players in single-digit life territory.
So if I am Jacob and I'm trying to figure out how I can push through this Prism player, right now, you don't have a lot of the items that were helping you earlier on, but you do still have this pistol in the chamber. And so what you can do is you can try to make things be awkward by going as wide as possible. Because this game is not likely going to fatigue at this point, the boosting, you can be a little bit more reckless with it. You've got that deck to spend. And with those Ward 4s there, as you know, we keep mentioning, yeah, they're very effective when they are utilized for full value. But if you can do this kind of present 3, present 2, present 2, present 3. At some point, you might force them to use it without getting good value out of it. And I think that even here, we're going to see a little damage leak through. This is exactly what you want if you're Jacob. So
yeah.
Pistol is now presented.
The induction chamber locked and loaded here to give this go again. 2 Figments still live on the board here for Lucas Oswald. If you're Jacob Baugh, you're thinking like, man, this is not an easy out. And I mean, this new generation of player like Lucas Oswald, they come in prepared, studied, and with swagger. And it's incredible because Jacob's sitting there thinking, my beard is older than you. Like, what's going on here? And it's incredible to watch this matchup unfold because these are 2 heroes that probably over the scope of many, many official high-level tournaments likely has not happened all that much. Big Bertha.
So not saving it as any sort of Phantasm Popper, instead just saying, you know what, I know I need to throw damage. I need to get cards out of Lucas's hand. And I actually really like this play by Jacob because, again, if you know you don't have a lot of poppers, and yeah, you could say, okay, maybe I'm supposed to keep this one. But if you know you just don't have a lot in your deck, then the best way to stop some of these Phantasm attacks is to make it so that Lucas can't pay for them.
That's a very good point, absolutely. If you're pressuring the damage, especially at this juncture in the game, you might find a hand where you catch it at the right time, but you cannot necessarily rely on it from a defensive stance. You find the 6, you send the 6. If the things kind of line up the way that they are right now, like you said, minimal amounts of poppers in this list. Not to mention the poppers that are in this list, like the maximum velocities, etc. Those are typically like finishers. Those are where you get your work done. If you commit those to block, that kind of feels bad. That takes away from what your potential end game can be. If you're not if you're relying on maximum velocity to pop something and not send for damage, you are probably already conceding that matchup because your output has been completely nerfed if that's how you want to approach those cards.
So this is a very important exchange because Lucas is opting to go all the way down to 4 health and only block with 1 card. I think trying to preserve some offense. I don't think this Bertha itself was boosted, but Dash does have that action point still over there. So the question now might be, how do you follow this up, or do you arsenal this instead? Jacob instead going to pitch a blue and load up the pistol. Has the one floating, and I think we might be seeing some pistol shots here as well, and that's very awkward for Lucas because, again, you're at 4. You've got the resources and the footsteps, so you can soak some of that. Those footsteps coming in so clutch. Immensely
clutch, because this pistol, I believe, would have been able to fire twice, which would have cleaned up all the life total, but being able to throw some of these the footsteps in front of this is going to save a lot of this grief. The tough part here for Jacob was that he found a double Teklo core hand, so it wasn't exactly the best way to finish it off. So sending the 6 was the best that you can potentially do here with the boost and go ahead with the pistol. You found the fuel to light up that pistol and start with the bang bang, but you're going to go ahead and leak 1 here from this pistol, and you got to suspect that there's going to be the go again coming off of this. You got 1 float you can load up.
I feel like the decision Jacob was making was, do I develop the core to have resources and just try to go off next hand, or do I just continue the pressure now? I like the decision to pressure now because Lucas is so low on health that if you can force him to start popping some of these figments on like a pistol shot, that's a win for you. But also, at some point, you have to realize you just have to continue to go wide knowing the footsteps are there. These footsteps have kind of become a bargain version of Rampart or the Ram's Head in many ways because you have to break the chain to continue to do the pistol shenanigans, which means you can re-block as long as you have the resources with these footsteps over and over again, and we've seen so much value. But here we're going to see the Angel flip, and wow, he's going to give up his Tunic and block with the footsteps so he can save the Angel, which means you can use that for offense to stay on the life total, stay on the pressure for Jacob. This is a huge play by Lucas, and I love it.
And I love it because you also generate the 2 spectral shields here, which are going to actually just go ahead and cover breakpoints to insulate these angels.
Yes.
And so that one little leak through of a pistol or something is not going to pop the ward 4. So in a really great spot here. Now, Jacob is going to draw back up. He's got 1 steam counter on the induction chamber. The pistol needs some gas there, but he's going to figure this out real quick. And Lucas, though, with a nice play, committing the Tunic there, preserving the board, and establishing it at the same time on Jacob's turn. So meeting in the middle here.
Yeah, that was such a massive turn because, as you said, you get these spectral shields. So you can use your cards to block anything that is bigger than the pistol. And then when the pistol comes, you can take the pitch, block with footsteps, eat 1 shield. That covers 2. With only 1 induction chamber, you can effectively do that twice and feel really good about it. This is, however, going to be a pretty large attack coming in. So this will likely draw some cards out of Lucas's hand, which might limit the amount of offense he has. I think that's the goal of Jacob here anyway.
Well, at a certain point, again, we talk about ways to mitigate your opponent's damage. Well, if you just peel all the cards away and they have no fuel to actually fire back, we're at a juncture in the game where you can't let anything slide. Your opponents or you and your opponent are both at life totals where every little micro decision is going to matter. Anything that you just sort of let squeak by or creep through that crack in the window, well, that's bad news. And
so here's, again, the interesting bit. Depending on how much value the Angels get, Lucas is either at the equivalent of 7 health or at 13 health. That's why it's so important that you try to nickel and dime until these angels are popped for so little value. Because, yeah, they're both technically at 3, but really you're sitting on 10 ward over there on the side of Lucas still.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And it can be very frustrating. It's much like when you're about to kill your opponent and they suddenly just come out with a sigil and you're like, damn it. Like, you know?
It's even worse here. This is standard Prism. I know it's new Prism, but it's that feeling of I got them so low and then they stabilized, right?
Yes.
It's not with a million auras this time. It's with these figments, but it's that same feeling. I got them so low and then I just couldn't punch through. And that's got to be what Jacob is thinking. How do I punch through?
Well, he's making a very good case for it. Again, the beauty of Dash with that induction chamber and the pistol is that you'll be able to sort of have that kind of little scratch and claw damage, that little poke here and there in order to just harass Lucas to a degree where he's going to have to eventually either give up one of those figments to preserve a hand, or he's just going to give up cards in order to keep those angels on the board. And that can be a taxing thing to do as well, as the game is kind of reaching this zenith here where players they have to be protective of their life totals. They still have a couple points to play with, and Lucas has, like you mentioned, this safety net if necessary. But that safety net is potentially the offense that he's going to rely on to end the game anyways. Tough decisions to be made here, Charmer.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem, if you're Jacob, is also you have to play offensively because you don't have a great way to block out the big heralds from Lucas. You essentially have to draw as many cards out of his hand as possible because it's not even just the angels you have to worry about. If you try to take a turn off to set up like a big maximum velocity to go over the top or something like that, then you could be potentially staring down like angel attacks with a herald, and with you having so few phantasm poppers in your deck, so few attacks that have that 6 value, you are likely going to take it on the chin, and you've already used all of your armor. But here we do get cards out of the hand, and so now we're going to see the pistol fire, and they're just kind of skipping ahead here, saying, yeah, it's going to end up eating that.
Scary news here. Both players, I believe they're both at 3.
Oh, so that's it's not that he's eating that. He targeted with the pistol the angel specifically twice so that he could get around the spectral shield plus footsteps. He said, I'm going to shoot it once because, again, the angel also still has the 4 health. It's a ward 4, but it can be targeted directly.
Yes.
So opting instead to just target it twice with the pistol, it's honestly pretty heads up by Jacob to say, I have to get through this anyway. I might as well do it now.
Well, let's talk about, again, the strength of leaning on the pistol plan. And the pistol plan, as you and I as Guardian players, we hate to hear it.
Oh, yeah, I hate it.
It's an absolute nightmare.
The Glock lock is the stuff of nightmares as a Guardian.
Yes. When they have the whole garage sale, all of their wares on the table, and all you can do is just say, 5 go again, 5 go again, 5 go again. Well, screw you, bucko. We hate that. And in this case, having even just on the 2 spot, it's a perfect amount to just go ahead and double tap on one of these angels, these figments that appear, because their health totals are kind of its ongoing damage. It's damage that only resets at the end of the turn. So you can kind of double tap into it.
So I love this play pattern. Jacob has set up the zipper hit to start, and that ate some blocks, including footsteps. Then with footsteps on the chain, he attacks with the pistol. The pistol ate the spectral shields, but then instead of reloading the pistol, he just comes with another attack. I believe that's an expedite, so that the footsteps couldn't come back and get value. So realizing, okay, just like with Rampart of the Ram's Head, if I don't break the chain, they can't keep abusing that. I think that without having a lot of reps, it's just taken Jacob some time to kind of figure out how to navigate this, but now he's figuring it out very, very well. Target the angels directly, try to not break the chain if I don't have to. We actually might see a bit of a comeback here.
It was a brutal reality when your opponent hits you with the old, when we were back in the olden days where you're like, yeah, no problem, block this way, and then you just have it all parsed out in your head where you're like, nothing's getting through until they're like, activate induction chamber, give it go again. Yeah, okay. Hit you with T-bone. Wait, what? Hit you with this. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Now I'll reload the pistol. Now you've taken damage. You got to get a little creative. It's not just paint by numbers all the time when it comes to these. This isn't Viscerai.
Hey, there is one of those in the field.
Well,
There's also one Vincent out there.
I'm sure that they're Mauve Skying their way to victory, even without Rosetta Thorn for some reason.
Oh, okay. So we do see a maximum velocity used on defense. And I know that you and I were saying, okay, you don't feel great using those, but knowing you have so many limited, if the rest of your hand is pretty wide, I think I might like this.
I mean, sometimes you just have to in order to just sort of preserve that damage, because if you don't have a hand that is pervasive to boosting all the way up to a max velo, the other option is, okay, you put it in the arsenal and you wait. But you are so low on cards now that you might not be able to pay for, boost, and get the opportunity to use it. I think that Jacob Boss sees the writing on the wall that this is a plan that has now sort of expired. Maybe we lean on pistol. Maybe we go through that way. And we're going to flip over here, another one of these figments.
All right. I like this play by Lucas. So the Angel was flipped at the end of that turn with the resources, and I think this was a preemptive ward 4, essentially, saying, all right, now that Jacob is getting a bit wiser to the way I'm navigating my blocks, not breaking the chain, etc., the last thing I want to do is get caught where, I have to pay for this and do anything awkward, so I'm just going to turn this on now, quote-unquote, gain 4 health while it's still relevant, and then go from there.
Jacob having a look here at his hand. I believe, are those backup protocol reds in his hand that he's holding on to right now? They're in the list. Whether they're in this deck is another question. Backup protocol red, of course, can be actually flipped around to retrieve a max velo if you need it.
I was just about to say, it does look like that is one of them in the hand there, and I would assume that they would stay in the list for this matchup if you expect it to go long. And sometimes, if you are a boost player and you're up against a list that you don't know what it's doing, it might just be the safe play to pretend like, hey, they're going to try to fatigue me anyway. I don't know what's going on. So I would wager that there is certainly more than 60 cards in Jacob's list right now that he's playing.
All right, well, a little bit of a conversation going on over here as the judge, a third arm has appeared.
Yeah, I believe what the question is he's targeting the Angel. That much is clear, and I think that they are kind of wondering about on hits and things like that.
Hey, on hits count for dragons in certain cases. Why can't they count for angels?
Well, it depends on the wording, right? So I think that might have been the discussion they were having, but otherwise, yeah, they would be exactly the same. They are still hitting. They still have a health total, just like with dragons.
Angels and Dragons. It's like, sounds like a Guns N' Roses album.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, there was Angels and Airwaves. That was after, I believe, Tom DeLonge, after he left Blink-182, started that band, Angels and Airwaves. Do you remember that band?
No, I listen to good music.
Are you telling me that? Get out of here. If you're telling me that Blink-182 aren't good musicians.
No. I'm just giving you a hard time.
You are giving me a hard time. You're also
I've actually seen them in concert. They
oh, really?
They played
Did you
at
also
TwitchCon.
tell them that they're bad music?
No. They were pretty good at that TwitchCon. It was the last TwitchCon before the pandemic. So.
Hi, Travis Barker, Tom DeLonge, and third guy, I don't remember his name is. You guys did pretty good. My name is Derek Oswald.
Third guy, I don't know what his name is, but you just, when you meet him, you go, how are you?
I'm so sorry.
I don't remember your name.
He's like the third tenor. There's Pavarotti, Domingo, and the third guy. Yeah, that's who he is. All right. Well, looks like it's resolved as the Angel goes bye-bye. And Pistol Plan back in action. And again, once you sort of get to a position where your deck is dwindling down, you cannot afford to boost as much anymore, you're going to be leaning on this pistol a lot.
So the backup protocol came down, appears to have been cranked, which means that card that is sitting in the hand of Jacob will likely be used to activate it.
It's times like this where Jacob Baugh is probably saying, man, thinking about that max velocity, thinking, where are you?
Okay, so not activating it, but just leaving it open. So you can still pitch to, I was about to say, you can still pitch to it and get it on your opponent's turn, just kind of trading it in this way. And so that's what's going to happen. Becomes the max velocity. And I actually love this play. You get it, and then you use it as a Phantasm Popper immediately. This is a great way to kind of extend the ways that you can stop these heralds.
Dude, these are back-to-back Herald of Protection reds. Incredible. Again, rescued that action point based off of the Phantasmal Footsteps, going back-to-back, 7 into 7. This is Prism of old, with old Luminaris, pitching that yellow and being able to just go absolute ham-bone on this one. But the dual Heralds of Protection, one was met with the Max Velo popping it. The other one was fully covered with the equipment. So no on-hits with those, which would have been go to Soul, create a Spectral Shield.
This is such classic Prism because Lucas is over here at 1 health, just trying to stay stable and drop bombs. I feel like I'm back in Monarch days, right? So obviously, you and I Guardian players, we remember the very wide aura game plan, but this is very reminiscent of the Prism into Chain era, where it was, you block out, you get really low, and then you just drop bombs.
Dude, it's like, basically, the Prism into Chain matchup back then was side out all your auras that block for nothing, play the fatigue game into them, and do not taste the sweet, tempting apple of trading damage with them.
It's not Soul Shackle, but Boost is pretty close. This has given me a lot of flashbacks.
Absolutely. And that's the kind of thing where you're like, it comes down to these scenarios where the puzzle is on them, where you figure this out or you die. And we're going to move in with a War Tune Herald.
This is a War Tune, but again, the backup protocol red. I believe that's the second one, and so that means Jacob is out of them at this point, also counting the cards left in the deck. But that is active. You have to assume, unless you just don't like your hand, that this is going to be a pitch to get that maximum velocity back and then use that to stop this War Tune. I think right now what Jacob's trying to do is figure out, is it actually better for me offensively if I just try to block this anyway? Because knowing that you have limited cards left in your deck, you actually might need to get back a more relevant attack with that backup and then try to leak the damage through. This is actually a really tough decision here. On the one hand, in terms of saving cards in your deck, knowing that you can get that to break the Phantasm is very, very good, but we're also at the stage where you have to assume pitch stack is relevant and known. And if you know that, hey, it's a bunch of blues coming up, I don't have the firepower, using this to get a red attack, it might be the only way you think you can go over the top.
I think that in certain cases here, if you're on Jacob's side, you don't really care about reds as much as you care about just generating sustainable damage in chain form here, because your opponent's at 1. I mean, a blue is just as good. It still buys a card. I think you're still fine with that.
Yeah, but it's a blue that buys a card, but you also have limited cards in your deck. So if it's a blue with a boost, like, that's a problem. I think that, again, where you might be hitting the point in the game where the need to go tall, right? Like, yeah, blue eats a card, but if you only have, 7 or 8 cards left in your deck and that backup protocol can get you back something that is a swing for 6, for example, right? Then that is one card that might eat 2 cards from your opponent. And that's pretty relevant as well.
The nitty has met the gritty in terms of this part of the game here, as both players are at that phase where they want to go ahead and take stock of what has happened. They want to make sure that the past and the present are all accounted for, as the future is still up in the air here, as this is Lucas Oswald, the only Prism in the field. And 115 players, 1 Prism out there doing their best and doing it well, frankly, as Lucas Oswald has really pumped some life into this hero in this matchup here, showing that, hey, she bangs. She bangs.
So if you are following me on Twitter and you saw my unofficial count, we were just handed the official count, and everything that I recorded was correct with one exception. There was apparently one table where either the players were already finished or something along those lines, but there's one extra Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire, and one extra Uzuri. So those players must have been playing each other, and I just missed them. Everything else is correct. That means that our most played hero of the day is officially Bravo Shorestopper.
Shorestopper?
Shorestopper.
Okay, so he's like,
He's holding back the tides.
okay, so it's him versus Aquaman in the next movie.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. No one's going to see it anyways. This is still on the stack, a yellow Wartune Herald attacking 4/6. Oh boy. Jacob Ball at 3 health, if I'm not mistaken, so you cannot let anything go. This is a 2-card block, however you slice it. No equipment to lean on. It's merely a matter of both players here looking through all the shinies, negotiating trades. But the reality exists. There is a Wartune Herald that is on the stack, and it is getting to that part of the game here where every decision is life or death. You cannot make a misstep here. Blocking with the wrong card, especially with Dash, with a late game potential, do or die boost play of just emptying your deck to close the deal.
So it does appear that it was a zipper hit that was fetched by the backup protocol. And then we're going to have the 2 block on the Wartune. Jacob, talking about Bravo Shorestopper, he wishes he had a War Stopper there, instead had to block with 2 cards. And so few cards left in Jacob's deck. Those are very valuable resources. We're going to start with the pistol. I like this just because, again, with Lucas at 1, if you can use this pistol and then use the chamber to have the go again and continue to eat cards going wide, and he's doing the count right now, right? When you see him holding, that's 6 cards left in his deck, plus whatever's in his hand. Yeah, he's trying to do the math and say, okay, is there any way I can get 1 damage in? Just 1. That's all I need.
Attack reaction with the Induction Charmer to go ahead and give that pistol a go again.
As somebody who's played a lot of Guardian, granted I'm a new convert to Assassin, but as somebody who's played a lot of Guardian, I don't know who to root for here because these are kind of the 2 thorns in a Bravo's side.
Dude, this is like when the Boston Bruins play the Toronto Maple Leafs in the playoffs. Like, in my mind, I'm like, is there any way for both of these teams to lose? Like, is there some way for them all to get, like, this chronic diarrhea and then they have to all forfeit?
Yeah.
That is the ideal outcome. But both of these players are people who I respect in this game. I like seeing this kind of matchup, but you're right. It feels bad because these are both predators of Bravo who are out there. Now, this version of Prism might not be the case, but I think that it's got a good chance of actually standing up to the Guardian fare that's out there. We don't know what Heavy Hitters is going to bring into the fold, but you do know that Dash is just built to cook these Guardians.
I
love you, man. Is that what you're going to say?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, I stand by my statement.
I was about to say that I feel like this Prism, again, not having a ton of reps on it with Bravo. Most of the time when I'm playing at locals, I'm on my Uzuri. But I feel like this Prism was actually okay into Bravo. With those wards, it's a great way to cover the crush effect. And I don't know. That's going to be interesting. If Lucas keeps winning, we might very well see that. Bravo, again, being the most represented hero in the field today with 17 players on that hero. It's finally his time to shine.
I got to say, when we were talking about what matches to put up on the feature match, the first thing that I wanted to see was, like there's certain players you want to put up there, etc. I would love to see Lucas against a Guardian player. I think that would be awesome. Like if it comes down to it and it's something like Michael Hamilton on Bravo versus Lucas Oswald on Prism, that is a matchup that I would love to watch.
I'll be honest, one that I would really love to see is versus a Kano. I want to see how these angels fare into the arcane damage.
Well,
we do know that folks like Majin Bey, for example, are on Kano out in the field.
Dude, he's rolling Arcanite Skullcap. So he might just be blocking 3 all day long. Well, no, the Kano starts at 30. They're both at yeah, you never know. I mean, this is I don't know, man. Like, I'm looking at this right now. Crown of Reflection has AB1, right? There's not a lot of other AB in here. So he might just be rolling on the ward and say, cool story. I'm just going to stop your big turn. Hey, we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Did that matchup just, while I was looking at the deck list, just wrap up?
It did.
How did it end, Charmer?
You tell me. You were the one watching.
I wasn't. I was looking at the list. They were on the same life totals for like 3 turn cycles, and then I looked at the list to look for what AB might exist
All right,
here.
so
tell us.
I will tell you.
Tell us,
Lucas
newsman.
is the winner. There was some back and forth there, counting of the deck, etc. But ultimately, Lucas did come away with the victory. So a very strong chance that we will get to see them later on the coverage into some of those matchups that you and I were talking about. Hopefully, either a Bravo or a Kano. It's just very interesting and fun to see this new Prism at work, getting some wins. Maybe this will be a bit of an awakening.
We have a Tannin Grace mat. Are we auctioning this off? You should sign it as Tannin Grace.
I'm not against that.
Well, I mean, I love
If it goes to a good cause, then I would do it.
What's a good cause in your books? It might, because you're a mystery to me.
Project.
Which one?
The Trevor Project.
What's the Trevor? We need a Charmer project, is what we need. There you have it.
Anyway,
so, Lucas,
congratulations, Lucas, on a very well played match. Honestly, both players I think played very well. Jacob making some modifications you could see to the game plan as the game went on, because it's unknown territory really going into this new Prism. And it's not even just that you don't have the reps, but also there's a lot of uncertainty with how the players are going to play it, how they're going to pilot it. As you've alluded to, some of the developers have said that some players they think are playing it incorrectly or maybe suboptimally. And if somebody's cracked the code, then that's going to be a bit more of a mystery to solve. But congratulations to Lucas. Now, with that in mind, you were talking about auctioning that off. I've got a better idea. What if you and I take a short break, and then when we come back, we do a giveaway? Does that sound like way better than me signing this? Nobody wants to buy something with my name on it, but we do have giveaways that we could do.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a break. We're going to come back and give you something. So don't go too far. We'll be right back with more of the Realm Rumble here in Columbus.
Hello and welcome back to the Realm Invitational here in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined on the desk by the spectacular Sam O'Byrne. And as I said before we went to break, we are going to be doing a giveaway. And I think it's a very fitting one in honor of having just seen Lucas Oswald get a very, very fun win on the new Prism. We thought, hey, we should give away something that is, based on the new Prism. So Here, we'll hold this up. This is a Figment of Judgment.
This is a Figment of Judgment. Here's how this is going to work, everybody. You're about to see the word now be put in chat by the Realm Gaming Network. If you know the angel that's on the back of this card, if you are able to be the first one that goes in, that puts the thing in the chat after the word now is put in chat by the Realm Games, then you're going to get the card. What you're going to do is you're going to email orders at the realm. Sorry, orders.therealm@gmail.com. That's orders.therealm@gmail.com. And that's how you're going to collect your prize. We got to do it pretty much right now because the round is about to start and we need to get our next pairing. So as soon as you see the word now, go ahead and put in the name of this angel. We're going to get you this beautiful Marvel figment of something. Let's go ahead and put it in. Let's see what it is.
Well, we know it's a Figment of Judgment, but the
You can spoil it.
the angel side,
Done. It's done. It's over. It's done. It's happened.
it's already
I
happened.
see it. I see it. Jesse Kennan, right after Go Now. Themis.
Congratulations.
Boom. You've done it. Congratulations.
Yes.
Jesse
So
Kennan.
we'll flip it because again, this is the beautiful Marvel version. So this is the Themis. There we go. I'm getting glare all over the place. The Archangel of Judgment to go with the Figment of Judgment.
So, Jesse, go ahead and email orders.therealm@gmail.com to collect your bounty. And we're going to go ahead and get that round set up for you very, very shortly. We're going to go ahead and get that together. We're going to go and say, let's take a look. Let's take a look. We've got a very exciting player coming up.
One of my favorites.
One of your favorites?
Yeah, one of my favorites.
Do you know what deck this player's on?
It is one of the decks that I was surprised the number of players who brought it. Not that I think that it's a bad choice, just that it's one that historically doesn't have as much representation as it does today.
Should we keep burying the lead, or should we talk about it? What do you think?
I like the suspense personally.
Okay, so
but
we've talked about decks that can rise in the metagame as a result of Icelander no longer being legal. What would some of those decks be? Some aggressive decks, some decks that like to be kind of lean on resources, right?
yeah, so one of the ones that I thought we'd see a bunch of today would be the new -IO and or Max, just because you have a lot of aggressive plays, and if you don't have to worry about paying a tax, then they become very economical. And if you're worried about the rise of Bravo as a counter pick to the potential ninjas, then generating action points with Crank and with your items is a great way to get around Spinal Crush. So I thought we'd see some of those, but spoiler, not what this player is on.
Not going to be one of the mechanologists. So let's go ahead and let's talk about, we don't know both of the players, we just know one of the players. This is going to be Yuki Lee Bender, top 8 of the World Championships of this year, former national champion in Canada, winner of the Calling in Las Vegas, and is on somewhat an aggressive deck that likes to be relatively lean with its resources. She's playing Bolton, Breaker of Dawn.
That's right, and Bolton is one of those decks that can be aggressive, can also very famously pull off a very large combo, but both of those play patterns do require you to have resources to play in exact amounts. And so again, no Icelander available to the field, no ice period, so no Frostbites, no Channel Lake Frigid. I think this is a very interesting choice. Yuki is 2-0 in the field so far and is going to be playing up against Alex Becker.
Alex Becker on
Bolton.
It's a Bolton mirror. Alex Becker going to be also playing Bolton against Yuki Lee Bender on Bolton herself. My jaw just dropped when these deck lists were handed off, and I saw that we had a Bolton mirror here for round 3 of the Realm Rumble Invitational. This is a tournament where 20K is on the line. We have 2 players, both 2-0 here, and one of them a world's top 8 competitor, and both of them have brought the Breaker of Dawn.
Yeah.
What?
So this is something I kind of alluded to ahead of time, right? When I was walking through the tables to start the day, I was counting the heroes, and I don't think Bolton is necessarily a bad choice, but I was surprised that there were 7 of them here. Now, you might be saying, all right, there's 115 people, 7's not a lot, but for Bolton, 7's kind of a lot. That's still more players than just looking at some of the heroes I expected more of, right? The new Dash, the new Max, there are more Boltons than there are Uzuri, more Boltons than there were Dorinthia even, so the most popular warrior, just a number of Bolton players showing up here. And again, we have 2 that are 2-0. One thing that jumps out to me immediately, though, is that Yuki Lee has in her list both the Centauri Sabers as well as Raiden. Alex just on the Raiden package. So I suspect it's going to be a bit more mid-range, a bit more value-oriented, and we're going to have to wait and see whether or not Yuki decides to also bring Raiden for the mirror, or if this is something where she's saying, like, hey, I just want to pull off the big, cool, fun combo.
I'm so excited about this. This is so cool. I think that's probably what you just brought up is an incredibly astute point, that is probably going to be the kind of difference in styles and game plans that we might be looking at throughout this game. How is Alex's list being a little more focused and a little more kind of tuned for one specific game plan, if he's able to kind of like take that to the promised land, to the finish line, where Yuki being able to do two different styles of game plans, that's very, powerful because you're able to be a little more modular. That Centauri Saber's game plan is incredibly powerful, but perhaps will that having to spread the deck list slots around a little bit prove to be more challenging? We're about to find out, but one thing I also want to point out, if these lists are correct...
Yeah, it's probably the same thing I was getting ready to point out.
There ain't no blues!
No blues in either.
There ain't no blues in these
list.
lists!
So talking about the absence of ice in the field, this is it on display, and this is not a deck where you are... benefiting from playing reds, right? You think about like Dromai, where you need reds for Ash, so obviously you run the reds. No, this is just straight up, hey, there's no tax that needs to be paid, so I am going to go as lean as possible, as powerful as possible, and you're right, no blues that I'm seeing if these are correct.
So looking ahead at the list, the players are, they're shuffling up, they're getting ready. We can probably head down to the game board whenever they're ready to rock and roll. I'm looking here at the lists. I want to see what's different. I'm seeing Cadaverous Contrabands for Yuki Lee Bender, a card that really kind of was brought into fashion by Nick Butcher and that Dromai build. Aaron Shantz as well. Shantz was playing that list, or that card in his Dromai list, a card that all of a sudden was a popper in the Dromai mirror and threatened to get incredibly powerful cards like Tome of Imperial Flame back to the top of your deck. Here, Yuki Lee perhaps looking to... Yuki has the Cadaverous Contraband.
Yes.
She's probably looking to grab some of those incredibly powerful cards such as Lumina Ascension. Right? Those are incredibly powerful non-attack actions that can head back to the top of the deck.
Because you are potentially bringing the Sabers, then that is definitely part of the game plan, and I think that's why they are missing from Alex's list, right? Because if you're strictly going in on Raiden, then you're only caring about as much value as you can bring, and if you're wondering, okay, why would you even play Bolton when, you're not bringing the Sabers? Because that's, I think, what everyone thinks of first is the big combo. Well, the answer is that Warrior has a lot of resiliency right now. The armor that they get from their equipment package is usually pretty thick, especially if you are on the Yuki version as well, where you can run Courage of Bladehold. But even when you start talking about the boots, the arms, the helm, it's traditionally, all stuff that blocks for at least 2. And that means that if you are going into these aggressive metas, then they can help you with the breakpoints, things like that. As I'm looking at the list, one of the other thing that jumps out at me is Alex is sitting on 3 copies of Charge of the Light Brigade because not running the Cadaverous Contraband, so you're going to go in a different direction. And a lot more yellows as well.
Yeah, significantly more. We can see both players rocking the Spirit of Irina. I mean, that makes sense. That card's very powerful, allowing you to get another action point after playing your Lumina Ascension, because you're able to play it as an instant and bank the go again as well. Do want to also give a quick shout out to Ryan Allridge, friend of mine. I see in the chat, it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Ryan. Thank you for spending your time with us here at the Realm Rumble, and for all of you hanging out with us today in the stream, in the chat. We could not be more grateful for you spending some of your precious time here with us. This room is electric as players are battling through these 7 rounds of CC in a cool, it's a split format tournament in that we get CC and draft, but it's like a split premier event tournament as well, in which it's like kind of calling, kind of pro tour. You get a full day of CC like you would in a calling, but then you get the split format if you make the top 32 in the second day. So a completely unique metagame, a completely unique tournament structure, and it's time to dive down into the uniqueness for round 3 of the Realm Rumble. Looks like we have got Alex on the play. That Tunic is going to go to 1. Break down the difference in equipment, because we do see a couple differences here.
Yeah, I was going to jump right into that, because these players for this mirror matchup are opting to not bring nearly as much defensive power, and I think that makes sense when you're not going to be running into the ninja. So both players on Snapdragons to get the go again, but outside of the Snapdragons and the headpiece, which of course is that new powerful warband of Bologna, you have Alex on the Spring Tunic, whereas you have Yuki on the Courage of Bladehold, but that makes sense because she brought the Saber package. So we are going to see the difference in style. And then you also have the difference in the hand pieces as well, and I do think that that is, again, because of the weapon difference. So on the one side, you have the Iron Song Versus, again, the new arm pieces. I'm a big fan of it in Bolton as well. And then on the other side with Yuki, the more saber-friendly option at the hand pieces. So what I think you're going to see here is Yuki still try to set up for the combo, but I don't think that's going to be like the only end goal. I think she knows that you have to get the chip damage in. You can't just go all in on the combo. And we also do have to build up our soul, so we're going to see that right from the get-go here. I believe that's a Take Flight for 4.
Take Flight, going to charge up a Light the Way, one of the new cards from Dusk Till Dawn. We're also seeing the Warband of Bologna for both players, kind of the best in slot for these decks. Able to just have those 2 temper block value if you need it, but also the ability to change a clunky hand without a charge outlet to just be able to charge a card and also draw a card off the effect, if I'm not mistaken. But right here, this is going to be 4 with Go again. We have charge, so Bolton's ability is turned on. You know these players can be blocking with a lot of attack actions, so we're going to see how much value each player is able to, kind of accumulate as a result of who blocks with what, when.
Yeah, the charge is going to be really important for both players, not just because, of the hero ability and things like that, but there are 3 copies of Celestial Cataclysm in both of these lists, right? So outside of the big combo plays with the Sabers, there are still a lot of reasons why you want to be jamming these cards into your soul, because it activates some of the stuff that's also just kind of iconic to the light characters in general. And we do see the Warband block here. So going to be taking 2 damage from the spillover, and then that leads into the Centauri Saber number 1. This is going to go unblocked. And so far, no cards expended from the hand of Alex. So he must really like what his hand is, saying, okay, I'm just going to take damage and come in with this 5-card hand. So we'll see what he's working with.
Centauri Sabers still around in CC. Kasai did not take them with her, though she does return in heavy hitters. They are still available for the Light Warrior to suit up with those 2 Sabers. So powerful in concert with Bolton's ability as well. This time to just cash in the Warband of Bologna, because it seems as though this was maybe one of those clunky hands that didn't charge. We're at least going to get the block out of it and make sure that we can utilize the effect while getting the charge. So this Illuminate, if it hits, goes to Soul, but now we get to draw a card because we charged thanks to the Warband of Bologna. So it goes to Soul if it hits, and we've charged thanks to the Warband of Bologna. So now Bolton is turned on.
So this is actually really interesting, because if the hand was clunky, I would have expected Alex to do some blocking with it as well that last turn, but he held on to the full grip. That tells me that this Warband might have just been trying to set up something else, and I'm trying to get a peek here and just barely see it.
All right, both players here, 2-0 on Bolton. I think the difference in equipment will really speak to the difference in game plan. The Courage of Bladehold there, the Gallantry goal. It looks as though combo is going to be a significant part of what Yuki's trying to do.
Yeah, it looks like it was a Lumina Ascension that was drawn off of the Halo there. Again, it's a little dark, but it does look like that's the case. So we're going to see the Snapdragon used on this attack. And this makes a lot more sense. As I said, if you keep your full hand, it's because you have more things to do. So yeah, the Halo's activated. We have the Illuminate going, but this is going to be a Snapdragon. Now we're going to see the Fate Foreseen from Yuki, and with the Opt, going to ship that card away.
Pretty huge for Yuki here to be able to cover up the Illuminate, not let it go to Soul off the hit after the Snapdragon Scalers had already been committed. So that's a card that was going to go to Soul that could be absolutely powering up that Lumina Ascension here, because now we get to attack a couple additional times, or 1 additional time with this sword on hit. We're able to get another card from our deck into our Soul. If it's a light card, we're going to get to go ahead and gain a life as well. But Yuki showing discipline there, not blocking on the Illuminate, so not allowing Bolton to be turned on, forcing Alex to utilize those Snapdragon Scalers. So 2 pieces of critical equipment gone rather early.
And we're going to see full cover-ups here as well from Yuki, preventing those on-hits that we were just talking about, right? Courage, you can block with it pretty safely in this matchup. You don't have to worry about Bolton playing things that would, blow it up traditionally, and because of the temper, you can use it once. We are going to see the end of this chain. Alex will leak some damage through, but all of the relevant on hits there covered up very nicely, and I think that Yuki navigated what was supposed to be a pretty powerful turn from Alex. Again, he chose not to block the previous turn, went in with the full grit plus arsenal, and played Lumina, and ultimately only leaked 3 damage. I think overall that's a pretty big win for Yuki to survive that the way that she did.
All right, time for Alex here. Going to go ahead and continue on with the turn following the Lumina Ascension that didn't get much across and now has already used 2 pretty critical pieces of equipment here. So how is he going to navigate the game plan, noting that Yuki is able to kind of, she's still ready to combo off once she gets her soul filled up. She needs to do a couple more charges to do so, but that Illuminate not being able to head to Alex's soul on his last turn. We're going to see if that comes into play here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and with the banneret of, I think that's Gallantry, go ahead and head to the soul there. So we're going to get a Quicken token off the Beaming Bravado, coming in 4-4. We've charged a yellow. Now we're going to go ahead and banish that card thanks to Bolton's ability because the Beaming Bravado has been powered up.
And that's a really important Quicken token because kind of a natural go again on your attacks. That means that you don't have to expend some of those powerful resources in your soul, and you're already kind of light. But here we have Lumina Ascension again. So this is number 2. Raiden attacking will use that Quicken token. So again, the natural go again here. So you can then swing with it a second time, and it will be fully covered once again. Yuki navigating this beautifully, in my opinion. You're like, yes, you're taking essentially 2 turns off. You've done nothing. You're just going to draw up, but that's 2 Luminas already gone for Alex. And as you pointed out, some of the key equipment pieces also already gone. If there was ever a time where you wanted to block out, I think this was it.
Yeah, I mean, with the Raiden, your game plan looks to be a little more measured. You look to, find more consistent value throughout the game. And the Warband and the Snapdragon Scalers go a long way into smoothing out clunky hands. Now, if you're not able to find that starter, find that go again, Yuki clearly knows the hero. She's playing it herself, so knows when to block and when to not block to make it harder to get the go again here. Going to have to see how Alex is able to navigate the game state with both of those critical pieces of equipment gone, both Lumina's gone, and it's not as though the, value gained off of those turns has put Yuki in an unrecoverable position, still sitting at a very comfortable 33. Via the Vanguard, good way to start.
Via the Vanguard is a great way to try to kick this off. Alex is running 3 copies, as you would expect. Yuki is obviously as well. And a lot of cards going into the soul, so this is coming for 5. And because of one of the cards going to soul there, we also have the courage token that gets created.
Those new bannerets, having just any incremental value happen when you charge to soul, just such a huge difference maker for Bolton, being able to not just go card negative for no reason, go card negative and get some positive effects, even though you're banking stuff up for your future turns, at least now you get something when you lose a card from your hand.
That has historically been one of the issues with Bolton, is that he's so card hungry because you have to, a lot of times anyway, pitch to pay for the cards. There are some 0 costs, but you have to pitch and then you also have to charge. So some of your actions sometimes take as many as 3 cards to pull off. Now, these bannerets are giving you all of that additional value, as you were mentioning, so it's really helped Bolton in recent times. And here we're going to see a soul food. This is a great play by Yuki, who seems to be content with just kind of playing defense until you find the combo pieces. This is going to allow her to charge her soul, which is something she's been struggling to do with the 0-card hands after blocking out. Will still have some damage leak through, and Alex is using a lot of resources, but he is getting the damage in, and that is going to start forcing a clock on Yuki to find a combo to kind of even things up.
21 damage turn here from Alex, and I mean, that Soul Shield, massive to cover up the engulfing, like stop anything else from heading to Soul, while again, the attack reaction to give go again had already been committed. Soul Shield going to head to Soul here for Yuki. She took, I think, 15 of that damage, only blocking 6 of it. So going to see what is she able to cobble together herself. It's going to be Bolt of Courage. It is going to be charged. So she's setting herself up for her end game, getting that combo together, getting plenty of life gain out of her Lumina Ascensions once she's able to find it. Will she be able to utilize the Spirit of Irina to get to go even wider? This Bolt of Courage, though, going to threaten to draw a card if it hits, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't read Bolton cards in a minute. Monarch Draft was some time ago.
So we do have the damage come through, and the draw does trigger. You are correct. The other thing that this card does as well is it gets some of that chip damage in. So it's not just about getting the health back, but as we were kind of talking about at the start of this game, you have to get the chip damage in as well. The Bolton combo, while it is very prolific, it very rarely does the full 40. A lot of times I say that 28 is usually like my danger zone, right? If I'm playing against a Bolton, I say if I get to 28 or lower, I have to really start being careful. And so Yuki here charging the soul, but also getting that chip damage in so that you can get them to a point where even if you don't finish them off, if you can pull off a big enough combo, you'll have them on the back foot. You take the tempo away. Now that window is kind of starting to close. She's all the way down to 18 health. This is an attack coming in, but we see the equipment going out, which tells me might be trying to preserve some of these cards in hand to either crack back on her turn or just might have a clunky hand. I can see the soul shield there, so we'll have to wait and see how the rest of this turn goes, but equipment is coming out for this initial block.
Considering an overblock here, which does lead me to believe that she's getting ready to combo. She wants the block value out of that card. She might be worried about some kind of pump effect, but it looks as though she's going to go ahead and stay a little more disciplined, give just the 2 block to it, but the Courageous Steel Hand going to go ahead and give +3 to the Bolt of Courage. Yes, that utilizes... Alex is also going to utilize Bolton's effect to give go again, but that +3 going to make 3 damage come across and a card draw from the effect of the Bolt of Courage. So no soul remaining on the turn here for Alex, but that Quicken token perhaps is going to shore up the need for go again. We do see Illumina.
That's the third and final.
And
but it's kind of a slim hand for popping it. Like, you do have the Quicken token, you do have the Raiden, so you could still generate value, but knowing that's your last one, there might be a temptation to consider arsenaling this. I think right now, pressure is probably your best friend. If you've already got Yuki down to 15, knowing that you can keep them off the combo, that feels like the right thing to do. But I will also admit that all of my experience on Bolton comes playing against Bolton.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be inclined to agree. You've seen Yuki kind of posture to throw the Gallantry Gold in front of this block as well. You know the pump isn't most likely going to be just for one, right? So if so, you have to imagine that that's Yuki wanting to get the block value out of her equipment piece before she combos off with it. So if you're worried about the threat of that off a 5-card hand, the Courage of Bladehold is ready to go, ready to turn those Centauri Sabers into free attacks.
And
might as well.
There is the Lumina. So we're going to break the chain here. Which does mean that the Warband gets the counter and could be utilized again if necessary. Raiden is going to come across, use that Quicken token, so it'll get go again through the token.
Now, critically, does Yuki have any kind of block in her hand that isn't an attack action so that the Bolton does not allow this to get over the top? Even if you wanted to give the Gallantry Gold a 3-block and the 1-block, Bolton could make that even stronger. So you have to find a way to cover this up, not let the Lumina Ascension trigger unless you're just not worried about it. However, you get a little life gain, all of a sudden the math gets a little different on your combo turn. Depends on how big and strong and scary this turn's going to be from Yuki.
I was just going to say, if you're Yuki, you're probably doing the math and saying, I don't think I can die necessarily this turn, and so letting it through might make the most sense. So we do have the trigger going into the soul here.
Charge of the Light Brigade, the card that you mentioned, going to go ahead and gain a life. Now the Banneret of Gallantry going to go ahead and feed an attack into this Iron Song. You've seen that your opponent doesn't want to block. Might as well throw an on-hit on your on-hit. And the on-hit is going to go ahead and get through. We're just going to block the one. The Gallantry Gold going ahead and getting in front of this Raiden. The Duskbane looking to spell a dangerous evening for both of these players. Let's see as the Lumina Ascension is going to trigger. Put the Beacon of Victory. Another life gain for Alex, up to 35. Yuki all the way down to 8, but we've kept all the cards.
Yes, we kept all the cards, so now we're waiting for the fireworks.
Buckle up!
This is the exciting part, not just because one player is at 8, but because one player is at 8 and the other is at 35, and this might be a much closer game than it looks.
Absolutely. Let's go and this is going to be another Bolt of Courage. We're going to go ahead and charge.
We're going to charge this Bolt of Courage, I think, to start things off, just to threaten the card draw and possibly eat an overblock to stop the on-hit. And then if you can still then combo after that, you might get additional value from the Sabers. We're going to have to wait and see, but this is already a pretty threatening start.
We still have the Snapdragon Scalers for Yuki here. Don't have to worry about burning one of those cards in Soul to give go again if we don't want to. This game does not look incredibly close. However, we know that Yuki has set herself up to do something pretty big on this turn. Let's see exactly what it is. Looks like 3 block at least is being put in front of it, and perhaps we have a beacon of victory to go ahead and grab a card from the deck here. Just going to banish 1 to pump it up by 1. So now we're threatening the card draw as well as getting a card from our deck here. Is it going to be another Lumina? Is it going to be a Spirit?
It's got to be a Lumina here.
How many Luminas does Yuki have in the hand is the question. $1 million question.
That is the question. We did see, so a couple of turns ago, she did keep 1 card through. It wasn't like a fresh cycle, and then obviously she kept her whole hand this last time. So there is a strong possibility of a second Lumina there. We haven't really been able to see her hand clearly for a bit, but this is a great way to start this turn. So again, you get the card draw threatened from the Courage. You get to go search for a key combo piece. The Snapdragon is going to come down one way or the other here as well to preserve the soul. And as I said, fireworks are about to go off one way or another. It does look like that damage comes through. He passed the D-Rack, so we get a card draw here as well.
Huge on this turn.
All right,
you're postured to go all the way off, and you get an extra card for yourself?
Yeah, so far we have threatened 4 and done 1. I kind of want to keep track of the math here.
All right, I'll start writing it down.
Yeah, because this is going to be a threatened 4 so far and 1 done. All right, so 2 Luminas. There was the other one. We were correct. And the Gallantry and the Courage. So a lot of damage coming from this Saber number 1 here. Again, these Sabers are free for the turn because of Courage of the Blade Hold being popped. And then because of the other bonuses, this is coming for 5. So
block with attack actions, it's going to get significantly worse. Coming in for 5, 2 on hits being threatened here. 2 cards from the top of the deck into the soul. If we are Yugi and this Saber is able to connect, that means 2 more cards for the soul to continue to go with. We're able to attack with these swords 3 times each, right?
Yes, I was just going to say, these yellow dice are going to represent the number of times that each sword can attack this turn because of the double Lumina. And
that's a lot of times.
that is a lot of times. So we're going to see this 5 damage come through.
I'm writing it down. Threatened another 5 and dealt another 5.
We do have 1 whiff, so a Fate Foreseen off the top, but the other one will charge.
Gain another life.
And
Will
so
Yuki back to 9. Another
just
time with this Saber.
This Saber again.
5 more points of damage. It's been threatened. It's been dealt. We're up to 11 dealt on the turn at least.
Another whiff with the Sink Below here. This could end up being potentially problematic with that double whiff. Might have messed with the math a little bit here.
Because you do need enough cards in your soul to continue to give go again. We're now the last swing on this sword. Still 3 more to come. We do have the Banneret. It is not an attack action, so that is going to cover it up perfectly. 3 plus 2 is going to cover up 5. Right? I don't understand where the 2 comes from.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out as well. We are gaining quite a bit of health, though. We're already up 4.
Yeah, Lumina going to gain a life every time one of those cards heads to the soul. 3 more sword swings left on this other Saber.
Yes, we have 3 more sword swings. Again, these are still 5 a pop. Definitely enough in the soul now to cover them all. It is also worth pointing out there's still a card in her hand. And if you still have enough bleed over in your soul from all of these, that could be like a cataclysm. It might be a 0 for 7 to end this massive chain. But as I said before, this turn started. One player was at 35 and the other was at 8. And I said that this is a much closer game than it looks. We're still navigating this turn. We hit the Spirit.
That just goes straight to the arena, right? Or yeah, so you don't get to charge that one, but you might not even need to.
You might not even need to. So that
at this point,
right, that goes to the arena. But we're still navigating this turn, and we're already swapping positions and health here.
I just want you to know, I've completely lost track of what's been threatened down because I was trying to figure out where the 2 came from off the block.
Yeah,
the Banneret's not an attack, right? Is it? Is Banneret an attack?
Banneret is an attack.
Oh, that's where it comes from.
Yeah.
Oh, well then that's exactly where it comes from. I thought Banneret was a non-attack action. Oh, it attacks for 4.
And it turns out I called the last card in hand just a casual 0 for 7 to cap this off.
My jaw is literally open. I've completely lost track of the damage. There have been so many sword swings. This is like
we know that the first attack was presented for 4 and leaked 1, and then we had 5 6 times, right? So we're at 34 presented, and then this 7 as well. That's 41 presented, 43 if you count the +2 that the Saber got. So a 43 damage presented turn. Now, where this ends up ending, we're going to have to wait and see. But again, we know Alex started this turn at 35 health.
I'm literally jaw gape. I've seen this combo go off before. I've seen it happen. I've had it played against me. But right now, this feels extra oppressive. Just watching this happen.
Started the turn at 35. So took 30, and Yuki doubled +1 her health total. Went from 8 to 17. So again, I said I know it looks like it's wildly, apart, right? This gap is just so out of control, but it was not. That game was much closer than I thought, and it actually turns out it was way in Yuki's favor. I cannot begin to stress the importance of how that turn started with the courage and the attack reaction to give the +1 and search for the second Lumina. That was like textbook exactly the way you want that turn to start because it meant so many resources available to Yuki. What a massive comeback. What an insane turnaround. And I think this is why Yuki brought the Sabres version, right? We talk about the difference, and we were mentioning the style. Yes, Alex started very aggressive, but Sabres get the job done if you can pull the combo off.
Now it's going to be about Yuki stringing together enough pressure on these turns to find the damage to close the game out. Alex sitting at a very precarious 5 after that just insane whirlwind of blade and death that Yuki presented. Boltyn just a complete tornado. This is going to be an attack reaction to bump it up by 3. Means it's going to hit. And that's just lethal on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's just lethal on the board, plus the Courage token, which is not even counting the fact that there's still 4 cards in Soul, and the Sabres are there available as well. So you had to block this out, and if the attack reaction didn't finish you, you were likely going to lose your hand every turn thereafter because you're now the one on your back foot. So a great start by Alex. Did exactly what I think you need to do. We saw the early Luminas. We even saw the third one played. I had mentioned, hey, I think that you have to be the one pressuring. You essentially have to get to the point where the Boltyn has to block and they don't have enough cards to combo. Yuki just held in there and assembled Voltron, essentially, and then blew that turn out of the water. Again, 43 damage presented, 30 landed, and then gained more health back than you started the turn with, right? Gained 9 health when you started at 8. Just absolutely absurd. That is the power of Boltyn in a non-ice meta.
My goodness, no blues necessary as Yuki just put on an absolute clinic, eviscerating the opposing Boltyn with that insane Sabres combo. 2 Luminas all you need, no spirit necessary. The Snapdragon Scaler is able to be kept around for that turn. She had plenty to work with in her soul. That was, I literally was kind of like, what?
It's such a good turn. Again, having the courage to start and the attack reaction, all of the equipment still around that you need. But then the cap off, like I said, I was like, hey, if you've got enough soul left over, this could easily be a 0 for 7. And sure enough, the Cataclysm comes down and it's just like the backbreaker.
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah.
that was totally sick.
Hey, we're seeing why Yuki was in the top 8 at Worlds.
Yeah, 100%. I think I was a little overzealous. Both players there, at least Yuki, I think but both players most likely were 1-1. So Yuki does advance to 2-1 on the day. So still very much live for day 2, top 32, making the day 2 here at the Invitational, moving on to the draft rounds and then the final 4 rounds of Classic Constructed. Yuki is very much alive on the Boltyn. I got the word from my producer that I believe word on the street is it was a Kano in round 1 that just blew up.
I was just about to say it's interesting because Ice has left the meta, as we know. All of the heroes that have access to Ice have hit a living legend status. That means we have 7 Boltyns in the room, and outside of the one we saw who's just on Raiden, I have to assume many of them brought this kind of combo version with the Sabres, and we have 8 Kanos in the room. So combo is on the menu. We could very well see these Kanos and Boltyns and sometimes mirrors throughout the day. Kind of curious to see if this is going to be the new trend in an iceless meta. With that, without the tax to slow them down, they can just say, "Hey, I don't care."
Well, it's pretty wild, especially you have so many cards in Bolton that care about charging yellows, and if you don't have to worry about the fact that you have pretty much reds and yellows in the deck, it makes the game plan a little more lean, a little more mean, and it makes the deck perhaps a little more of a machine. I do want to just remind everybody out there, as we have just finished up round 3 here at the Realm Rumble, that we're running a sale all day on the Realm's website, realmgamingnetwork.com, 10% off your entire cart, just blanket, full stop.
But you've got to use the promo code RUMBLE in celebration of today, the 20K Invitational, the culmination of the Rumble circuit. Again, just to kind of highlight what the Realm has done for the community, they've done several big events throughout the year that all have led to this 20K Invitational. And even if you didn't make it to the Invitational, if you didn't qualify, they're still running events all weekend long. There's like a Sweet Team Sealed later this weekend.
There's a 10K
yeah, I was
tomorrow.
gonna say, there's a 10K on the line, so if you don't do well and you're not part of that top 32, then hey, you can play in the 10K tomorrow. There's just a lot of money on the line and a lot of really big events this week.
And a lot of really big names here, man. I'm walking around the tables out there, and I'm just seeing just some of the truly heaviest of hitters in the Flesh and Blood world.
A lot of the Wolfpack, for example.
A lot of the Wolfpack, a lot of the Runaways, a lot of just incredible players that might not even have a team. You just know that you see them like, oh, I see you at everything. Oh, you're a killer. Let's talk.
Yeah, like Aiden.
Aiden Kwasniewski, top Aiden. Aiden was 1-0 going into the last game. He's on. He was on. He's on OG Dash. Because my cousin, what he's always on, and he ran into Michael Hamilton on Bravo was his round 2, and it was 2-1 at the end of the game, and Michael was able to dominate a crippling crush to do so. Aiden told me he opted with the Fate Foreseen, saw Reinforce the Line on top, and was like, oh, I need to keep this. It's my last Reinforce the Line, but realized he was going to have a high octane on his next turn if he had just had a blue. He said he closes that game out with the Plasma Purifiers, but it was a very good game. I took a picture of Aiden and the world champ because I was like, come on.
I was just going to say,
you got to take a pic.
If you're going to lose, like Michael Hamilton, that's somebody like, okay.
Yeah, I want to take a brief moment and just, I want to do a little bit of a tease. I just want to walk people through some of the other incredible things being given away this weekend. The first of which will be happening later today. There are 2 playmats here at the event. This is one of them. You've seen it on the stream. This beautiful Eclipse mat from the Realm Games. This will be given out later today. Tomorrow, we're giving out a playmat that's exclusive to the prize wall here. That when I'm not even kidding, this is one of my favorite playmats I've seen in quite some. Look at that thing, man! Look at the colors on that.
Yeah, this has a very stained glass
it's
feel.
It's so cool.
And the best thing about this one in particular is if I do this, you don't have to deal with my face.
Oh, but if you do this, we get to see the beauty. Yay! That's being given away tomorrow in the middle of the day. And then at the end of the day today, after the playmat, there's a first edition pack of Arcane Rising that's going to be given to someone in the chat. I don't know if, let me say it one more time, a first edition pack of Arcane Rising. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, Sam, if the Realm is giving away a first edition pack of Arcane Rising on Friday, what could they possibly be doing on Saturday? Well, it's going to be another beautiful card from the booth. It'll be this incredible playmat. And then at the end of the day, it'll be an alpha pack of Welcome to Wraith. Okay.
Yeah.
There's an alpha draft happening tomorrow with some representatives from different content creators, as well as winners of giveaways here and from the online lead up to the Rumble. But in celebration of the alpha draft, might as well give away an alpha pack. Come on.
The person who wins that giveaway will open the cold foil.
For sure.
I can feel it.
Of course.
Already, right?
They better.
We're gonna have the draft, and nobody will open it, and then it'll be whoever gets that.
Well, I don't think they're giving away a pack from the draft box.
Well, no.
They got a couple alpha boxes over there.
I'm just, as somebody who's opened a lot of boxes with no cold foil because I have horrible luck, I can still see this being a thing that happens.
Looking just a little bit more ahead as to some incredible deals headed your way just for hanging out here in the stream. You are the only people that are going to get to know about these deals unless I post about it on the official Twitter page. I probably will do that as well. But you guys have the first dibs. Tomorrow, there's going to be a special deal on the website. If you buy 3 boxes of Bright Lights, you will get a free, completely free of charge box of Heavy Hitters when it releases. So you buy
shipped to you.
Just shipped to your door. You buy 3/4 of a case of Bright Lights and a set that is like timeless because of its incredible replayability and sealed and draft and 3-pack, crack shuffle play. You can just go ahead and have a box of Heavy Hitters in the new year, just free of charge. We'll be giving you the details on that code tomorrow. And then again, you might be like, Sam, if that's happening on Saturday, what could they do? What could they be doing on Sunday? I'm I'm not going to tell you yet, but it's very cool. And it's also related
Tune
to
in Sunday to find out.
It's also related
It's
to
worth it,
heavy
though.
hitters. If you want some
Yeah,
heavy
yeah, yeah.
hitters, it's going to be a heavy hitting deal. Okay. I'm taking a deep breath after that bowling game. That was a lot. I was like this, dude.
Yeah, there comes a point when the combo's happening and you just kind of
Sit back and like bathe in it.
yeah, you're just like
I just
am
have to submit.
experiencing.
I just have to submit to the light.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, literally, submit
yeah,
to the light.
yeah.
All the light coming into and leaving the soul of one Sir Bolton.
So we're going to go ahead and take a little break here. We're going to go walk around the tournament, see who's out there. Maybe we'll pop back in with a familiar face, check in with some friends, or maybe we'll just let some of the mid-reels go until the next round. But please don't go anywhere because we have got 4 more incredible rounds of Classic
Yeah,
Constructed.
we saw
4 more rounds of Classic
rounds.
Constructed. Oh my God, the day's not even half over. We've had incredible games all
Yeah,
day.
absolutely.
World-class players on some spicy decks. Let's see what is coming up next here at the Realm Rumble, so don't go anywhere. We will see you in just a minute. Welcome in, everybody. I am here with the boy wonder, Kid Power, the Earl of Sandwich himself. This is Brody Spurlock, and we are going to be chatting about a specific hero known as Dash.io. But before we get into the input and the output of this hero, what I want to know is, how are you doing, Brody?
Hey, I'm good, Sam. Thanks for having me on. I am excited to talk about one of probably my favorite hero to play this year, Dash.io. It is so much fun. It kind of reminds me of the old days playing Viserai and Chain. So let's jump into it.
Let's do it. Favorite hero this year? Those are some fighting words, and I can't wait to dive into why. So talk to me a little bit. I guess, the first question I've been asking is, how does this deck change with Icelander leaving the format? Because that is just such a huge seismic shift in the metagame, and we have this incredible tournament happening right now that is the first time anybody's getting to play this format, really. But before I ask you that, what do you love so much about this hero? Why is it your favorite hero to play this year? What is it that just gets the gears grinding, as it were?
There are several things I really love about it. The first is just that you see so many individual pieces of cardboard every turn. Being able to look at the top, and then every attack you boost, you see another new card on top. When you Foundry Heart, you get another look. So you just go through so many cards every turn, which leads to a ton of possible play lines and like decision trees. And I think that's really cool. Also, I like how in a lot of matchups, there is the potential to get fatigued since you are a boost deck, and most of your cards require 2 cards from deck to play because you're banishing off the top. And the fact that you have to balance playing a normal race game where you're trying to maximize your hand to keep up with your opponent, but also keeping in mind the possibility that the game could go to fatigue and you have to manage cards left in deck. I think that's a really cool balance, both when sideboarding, if you're not sure what your opponent's plan is, and even once the game starts, it's possible that you think, oh, we're racing, we're just trading damage, I can Foundry Heart every turn and my deck doesn't matter, and then you realize you're running out of cards. So it's cool that you have to balance like multiple axes of play.
All right, I'm going to hold us there because I realized your little ring here, I want to just adjust ever so slightly. There we go. Just is so tinily off your thing, and I am wanting to make it better. Not anything. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, great. Make sure we're all good. Yep. It's recording. Cool. All right, ready to keep going?
Yep,
Cool.
I'm good.
Okay, well, I mean, welcome in, everybody. I'm back with Flake, but this time we're here to talk Bravo, Borvo, the showstopper, the big bonk man, with one of his most, I'm sure, treasured disciples. If we were to speak to Bravo himself, I'm sure he would just be like, oh, Flake is very good guy. Like, I'm sure he would just be a huge fan of yours.
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, part of the whole Bravo thing that I'm just all about. First of all, it's like the prototype for control-related decks, and I'm a control player by nature. But the other thing is that Bravo kind of looks like my dad when my dad was in college.
Yes.
And I've pulled out old photographs of my dad, and I was like, this is just my dad, big burly chest, and like has this like full-on Italian glow to him. So that's kind of why I'm all for it. Plus, my nonna used to always say "Bravo" to me when I would do things. So like, I've got a connection, and I'm all for it. That's why I love Bravo.
That is very sweet and makes a lot of sense. I feel like while this hero's in the format, you gotta rock him, dude. He's good. He might be good now. I mean, Americans always think he's good. Americans are the kings, queens, and folks of just being like, Bravo is the best. Bravo wins all these tournaments, and then conversion rate is 0.4%. But hey, we might be in a different era now. We've
been in full copium mode for a while now. No more so than I think at Worlds, where I would have conversations with people like Majin Bey, Pankaj, Sasha Markovic, and like Brendan Patrick. We'd all be testing together, and the consensus was Bravo is dog water. It's the worst. It is a trap. Don't go there. Not even close. And then you got people like, Michael Feng and Michael Hamilton, the Wolfpack. Like, they're all showing up with Bravo, and I'm like, I don't know what to believe anymore, because there's two completely separate schools of thought, both by very intelligent, strong, smart players.
For sure.
And they've come to completely different conclusions. And that's part of why I love this game, is because it's rare that in a game, like in a card game, you could have two completely polarized opinions about such a prominent hero. And I love that.
For sure. Well, let's get into it. Firstly, before we really get into the deck and the game plan, which we're going to in just a moment. Now, I'm starting all these off. I just want to know what happens to Bravo now that Icelander has left us. This is the first tournament that Icelander will no longer be legal. So all of these decks have very different questions they're trying to answer all of a sudden. So for Bravo players, what does this mean?
Well, Bravo had really tough times actually putting the screws to an Icelander player, because you have to basically go bonk, and creating things like seismic surges were not going to help you. You don't want to give your opponent a window to actually respond to things, and you have to be very mindful of some of the gambles that you would have to take against the Icelander, because plays like go agains and leaving, if your entire game plan is so tightly knit that you don't have a resource to spare, but you can lay it on thick, chances are you're not going to get that opportunity. So some of the times, I mean, some of the matchups that I would play of Bravo into Icelander, you're just taking gambles. It's like, well, crap. Like, if that is a Blizzard, if that is a CLF in their arsenal, this turn is totally garbage. But if I'm going to win this game, I got to play to win, not play not to lose. So we're just going to go for it, because if you're just constantly swinging hammer, you're going to lose. With Icelander gone now, you don't necessarily have to worry about that very, prevalent matchup that you have to take gambles on. It was a losing endeavor with very heroic results if you win. It's not like, well, I had a game plan and I effectuated it. It was, I got crippling crushed, and I have crippling crushes, and I risked to dominate on it, and they didn't have an ice card in their arsenal, and I just rolled it from there. But I mean, I've been blown up, but I've beaten Icelander players, and I've also gotten absolutely embarrassed by players like Reanim's who just crushed me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we're 100%. It's a deck that I loved. Icelander. It was probably the deck that I had the most fun playing, and the Bravo matchup was a fun one, and it was definitely sometimes like, oh my God, you are hitting me in the face so very hard, and I am having a trouble stopping it.
and you take offense to that, and I'm okay with it. Like, and there was a lot of different schools of thought in terms of how to beat it, because you could beat it with the horn, remembrance plan to break their auras. The other plan is like, I just got to go face and hope that you don't have the right answers. But there are so many right answers in their deck that it was rarely the case.
Well, speaking of going face, talk to me a little bit about these new Bravo decks we're seeing. You mentioned some prolific players at the World Championship playing Bravo, and perhaps on a bit of a more aggressive strategy than we've seen from these decks in the past. So talk to me just about the general game plan with this list. If you have specific cards you want to highlight, feel free to do so. But what should people expect as they're watching games this weekend at the Rumble?
All right, so this actually leads back to an article I wrote for prepping for Worlds, where I had mentioned that Bravo is starting to dip his toe back into a meta where he is the aggressor and no longer the one, no longer the hero of opportunity who's going to block more than he attacks. He's going to have more of the work is going to be done by the hammer than it was by a lot of the red cards. It's no longer the case. Now with Lexi gone, moving into Worlds when Lexi was gone, that was a lot more space for Bravo to be an aggressor because Lexi was going to out aggro you all the time. Icelander was still a problem, but the way to beat Icelander reliably was to be a bigger aggressor. So at Worlds, it was less about control, grind, that kind of thing that Oldham kind of was so great at. This hero here can still play defensively in certain cases. However, the opportunity now for Bravo to be the aggressor, to be the one that is, pushing the tempo, that is trading damage to make it happen. Heroes like Lexi and Icelander are no longer there to punish that. Lexi would be happy to take damage to trade because her on hits and just the sheer volume of damage was such that you could not keep up. Icelander was such that she'll block and she'll chip away until you get blown out. With Bravo now, with those two heroes gone, there's a lot more opportunity for you to pack heavy reds in there and throw face to say like, all right, you're sending 8 at me. No problem, because I'm going to send 8, but it's going to be dominated and it's going to ruin your day. And that's kind of the fun now of playing Bravo is it's no longer about, well, I've got, a 2-to-1 ratio of blues to reds and I'm just going to swing hammer all day long. It's more like, all right, well, you're throwing this at me, but you're a Phi. I know I'm going to get sauced here, but I'm going to dominate this Crush the Week. I'm going to pummel it. And then you don't have a turn. And then we're going to keep that train rolling, hopefully. There's a little bit of luck involved, obviously. But the beauty of Bravo is that on the turns where you do not have that opportunity to keep the train chugging along, you've got a lot of 3 blocks that you can throw in front to soak up stuff. And if need be, you always have the opportunity to throw a hell of a lot of equipment in front of things in order to preserve life, cover break points, and then send it back.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the list here that you've graciously provided us, there is a healthy amount of reds. Healthy amount of reds to go around, including cards like Enlightened Strike. Now, has Enlightened Strike, is that always a staple in Bravo decks? Is that something we're seeing a little more recently? I feel like I've seen both.
So it's been in and out for the most part. A lot of the times, it depends on the matchup, obviously. If you're trying to clear dragons, you need go-agains, and that's very important because 2-for-1ing certain dragons is important, not to mention some of the dragons stand tall with like a 6 or 7 health bar. You want to be able to reliably get rid of them. Ultimately, though, it does fall flat in the direction of it's not a popper, it's not a blue, so it can be problematic in that degree. But if there's a Mirror Guy and, a Chrome Eye on the board, you need to get rid of that. And the way to do that is with an Enlightened Strike go again into a hammer swing. It's a fairly costly endeavor, but you have to make these plays. But late in the game, if you're pounding face against a Dromai player, they might be at like 6 or 7 health, and the play might be to just go Enlightened Strike, go again into something else. If you can line it up properly, it's a pretty sick endeavor. I like Enlightened Strikes because, again, Bravo is once again the aggressor. He's kind of out of hibernation, and he's hunting for blood, and that's what we'd like to see. We want to see go-agains, and we want to see some smash face. Is it the right call for every deck? Probably not, but at the same time, throwing a 7 attack at your opponent, a 2-card 7, it's pretty good because it doesn't matter what card you're tucking under your deck. It's just a good card to throw out there.
Understood. Now talk to me a little bit more about Bravo's role as the aggressor in this metagame? What decks are you hoping to run into because of this new game plan? Are there any decks that, because you're slanting a little more aggressively, you have a little bit more trouble with? Just talk to me a little bit about Bravo's role in the metagame, specifically with this kind of more aggressive deck.
So the role right now, again, as I mentioned, is just this sort of re-evolution back to Bravo as an aggressor. Now, again, you can absolutely build Bravo to be this defensive stalwart. You'll throw in, Fate for Scenes into this list. You might throw in blue unmovables. You'll put maybe I don't know, something like a Oasis Respite or two, just in case. You never know. That said, Bravo to me right now is probably at its best where it can go ahead and it needs to pound face. It has to pound face if it wants to win against certain deck types, and those being Dromai. You can play the slow game, but if you're playing the slow game, you have to change your deck enough with things like Remembrance and really play the long game. And I don't think that that's the right move. You have to be aggressive. Beyond that, however, into the World Championship winning Fi can actually pivot and get a lot of resource generation off of recovering Phoenix Flames that will eventually Kadachi you down, and that can be dangerous. So how do you circumvent that without tailoring your deck to a full fatigue plan? Well, you just beat them, and you beat them with crush effects that they cannot recover from. Starstruck, Crush the Weak into those. If you dominate those or you get that through, that is a turn bot, because they are not going to be able to recover, because they're going to have a lot of cards that are not going to allow them to actually, they're going to have cards that do not satisfy the criteria in order to play. So you're basically time walking them, and that's important. So in this meta, same thing also against defensive dash, like Tree Frog Dash. It's an incredibly difficult deck to beat, but if you're going to do it, it's because you're going full throttle.
How about like the hybrid dash? If they're not on the true kind of full fatigue, because I think we're going to see a lot of various kinds of mechanologists this weekend, or just moving forward in the metagame. If they're not full Tree Frog, if they're something like a Dash IO deck, do you fatigue the Dash IO deck? Do you attempt to do so? I know people say that the Bravo matchup for the Dash IO, you have to have a really, a real plan, and people are still, developing these decks and finding their plans for something like a Bravo. But if it's the hybrid Dash list, are you still, is it, if they're not fully committed to just the whole pistol package and the turtling up, looking at the mechanologist, what do you think you do into those lists?
I mean, Dash IO probably has a really rough time dealing with Bravo, mainly because there's a lot of items and no blocks that are sort of floating around. And the way that they kind of get you is sort of a little bit of smoke and mirrors play, this off the top, do this, do that. And not to say that it's not viable, but at the same time, they need to answer for, a pummeled Command and Conquer. They need to answer for a, punch you in the face crippling crush, and they don't have all the tools for that, and that can be dangerous. You have to go face, you have to put the throttle down against Dash IO, and those hybrids, again, the reason why you're going super fast and super aggressive against the turtle decks is because you have to, because if you play the long game, they're going to pistol you down. Mm-hmm. If they're playing hybrid, that only is better for you, because they're going to have a lot less defensive tools. They're not going to run 3 reinforce the lines or all these other crazy defensive tactics that really ruin your day. They're going to have a certain amount of them, but you just got to go after them, and you got to line up those types of cards that are like Command and Conquer with the pummel. You got to get those together. You got to make sure that they're there. Hide the pummel in your arsenal, wait for it. This isn't Oldham where you're constantly cycling your arsenal. So you got to make sure that arsenal plus spot is there for very specific cards, like pummels, like defense reactions, if that's what they're there for, or your big money plays, like your big fat attacks that you just want to wait for. If you're just keeping it, a blue boulder drop in there, like you're done, you're toast. So that is something you have to be cognizant of, is maintain pressure, but align yourself to those big haymaker plays, those highlight reel plays.
All right, final question for you. In the main board, I see we have a tectonic plating. in the sideboard, in the inventory, we're looking at the Find All Spring Tunic. A little bit more of the change that we've seen from these new, more aggressive lists. So when do you bring in the Tunic? When is Bravo wearing a dress? And when is Bravo wearing a huge piece of chest armor?
All right, so the tech plate is going to be against ninjas because you have to cover breakpoints. The masks matter. Salt the Wound matters. It's tough because you need to be able to cover breakpoints, especially late. The extra blocking off the stuff is important. Same thing against like Azaleas and covering those types of big dominated effects. Bravos are kind of in the same vein, in my opinion. The tech plate is when you're the massive aggressive favorite in these particular cases, because you want to be able to either one card toss something like, a 4-card attack, but like the most important part is like if you can just pitch a blue, send a Command and Conquer, and cover the extra cost of that pummel with the Tunic, that's important. That means that you had 2 other cards to give up to save life. And if you're throwing an additional card to block that 3 life, then you've already got the block value from the tech plate that would have been there, and that's important as well. The Tunic is important. Now, I'm not a maestro at Bravo, and this is just a list that I've kind of cobbled together that I would play amidst the sort of the evolving meta as it stands. But tech plate and Tunic. Tunic is when you're ultra aggressive, and tech plate to me is the one that you want to probably toss in there when you're worried about the longer on hit kind of relevance of a Katsu, maybe even a Fi to that degree.
I love what you just said about if you're able to save a card for your pummel or something because your Tunic is on 3 and you're able to block with the 3 block, you get the 3 life you would have gotten out of your tech plating. I think that's a really great point. Yeah. Super cool to put that.
Yeah, that's kind of like how I envision it. And don't get me wrong, being able to pitch to the Tunic, to the tech plate to get a Seismic Surge and then swing for Hammer for 6 is pretty sweet. But in those matchups, you don't. If you're swinging Hammer, you're already behind. You're already having a subpar turn. You want to be sending a Dominate to Crush the Weak, a Zealous into something else, Zealous into Hammer. You want those bigger things, and yeah, I mean that's kind of how I envision it in that regard.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for all the insight, my man. Luckily for all the competitors at the Rumble, Flake is hanging out with us in the booth, and we're talking about these games, and he's not out there wrecking face with these red cards, because that would not end well for you lot.
Crush the Weak, friends. Crush the Weak. I am telling you, that card is going to be a nightmare for 5 players. Just put it in your deck. You will thank me later.
A little 3 for 7 with a pretty relevant crush effect. Well, thank you again, my friend. We are going to head on back to the Rumble momentarily, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome in, everybody. I'm back with Flake, but this time we're here to talk Bravo. Borvo, the showstopper, the big bonk man, with one of his most, I'm sure, treasured disciples. If we were to speak to Bravo himself, I'm sure he would just be like, "Oh, Flake is very good guy." Like, I'm sure he would just be a huge fan of yours.
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, part of the whole Bravo thing that I'm just all about. First of all, it's like the prototype for control-related decks, and I'm a control player by nature. But the other thing is that Bravo kind of looks like my dad when my dad was in college.
Yes.
And I've pulled out old photographs of my dad, and I was like, this is just my dad, big burly chest.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Realm Rumble. We are gearing up for round 4. My name is Sam. This is Flake.
Yeah.
You ready for round 4?
Oh, you best damn know it. In my little round off there, I did a few things. Number 1. I acquired some sweets.
Treats.
I acquired some treats because that's the kind of person I am. The second thing I did is I walked around and looked at some of the tables of who's at the top tables, who's playing and whatnot. And we've got some undefeated Kanos lurking about, multiples. We've got some Bravos bonking about. We also have a Levia.
classically, what would you expect when Ethan Van Sant is in the field? We saw him just absolutely, I don't want to say take Zach Bunn to task in the World Championship because Zach Bunn's a world-class player, but that
Sure.
game, Ethan had that game relatively handily.
Well-
he was not shy about it when I spoke to him after the fact. He said, listen, my CC games were unstoppable. That deck felt like the best deck in the room by a mile. He had a tough day in his 2 rounds of draft that knocked him out of contention, but here he gets a full day of CC to put the money where the mouth is, and so we have him for you in just a minute. Round 4 versus Brian Lorenz, who is a PTI event winner from battle-hardened Los Angeles, which I was there for. That, yeah, he won a Lexi Mirror there. He's another world-class player. I see his name all the time in top 8s. He's on Dash Inventor Extraordinaire. How many items do you think we're going to see destroyed in this game?
Oh, lordy lord. I could only hope for a lot because I hate items. I hate them. They just linger there. They taunt you. Little trinkets of destruction. Is what they were. But, yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, Mansant here, the Dice Whisperer himself, who doesn't roll dice.
I think as little as he can.
Yes.
Little as he can.
That's kind of the way I do it.
Yeah.
No, Scab Skins are a block 3. That's all they are.
Well, we're going to see exactly how he wishes to utilize his deck against Dash the Inventor Extraordinaire. This is a matchup that, listen, I feel like if the Levia player is able to find item destruction early, it can be a hard hole to climb out of if you're the Dash player. But there are so many different ways that Dash can be built. There are so many different ways that Dash can kind of actuate their game plan. We really have no idea. I haven't been watching Mr. Lorenz's game. I do not know the version of Dash he has. I'm not sure if Ethan does. And again, this is a critical moment as the players are over there sideboarding for Ethan to try to suss out what Brian is on in this moment before the game starts. Because if you make the wrong sideboarding decisions, you can put yourself at somewhat of a disadvantage before the first card has even been lain.
Yeah, well, I mean, sideboards are part of the skill set that you have to be a world-class player, of which we have a hell of a lot of them here at the tournament. 115 registered players. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. But like you mentioned, when it comes to being a good player, it starts with deck construction, and sideboarding is an art form in itself. You have to make sure that you know what the hell you're doing. And then when the matchups occur, you may have had it all planned out in your mind, but you got to make sure that the right card swaps are made and the right game plan is effectuated to perfection. Because if you're going to be hunting down a Levia and it's Ethan Van Sant who's at the helm, you know you're going to be in for it pretty down and dirty, as it were, because Ethan Van Sant is probably the chief. I was going to say the High Chief Bonobo, but that's me.
No, yeah, you can't
That's
skirt
me.
yourself on that one.
No, but when it comes to Shadow Brutes, I think that he's got the throne.
There you go. Remember, everybody, just a quick reminder, realmgamingnetwork.com, 10% off your entire order today only with the code RUMBLE. The code RUMBLE, 10% off anything and everything in the store. So head on down there.
Wait a second.
What a second.
What if I wanted a box of let's say, Tales of Aria?
Tales of Aria? Well, I'd say to you, why? None of those heroes are legal in Classic Constructed.
was about
But
to
sure,
say-
let's continue with the thought experiment.
Yeah. Thought experiment concluded.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. You could get that with 10% off. You could get Bright Lights.
I don't know
you
why.
Could get
I
Dynasty.
was going to say Bright Lights, but I'm like, let's take it back a little bit. And Tales of Aria was the first thing to come to mind. And then I
Yeah.
realized that none of those heroes are legal. None of those cards can be played.
Well, we got a couple of perfectly legal heroes for you ready down at the table. So let's go ahead and jump over to the game board and take a look at where they are in the process, how close we are to getting some game going. And in a moment. And when it happens, we'll be excited. And there it is.
Okay, so as we can see, you know it's Mansant because take a look at the absolute blinged out deck that he is bringing to the party here. I am always just completely gushing over the fact that it is just a masterpiece of a deck between those claws and everything together. So again, we're going to open up the game here with a Teklo core.
Yeah, it looks as though the players were actually incredibly excited and just jumped into it before perhaps the stream was ready to roll, but that doesn't matter because we've got a Blood Rush Bellow, and we know what that means. It doesn't matter what point in the stream it is. Blood Rush Bellow is an incredibly powerful card.
All right, so Blood Rush Bellow, of course, being a nice opener, you're going to go ahead and draw some cards, discarding one. Of course, Beast Within is what is discarded here, and oh boy, he's taking some hits here. This is not quite the 8-point whiff that we have once seen, the fabled 8 8 off the top that has once occurred, but so far Ethan's the one who's going to be taking it off the chin here. But you best believe that a Blood Rush Bellow is a perfect book prologue to a pretty nasty story here for Ethan Van Sant.
And Beast Within, again, yeah, you take a couple points of damage, but also fills your hand up with another powerful card. That Shade Death Hydra is the key to these new Levia lists that Ethan has been kind of cooking up in his Dark Cauldron. Shade Death Hydra in concert with Tear Limb from Limb, the ability to absolutely just go buck wild on any given turn. And if we take a look here just quickly down at the Dash's equipment suite, those Teklo base legs as well as the Steel Soul controller, perhaps we're seeing a little bit more of an Easton Douglas slab dash type of a build here that might be, you know, a little more equipped to deal with some of the disruption that Levia might be able to do on the item disruption side.
All right, throwing some cards in front of the claws here. It's really difficult to sort of parse out what the hell the turn's going to be. That is so cool.
Oh my God, he's got a dice rolling mechanism. And it's a 6.
Attaboy.
It's a 6 from the
Attaboy,
dice
Ethan.
roller.
Why not? Why not make it happen? Let's go. He has this little guillotine of like dice rolling action. See, this is the thing. When you have an apparatus for this and it's no longer in your own hands, you could blame that thing. Like that thing could be cursed. It could be blessed. You never know. But again, when you're starting a turn, Sam, with a Blood Rush Bellow and then you open with claws, it's very difficult for the defending player to parse out. Am I just blocking claws all the way through, or is there something bigger down the line? So very awkward blocks to open up here, but Ethan's really laid on thick.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. This is a Slithering Shadow Pete. It's going to be coming in 4/8. We got 3 cards left in hand and 2 action points remaining. We're going to have to see how much pitch Ethan is able to cobble together with those 3 cards, but if there's one thing we know about Levia, it's that there are alternative costs beyond just resources that those cards require. So some of them don't require much in the way of pitch, and they come in for quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, like personal integrity. That's what sometimes what you have to sacrifice
Certainly.
when you're rolling dice.
Certainly. 8 damage, 4 of it going to be shored up, as well as an additional 3 from a zipper hit. Then we've got, this looks to be an Endless Maw. So it looks like we're going to banish just those 3 cards. Give some equipment up for the cause here.
Okay, so this is not so bad again. Whenever there's a big turn that opens up with a Blood Rush Bellow, you got 3 action points. Everything's going pretty much your way as the Brute player. If you're able to just donate your whole hand and soak up as much damage as possible, that's usually a good feeling. But, I mean, he's coming away with 10 life off the top here. And keep in mind, Ethan took, I think, like 4 or 5 himself. So if on Brian's side here, you're thinking like, hey, this actually worked out okay. It was a big turn, but you took your licks, I took my licks, and you are now down 1 big card like Blood Rush Bellow.
100%. Now we can see Ethan able to draw, pitching, 4 cards on that turn, including, a couple cards for the Endless Mod there, and saw him take a moment and look through the stack, make sure it was set up exactly how I wanted. Ethan is the type of player to know kind of exactly his pitch stack, figure out exactly when in the game it's going to come up. He's counting the turns in his head. He's setting up an end game. He knows exactly the kind of dash deck he's running into here. He knows exactly what they're trying to do, and he's sculpting his own end game in order to beat it. And that, again, that Shade Death Hydra, that 13 power on the card deals X damage to you, or X is, I think, 13 minus Blood Debt or something like that when it attacks. But if you combine it with Tear Limb from Limb, all of a sudden you're attacking for something with an additional 26 power.
Wonderful. That's what you want to hear here. And we're seeing the value of the Teklo core being dropped on that turn 0 here, because despite dumping the entire hand here, Sam, he's going to be able to not just fire the pistol, but fire it twice and reload the induction chamber. So good value coming from a turn with, frankly, no cards in hand.
100%. And the Tunic going to go ahead and send a little counter onto the induction chamber. Another dice rolled for the Scapskin Leathers. Not going to be as friendly this time. Just going to be, but you know what? You only have 1 action point. Maybe the best single card attack in the Brute Lexicon. Swing big here. Going to go ahead and do 8 points of damage, threatened at least. Going to see if a Quicken token is something that Brian wants to work with here. If he blocks it out entirely. Does have a couple more points of block on the Steel Soul arms before he has to worry about the temper triggering. Got those base legs, but you have to imagine he wants to put a Teklo or a Steel Soul on that as well.
What's fascinating here is that if you do block the swing big, you do save yourself a trigger of the induction chamber. If you fire the pistol, the Quicken token will give the pistol go again. You can potentially fire your pistol 3 times with the single induction chamber should you want to block out the swing big entirely. It's going to take 2-3 blocks plus perhaps your Crown of Providence. Don't think that that's what you want to give up here. Might be just a matter of taking 2 off the top and foregoing the actual Quicken token, but we'll see how Brian Lorenz wants to approach this.
Gonna go ahead and reveal off the top with the Firewall. That is not an Evo, so going to the bottom. So the Terminator tank and the Firewall gonna shore up 7 of that damage, kind of like a quasi little D-react there for Mr. Lorenz. Is that Firewall, 1 point of damage coming across. It looks like we might have even had some blood debt taken from Ethan there. Wasn't able to turn it off with only the swing big being thrown, but a card arsenaled up. 4 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal for Ethan. He's gotten his opponent down to 29, but for all of his troubles, Ethan's sitting at 28 himself, and a Plasma Purifier here off of the Tekla core, like you talked about. That Tekla core proving so massive because now Brian has a 5-card hand himself and 2 items on the board.
I think that Ethan has done more damage to himself than Brian has presented. I think that the lion's share of all the damage, the cumulative damage here, is Ethan. Ethan has been this massive force of destruction, this wrecking ball, taking no prisoners, and at the same time kind of stepping over his own feet here and stumbling through. But that's the way you want to play. He mentioned, he's like, I got some spicy stuff going on here. I got some very interesting tech, some cool cards that are going to come in here. Ethan wants to live on the edge. He wants to take some blood debt because I think he wants to sort of end some games with some fat cards.
100%. We're going to see which of the 2 demi-heroes Ethan is playing towards. If I know him, he's probably looking more at Plasmafet than he is redeemed, but it's going to depend on how much blood debt he accumulates over the course of the game. As in a deck like this style of, defensive slab, dash, turtle, dash, whatever you want to call it, it's liable to fatigue you, especially if you start to fatigue yourself with Plasmafet's ability. So before we start thinking about the end of the game, Brian has to deal with this 6 damage with Go Again. They've gone straight to reactions. This is going to be a sink below, coming in for 4 block. Looks like no sync on the effect as the damage is moving across. Brian's going to head down to 27 to Ethan's 26. This time, once again, we've seen it once, we've seen it twice. How about 3 times? Let's get 2 action points on the turn. That's a 4. Ethan's going to get those 2 action points as a result. That means it might just be a couple claws.
Claws are good. I mean, you didn't discard a 6, but if you got a pair of action points, you can go ahead and fire away. It's a 3 and a 3, I believe. I don't think this is getting pumped up by anything necessarily, but it's still damage, and it's still working towards an end game here. The problem is that blood debt. Blood debt.
Absolutely. Blood debt, blood debt, blood debt. Dread Screamer doing a good job of turning it off on this turn. 2 floating. Couple cards available for Ethan, 1 in hand and 1 in the arsenal. So see how those resources be used for him. You have to imagine he'd like to send a more powerful thing than just the claw. But the Crown can go ahead and filter a card out here. And it is going to go ahead and be another Slithering Shadow Pete. So this is going to be 4/6 from the arsenal. 1 floating. 2 cards look like they're just going to be heading in front of this one. And an arsenal to follow that up from Ethan here.
2 big E-strikes are gone. Those are cards that you can late game pressure to with the go-agains, the go-tall effects. When you're up against a Levia that might be up against the blood debt, those can be dangerous. But giving him up here, I think, is fine, especially since the life totals are in a position where the Carrion Husk can just gobble one of those up. So get rid of them. Use the block. 2 Plasma Purifiers, though, is a scary, scary endeavor.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about an end game situation. I was literally about to ask, when are we going to see any of these item destruction? Here we go. This is Arg Smash, folks. He's letting Brian roll the die. You do it. The answer is 2. So we're going to be able to get 1 item here. We're going to get rid of the induction chamber, which means even though we can power it up with the Plasma Purifier, it's going to be challenging for Brian now because that induction chamber is gone to go ahead and give his plasma pistol go again. Looks like this is the Scabson's leather roll, just a 2, so not a 1. Not what you want to see, but not, danger critical scenario here.
Yeah, you just take your it's one of those things where anything but a 1 at a certain point. You don't want to just shut your entire turn off. Is he playing Gambler's Gloves? I think he might be.
Yeah, I think there's Gamblers.
You always have that as your back pocket, which is nice. So there's nothing wrong in terms of just kind of taking those risks. But we opened the show saying that he sort of was a Levia player for a while that said, we roll the dice only when we absolutely have to, but he has been rolling
all the time.
Thunder
all the time. Rolling
all day
thunder,
long.
Yeah, for sure. That Boneyard Marauder going to go ahead and shore up the blood debt for the turn. Just banished 3 and attack for 6, so more cards headed to blood debt. He's got that beautiful little blood debt counter over there. Not easy to read, but does look nice.
No, exactly. I don't know what that is. He stole that off of a book, and now the
Dreadlord Archon
has
is coming.
begun.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a Command and Conquer, though, just coming in for 6. Nothing threatening behind it. Yes, the Tunic is up, and yes, there's a floating resource, but there are no cards in hand. This is no pummel. This is just a Command and Conquer 4/6.
Sure, but PTSD is a thing, my friend. I look at this and I'm like, oh, no, please don't.
Oh, we've got...
he doesn't like the Dread Screamer.
Yeah, interestingly enough, he must have another way to turn off Go Again on the turn. It's rare you see a player just elect to lose an entire card of value to the Command and Conquer's effect on top of the damage. But that Command and Conquer, it looks like Ethan is happy here to honestly get that arsenal out of there. Come in with the Writhing Beast Hulk, and then now allow a new arsenal to be set up.
Cool. So he manages to make it happen there. Gets rid of the fodder as well with the old school Dread Screamer, the blue. And satisfying the blood debt all the while here. So taking some damage here, but also being able to send it back and satisfying that ever-loving blood debt that's piling up.
It's getting pretty big in there, man.
It's dangerous. It's an inevitability. It's this ticking time bomb, right? It's like one of those, it's like a doomsday clock that you're just constantly resetting over time. And Ethan, again, is a player who has lived on that edge basically his entire life since Monarch. He has been all about this hero. He is a absolute maestro when it comes to how to play Levia and how to just sort of live with that sort of Damocles just dangling over your head. It will potentially fall and take you out, but you got to sort of get it done before that happens.
Right, I think Beast Talk here going to have to dominate because we banished a 6th, but a perfect way to, at least not have it be as bad is when you have a D-React, so you get 4 points of the defense instead of just the 3. The Tunic, the only reason it's really in this list is for this play, a blue plus the Tunic to go ahead and put 5 points of value on your equipment over there. 5 life in the 3 and the 2, and then you probably don't want to give the 1. But that's a pretty big play here from Brian, setting up even more defense. But Ethan said, hold my beer. Here's an Art of War. We're going to go ahead and put a Graveling Growl into the banished zone. So this is most likely going to be chosen go again and banished to draw 2. We also see a Blood Rush Bellows that has been drawn.
That's not just an Art of War. I believe that's a cold foil Art of War.
I think it is. I think he's got 3.
What?
The Madman.
What a player.
The Madman.
Absolute pimp.
Well, this is going to be a Slithering Shadowpede with the go again, not off the back of the Blood Rush Bellows here. Just going to go ahead and save that probably for another turn, valuing he's already gotten some go again out of the Art of War. So the Slithering Shadowpede here, going to have the go again off the back of the Art of War. 6 damage, got to be respected. But again, a lot of block has been created for Mr. Lorenz. You have to wonder, do you think Brian, seeing the way this game is going, seeing all the blood debt, is thinking about trying to fatigue out this Levia? Do you think Ethan is thinking about the potential to fatigue and so might be looking towards Levia redeemed instead of Levia Plasma Fett consumed?
I mean, honestly, that is definitely a strategy that you can take against Levia because at a certain point, the onus is on them to not kill themselves. So just weathering the storm early, they're going to run out of a discard pile to actually banish out of. And if they flip, then they're just banishing off the top. If you can just keep your health total up, you can eventually do it. And I mean, there are certain turns where it is in your interest to go ahead and actually just jam it and crush them to a degree, because if you're creating card disruption or scenarios where they're pulling cards out of their hand, those are cards that they can't banish, so you're doing double duty. You're not only doing the damage that you're presenting, but you're also creating a scenario where they're going to take their own blood debt. But in the long run, fatigue is always a viable option against Levia.
For sure. Even with the new Demi Hero, sometimes that is how the game goes because of that ability that Plasma Fett has. But I want to call attention to the hold the line that was used on that first attack. That swing big that came in for 8 because he had drawn 2 cards off the Art of War. Hold the line, blocked 2 to shore up the 6 damage and prevented the next 3. So now we have a Quicken token. We said it was going to be hard to find the go again. Brian here found the line, realizing if I get that Quicken token, I'm going to be able to have my own induction chamber at home, utilize both these plasma purifiers, and the hold the line there, getting 5 points of defensive value for 1 card that costs nothing. We're seeing why it's gotten so popular in the wake of the resurgence of Fi and Art of War.
No, I would never do this because it's unprofessional, but I will publicly correct you on this. It is a chicken token.
Excuse me. No, thank you. And I want to say that even though that could be considered, unprofessional to correct your co-anchor like that on air, I appreciate it because I know I would have been probably, canceled or worse.
No, you would have. The Reddit threads are already. I just tried to put those fires out before they created. But you're right. I mean, generating this Quicken token, you're reading the value off of that swing big, right? You're saying if I block this out, I'm getting an extra swing because the devastation of destroying that induction chamber is going to be felt. Firing a pistol for multiple times is a completely different ballgame than firing a pistol for 4 for once. And that's what we're seeing here. But we're getting the best of both worlds as that Quicken token is able to go ahead and find double duty off this pistol. 4 into 4. This is the kind of PTSD of Guardians into those turtle dashes. It is so nasty to deal with. But again, I think Ethan's already well ahead of the curve by getting rid of that induction chamber.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like we're bringing out the
guillotine.
The guillotine. Oh, and there's the one time to throw that gambler's gloves into the zone there. So we're going to go ahead and just roll a 3. So still not getting any action points, but at least the turn isn't over. Critically, I've actually heard Ethan talk about that sometimes, you never want to see the gloves go in there, but sometimes you have to consider, do I want to pop my gambler's gloves just to get another card into my graveyard to satisfy some of these costs? He's got plenty of cards to work with now. You don't, I think at this point, it's just like, you got to use the gamblers. You rolled the 1, but that is a card in the graveyard for Levia FX.
It's a card in the graveyard, but it's not one that you want to see banished, right? Like that's you want to see that card banished after you banish a 6. Like that's the kind of fodder you want out of there. But I mean, right now, Ethan's dice rolls started strong, but they've kind of faltered afterwards. He opened with a 6, then he went 2, 4, 2, 2, 1. Gloving it into a 3. So he hasn't necessarily felt the love from the feet just yet.
From the scab skins.
From the scab.
I was trying to figure out where the feet were.
Well, the dice.
No, I understand. Because the scab on your leg slot.
Well, I
just was like.
I also wanted to make sure that in case Fino wants to rewatch this stream, that there's a point of interest for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's going to be shored up by 2 defense reactions there. The 6 damage, a little bit of an overblock. Let's see. This is just going to be now a Terminator tank, and we have 2 Evos equipped. So this is going to be on hit, destroy your arsenal, or destroy the other card, or discard a card. I think this one's the discard, actually. Terminator tank, when it hits discard a card, doesn't have overpower because we only have 2 Evos equipped.
But this thing, to be polite, it Fs. Okay,
yeah,
like
for
this
sure.
thing does a lot of work. It is incredible how powerful this card can be. Setting it up, again, there's a laundry list of text on it in terms of how it continues to upgrade, but having 2 Evos on the board is probably enough to make this really hurt. You get a discount on it, it has some on-hit effect, so that's pretty much where you want to be. It's buying cards out of the hand. And again, when you couple the cards being bought out of the hand with the reality of a looming blood debt, you're doing double duty here because the cards you might be buying out of the hand might just stunt Ethan's ability to go ahead and actually banish out of the graveyard. But you always have that safety net, Sam. That Carrion Husk is one of the best equipments in the game.
Absolutely, and you do need to get some value out of it before you hit 13 life, and this is a big attack without Dominate. Perhaps, like you said, this is exactly the time you're going to see the Carrion Husk be bought for its defensive value there. One of the most powerful pieces that have ever been printed, but Ethan, for the second time, is just going to take this damage here. Lose a card, lose the Savage Feast, a familiar card for him if he knows that, if you know his production company, and he's just going to go ahead and come in with the Endless Maw here to try to get some Dominate damage across.
Well, he's keeping his life total low in case he wants to play any of those 9 Scar for a Scars that he has in the deck.
There are 9 of them.
Yes, we told you he's bringing Spice. He's got 9 Scar for a Scar. So keep your health total low. Guarantee it. Obviously that's ridiculous. But yeah, in these scenarios, Sam, if you're taking this damage and just easily giving up a card, we saw it earlier when he just gave up his arsenal willy-nilly. I think he's just got he's saying, I'm still healthy, and this doesn't put me in any threatening position where I have to give up my Carrion Husk to a really garbage attack. You still need to send something pretty hefty for me to actually have to give that up. Plus, this means I get a 3-card hand to start sending it back your way. So,
yeah, there's going to be a bunch of damage with Dominate here. Looks to be about 9 of it. We're going to throw an Unmovable, though, a really critical defense reaction, so only 2 damage gonna come across, or just the 1 actually, because it's gonna get that +1 buff from being played from Arsenal. So pretty massive response there from Brian. Now we're just gonna go ahead and find the Spark of Genius, pitching into it with the 0 to 60 thanks to that Find All Spring Tunic. A really interesting include in these new types, or not new, but in these, wow, it was right there on top. The Induction Chamber being grabbed off the Spark of Genius.
Good grab here. Again, being able to fire twice with that pistol, even then it's supercharged with 2 Plasma Purifiers, gets a lot of work done. You're hitting those breakpoints of 4 here, Sam, but being able to fire it twice, that's the magic recipe here. So finding that second Induction Chamber, and again, Ethan was, how much more item destruction is in existence? I mean, we know that Mechanologist is a very hot flavor right now, so he's probably packing more of that kaboom when it comes to those items.
Blood Rush Bellows out of the arsenal for Ethan Van Sant. He is at 17 to Brian Lorenz's 23. Both players fighting to continue their undefeated record here in the 20K Invitational. A win or two would probably, another couple wins, and they're punching their ticket into the top 32 without a doubt for day 2 and a crack at the 20K in the top 8. We're going to start off this Blood Rush Bellows turn. However, this is a Mandible Claw. It is for 5. 3 cards are remaining in the hand for Mr. Van Sant here, but you know that your dash opponent has just powered up significantly with the induction chamber. I'm really curious to see if Ethan is going to elect to turn off Blood Debt this turn, or if he's took all that damage to try to put himself in a position to become Plasma Fed. I just wonder if he has too much Blood Debt to do so, if he'll just lose the game to fatigue from there. This is coming down to it, I think, right here, even though the life totals are still pretty high.
Well, again, the awkward opener of Blood Rush Bellow into Double Claw. What's hiding in that hand? 3 cards left in hand here, and this is a situation where if you're Brian, you're like, oh, man, I don't want to let this through, but at the same time, I kind of don't want to soak the damage either. I don't want to just send cards in front of this because I don't know what else is coming. So here is the
Endless
continuation. Yeah, an Endless Maw is with a follow-up here. So after sending a pair of claws this way, an Endless Maw, it has no end, Sam.
No end. It's going to get +5 on the turn thanks to the Blood Rush Bellow as long as we banish a 6 here, and it's going to have Dominate. So Ethan really valuing trying to find a way to force the damage through. I think we did hit the 6 more than likely. So we're going to go, oh, look at that stack of Blood Debt, though. My God. I mean, not just Blood Debt, but cards in the banish. So we're going to give everything we can to this thanks to the Dominate. Looks like we're going to go ahead and block with an Evo from both Evos.
Was it dominated?
Did it not hit the 6? Maybe it didn't hit the 6.
I know it got beefed up.
Yeah.
It might not have been dominated.
Oh,
Maybe-
no, this is the other one. It's Writhing Beast Hulk that gives Dominate. This one's just the +3.
Yeah, there's like Pulping gets
Yeah,
potentially
yeah.
dominated as well. No, this one just
one
gets
just
fat and sassy.
fat
Like that's
and sassy.
That's all it is, and sometimes that's all it takes. This is another potential go again here, Sam.
So this is going to be Dread Screamer. See if he hits the 6 on this one. Maybe this one will have Dominate too. Maybe all of them just get Dominate.
Maybe that's just the new thing.
Yeah, maybe all
heavy
the Levi
hitters,
cards just gets Dominate.
everything
That's
gets
pretty fun.
dominated.
Yeah.
it's a new offhand weapon.
Yeah.
And all your attacks have dominate.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's balanced because you don't get to run 2 claws.
That's well. See,
Yeah. Yeah.
Brian Gottlieb and his designs.
He's amazing. Well, we don't want to ascribe that one to him. That one's on me, baby. This is going to be a Dread Screamer. I think we hit a 6 this time, so we are going to be coming in for 6 with the go again. Blood Rush, Bellows chilling there in the arsenal.
Amazing. Well,
Or not in the arsenal, the graveyard, excuse me.
Dread Screamer going go again into. Is that another swing big?
Yes.
Man, that card is great. Is that an Everfest card?
That is, absolutely.
Dude, Everfest was a baller ass set. I don't know how else to explain it. You go back to look at Everfest, how absolutely potent. Off the back of Tales of Aria into Everfest, that whole 4 to 5 or 6 month period of card gaming was unfreaking real. High octane craziness. And look at that, another chicken token.
Another chicken token, the Quicken Chicken token being created from the swing big, the final 2 block from the, or not the final 2 block, but the final you're comfortable to give off your Evo Steel Soul Tower there. It's time for an Art of War, so we're keeping the Blood Jet chain alive. Looks like we've got a Shade and Death Hydra in hand, so we're going to go ahead and banish. This is the Writhing Beast Hole. That's the one that actually gets the Dominate Sam. We're going to go ahead and draw 2 cards and most likely give the go again here. So we've got go again as well as a card in the banish zone. So Vi has been turned off. Ethan's just checking his own graveyard there to see what cards he has for his own, graveyard banishing effects. We see the Shade and Death Hydra. Are we going to see the Tear Limb from Limb to go along with it? Has he been sculpting the end game? He's got his opponent all the way down to 18. We can see the convulsion from the Bellows of Hell. This is starting to get crunchy.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Again, he's laying it on thick, and he has been very freewheeling with his own life total. You do have that Carrion Husk. You do have some block coming from your Scab Skin Leathers. There's plenty of opportunity for you to soak damage where possible here. So I think it's all systems go here for Ethan Van Sant, who it seems like he is constantly changing the mask of the Levia that he wants to bring to the party, but at his nucleus, at his soul, it is pure chaos. It is such absolute destruction in all ways, shapes, and forms.
Shade and Death Hydra here, going to buy 3 cards. It deals X damage, where X is the 13 minus the number of cards in your banish zone with Blood Debt. I think he's got 13 because he didn't take any damage. That's going to go ahead and deal a good amount because 13, even though you blocked for 9, you're still taking 4 and the 3 more off the claw. And you saw Brian Lorenz there kind of take a look at his hand or take a look at his deck. He's starting to get not necessarily fatigued, but his deck is starting to get thin himself as he's just been having to block for a lot of this game.
Well, it's been all Ethan Van Sant here, and if I'm him, I am not slowing down at all. You just got to go for the throat here because you do have that safety net. Your equipment is untouched. You did throw the gambler's gloves to rescue a really bad die roll, but in this case, see what's up. I mean, he's still going after it.
And there it is. There it is. This is it. This is the Terra Limb from Limb. That's the Shaden Death Hydra. A card with 6 or more has been discarded. It's 13 power that's been discarded. So the next attack action card this turn that Ethan plays is getting plus 13.
Unreal. Unreal, Ethan.
So this is going to be a Mandible Claw because we discarded the Shaden Death Rider. It does have the go again. This is just going to be a Hungering Slaughter Beast. So we're going to go ahead and I think just discard 3 cards. So this is probably going to be a kind of like a 1-card 19.
That's not bad. You can't spell Slaughter Beast without laughter. So that's kind of what he's thinking about right now is how hilarious it is to just absolutely pound the living piss out of this Dash player who has been on the receiving end. Brian Lorenz, a world-class player, has just been it's been at his throat ever since that first turn. You know, he's had his opportunities here. He's had some clever plays. He's been able to sort of make it happen. That chicken token is sitting there. But this, I mean, Brian Lorenz needs a prayer and a big hefty soup of Quicken soup for the soul because he needs some help here, man. This has been unreal in terms of how Ethan, again, has taken a hero like Levia and shown you its sheer potential and the ceiling of its potency and breaking right through it.
Come on, Ethan, show me the damage die. If that's a red Hungering Slaughter Beast, this is an attack for 20. Put it on there, my brother. I want to see the damage represent. Yes, he's going for it. Come on.
Yeah, you need multiple
Come on,
dice here.
dude. This is an attack for 20. I want to see it. This is the podcast.
There we
14?
go. 14.
Wait, why? I got plus 13.
What am I?
I'm excited anyway.
Well, no, because it's like, see, from the angle we get it, the upside down 4 with the 0, 1, it looks like hot.
Hot? It does.
Hot damage. Hot, hot, hot. It's all good, though. I mean, hey, are you really upset about a 14 attack? I mean, let's get real here. Again, these are some very unorthodox cards that are being thrown our way, so we apologize if we don't know it all the way through. So read us what Terra Limb from Limb does.
Draw a card, then discard a random card. If a card with 6 or more powers discarded this way, your next brute attack action card you play this turn gets plus X, where X is its base power. I just thought that's what Shade Death Rider had a base power 13. However, Brian Lorenz heading down to 9. Hungering Slaughter Beast connecting for a good chunk there.
The good old laughter beast. All right, well, time to get back to work here if you're Brian. Again, the job's not done. We're going to go ahead and just supercharge this and free go again. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, don't even need to use the induction chamber all quite yet. Got the go again off that chicken token that has been sitting there for quite some time, so we're able to put the counter back on the induction chamber. He's used both quicken tokens off of the swing big quite well, basically saved them for induction chamber turns so that he can kind of mitigate the damage that happened as a result of the Arc Smash.
That Arc Smash feels like it was 2 Christmases and an Easter ago. Like it was so long ago when that happened. All right, well, getting some use out of your boots. Why not? They do block. Might as well use them. Getting closer and insulating himself away from having to go down to 13. So those boots have basically, they are made for walking. Mm-hmm. And this is what he'll do. He's going to keep his life total to a degree where he can maintain the Carrion Husk without having to give it up. But at the same time, if you're Brian Lorenz, maybe you're just kind of fishing to get it for free. As you can see, well, there it goes. It's going to eat up the 6 there. So the 6 is going to eat up that 4 attack. So bye-bye Carrion Husk. And there goes a pretty strong safety net, a nice little comfort piece that you can rely on.
This is going to be another Terra Limb from Limb, folks. Draw a card and then discard a random card. If it's got 6 or more power, the next brute attack action card is going to get plus X, where X is its base power. Middle card is. That's just a No, Wrecker Romp. So it's going to get +6. I thought it was a Reckless Swing there. So Wrecker Romp getting discarded. That does critically turn on the claws as well. And then the attack action card is going to get +6 on the turn.
So nasty.
I wonder if that is the way that Ethan is hoping to get over the top here. Looks like it's just another Hungering. Going to banish 3 random.
That all you got? That was one of my preview cards way back when. A card I thought was going to see so much more play. And nice to see that kind of wheeling back into relevance here. A lot of people saying, hey, that's a card I want.
8 cards in the graveyard there for Mr. Van Sant. He's going to go ahead and banish 3. Shade and Death Hydra, an early spoiler for us as well. A card we love to see getting some play now. Banishing a 6, turning off the Blood Debt. Doesn't have enough, I think, on his little counter there.
It's like, all right, Blood Debt is I die.
Yeah.
I die a lot.
I wonder if he's going to have to find a way to use an action point to just turn off the Blood Debt on his for Levia Redeemed. You know, like, because if he goes to Plasma Fed, he's just going to completely deck himself out.
I got to wonder here. I mean, Ethan shows up with his deck box, with his sleeve deck, right? Then he shows up with his little pencil case full of dice, all of which have various different numerical values to properly banish. Then he's got his disc of Blood Debt-related countering. Then he shows up with, like, you know, straight from the French Revolution, this, like, portable dice-rolling guillotine that he's got. He's got his pad, his playmat. Like, are you just checking an extra bag at the airport just for your deck?
That's a good question. This Dread Screamer begging a different question from Mr. Lorenz. It's how do you want to deal with an attack with most likely go again? Let's see which cards get banished. Ethan doing such a good job of keeping cards in the graveyard while also, you know, having enough 6 powers in there to turn on all of these effects when needed. Let's see if he's able to do it again. Yes, that Swing Big for sure is going to satisfy the claws, so we'll see if it's a blue. I kind of think it's a blue, so it looks like only maybe for 4 here. So 1 damage coming across, most likely. So Brian Lorenz probably heading down to 3 to Ethan Van Sant's 15. Brian Lorenz's deck is looking rather thin, kind of a fatigue by damage situation we could be looking at here, folks. We're going to go ahead and do a little bit of a check of the graveyard. You can see Ethan's hands as well, covered in what looks to be, if not blood of the innocents, definitely some kind of a paint, as there is a cosplay contest as well happening this weekend, and I do believe that Ethan is planning to participate, but it looks like we're going to hit the blue barraging beatdown. It's time to intimidate. Levia has access to these cards too.
It's rare to see sometimes because she so rarely does this, but yes, barraging beatdown. Just getting some cards out of the hand as he's smelling blood in the water over here with Brian Lorenz at 4. It seems like he's been a passenger this entire game, just spectating as best he can. And Ethan's the one who's changing the life totals now because I think Brian's like, oh, God, this is not good. Banishing more from the graveyard here.
Going to go ahead and banish a bunch of cards. I think that's just a Boneyard Marauder. It's probably, I think there's a promo. I think there's might be even a Team Covenant promo. I think that's what that is.
Whatever the rarest, most, obscure version of a card that's legal to play, Ethan has it.
Going to go ahead and block that out. He's going to just double check for the barraging beatdown. Yeah, that's the +2 if not blocked by 2 or more non-equipment cards. Oh, and that's the thing is those are equipment. So we'll still get the +2 because it isn't a non-equipment card. It's also an equipment card, the Steel Soul, the tower that he's trying to block with.
Damn you, Brian Gottlieb. Damn you. He's got to go throw in more stuff in front of it. Yeah, that goes up to 8. What a nasty reality
Fascinating.
here.
Fascinating. So he went to block with 2 cards thinking that would shore up the barraging beatdown, but because it itself is also a piece of equipment, the barraging beatdown, not seeing that as 2 or more non-equipment cards, so the +2 going to go ahead and get across here. So now it's time for Brian Lorenz to mount a little bit of an offense of his own, turn on the plasma purifiers, turn on the plasma pistol. We've got an induction chamber in the back. We're giving it go again. And the reckless swing here, is this just going to potentially do the game? But no, there's a sigil from the top rope to stay alive. He just does it in response to make sure that that damage trigger can be responded to before the damage trigger is unresponded to-able.
You know what this is like?
What is it
Unfortunately,
like?
this is kind of like when you make a massive save in a hockey game, but you're still losing like 7-1 or something like that. It's like, okay, brilliant save. You're still down 7-1. We love it. It's great for the highlight reel, but the reality is still kind of right in front of you here. Again, it's still anyone's game, and the thing is that the table is leaning heavily in favor of Ethan Van Sant, who has masterfully played this and has just been part of this matchup here, Sam, is just how Ethan has curated that discard pile so well, keeping it healthy enough, yet secure and reliable enough that you will always be banishing what you want to banish. You are not whiffing in that regard. He has done an excellent job of that additional resource management.
Look at this, though. Because of that massive stack, he is just having to turn off the blood debt on his cards, go down to 8 because that is the life total of Levia Redeemed. Doesn't have a lot to work with left in the deck, not able to utilize that extra hand from Plasma Fet Levia consumed. So just utilizing the action on his turn to turn into Levia Redeem is an activated thing to turn into her. You have to have an action point. He just went ahead and blocked with both of those cards to shore up some life on his turn before, just knowing that he's going to have to become Levia Redeemed on this turn anyway. The question is, how is he going to find those final 3 points of damage, and how much pressure is Brian Lorenz able to put on? That induction chamber and those 2 plasma purifiers represent lethal already on the board.
It's a scary, scary reality over here, but again, a lot of the work can be done for Brian by that pistol. 8 health, that is 2 pistol swings with those 2 plasma purifiers beefing it up. Question is, can you hold on? And that is an important, important reality here. Levia goes tall and wide. She does it both.
Look at this, too. It looks as though we're going to just immediately throw the pistol out first, or at least turn on the pistols. But first, we've got the pistol now up to 4 power, but now it's just time for 5 more damage that you have to deal with. This is what I was worried about on that last turn. Ethan, recognizing that the blood debt's going to go ahead and take care of him unless he's able to find a banish, had to just become Levia Redeemed, and in doing so gave Brian full gas, full liability to just put all the pressure on. Ethan looks like he might be having trouble closing this game out.
Well, it's a great hand to have here because what you're representing right now is a solid 13 damage. And at what point can you just sort of walk away from this and say, okay, I'll just block this out and come back? Because you know that the follow-up is going to be, again, pistol into God knows what. Brian has turned this game around here, and he's found the magic recipe. He's floating the resources here. You can't get anything intimidated out of your hand. What you see is what you get for this one, Sam, is Brian Lorenz is representing 13 damage in 3 pockets, and that is a nasty, nasty pill to swallow here for Ethan, who has put in one hell of a performance in this matchup. It has been all Ethan up until this critical juncture. You kind of, if you're Ethan here, you're kind of cursing your dice and thinking, man, I wish that Arc Smash was a little bit more potent. I wish that dice roll was a 6, a 5, or something. I really wish I got a little bit more mileage out of that. But you got the one induction chamber. Things could have been a lot uglier. But hey, that's the way she goes.
5 damage, go again. Round 4 here at the 20K Invitational in Columbus, Ohio. It's the culmination of an entire year of a grassroots, independent, organized circuit. And right now it's looking like an Enlightened Strike 4-5 with an entire suite of pistol puncturing poundings coming up. I don't know. I was trying to find another P word.
If we're in the mood of alliteration.
Yeah, I was trying
There's
to
a lot of
find
words
something.
that start with P that I can't say. But the important part is we have to also rewind this back to that nice little, like I said, that little goalie stack the pad save, flashing the leather and saving his hide there with that reckless swing into sigil response.
The sigil.
That can potentially, if not probably, keeping him not only in the game, but in a favorable spot.
And this Teklo plasma pistol now having to be respected some. Ethan falling all the way down to 2 here.
I think what's the headpiece? Is that the
flesh bag?
The flesh bag, right. So blocking 2, you have 1 more block from your boots as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can block a pistol for block 3 of the pistol, which looks like that's what the plan is.
Block
Go down
3,
to 1.
Go to 1 here. Ethan falling all the way down to 1. You have to imagine he was trying to hold the Intimidate off that Scowling Flesh Bag to, take a card out of Brian's hand here, but Brian's running out of cards in the deck to power up this pistol. How much
no.
damage is he able to find? This is going to be an Art of War. We're going to draw 2 and give go again. How much power is Ethan able to find on this turn? This is the one. He needs to get all the cards out of Brian's hand.
Oh, Sam, like the doctor said when I was born, it's going to get ugly.
I see a barraging beatdown and perhaps a... Oh, I see that's a Wrecker Romp in there. How much damage are you able to threaten here? We've most likely given the go again. Still got 2 floating. We need to get all the cards out of the hand so that Brian Lorenz isn't able to just shoot that pistol and threaten us. How many cards is Ethan even working with here? This is coming down to the absolute wire. There's like 4 cards left in Ethan's deck.
Flesh and blood, man. And what's fascinating about this matchup here is that even though both players are coming down to the wire in terms of their deck, this game has not felt like a fatigue match. That's not kind of what it is. It like both players have kind of been doing their best. And yes, Brian has been on the defensive, but it has been on a defensive of necessity versus a defensive of strategy to a degree. But at the same time, both players have gone down to the wire here as their decks are thin and their patience runs just as thin in this case. The clock dwindles. The life is mere threads.
Looks like this Wrecker Romp as a cost. You have to discard a card here, so this is just going to be... I don't think there's anything he can do for 0. That's why he was looking to figure out what he could utilize with those Scabskin's Leathers. It did just roll a 3, threatened to just end the turn here. So now, unfortunately for Brute fans out there, Mr. Lorenz is able to just give a couple cards, shore this up, and then perhaps send another suite of pistol attacks with breakpoints of his own. We talk about Brian playing a defensive deck. Ethan's sitting there at 1. He's been trading. He's been finding his times to throw damage when necessary. And I mean, that's one of the things I've been kind of learning and realizing about these defensively minded dash decks is, yes, they're defensive, but they're also just playing incredibly efficient on-rate attacks. They've found on-hit effects in these new Terminator tanks and war machines that give them way more interaction pieces than just command and conquers, which they kind of used to have before Bright Lights.
But just think of what a blue means for Brian here. A blue means 2 instances of 8 attack, right? And that can be massive. That means that 3 of these cards can be given to block. And you do have a little bit of leeway, but keep in mind, how many Reckless Swings have we seen? And how many is he running? Because if you're Brian here, you're at effective 1.
You are, but Reckless Swing requires you to discard a card to play unless he was able to stack it where he has 2 in this hand, and he's able to do it where there's only 2. There's 2 6s to go along with it, but I'm not sure that's what's left in the deck. This is going to cause 2 breakpoints, or 2 attacks with a breakpoint. Ethan at 1, another attack, 4/4. Going to take all the cards out of the hand here. Now Brian is able to just continue to attack with those 4 cards, last 4 cards in his deck, but Ethan only has the 1 remaining and the card in arsenal. After all that, folks, after all the Blood Rush Bellows, after the Art of Wars, after becoming redeemed from her sins at Blasmafet, that is going to be the game. Levia falling to the Inventor Extraordinaire with the last couple cards in the pitch deck. Ethan showing the convulsions from the Bellows of Hell. He was trying to find the Shaden Death Hydra to attack with Dominate to close the game. That was the card in arsenal, but unfortunately unable to do it. And Brian continues on undefeated.
I will say this, Samwise
Say it to
Gamgee.
me. Say it to me.
I had the pleasure of witnessing one of the greatest comebacks in NHL history. It was the Montreal Canadiens versus the New York Rangers. Okay, they were down 5-0. Montreal Canadiens came back to win that game 6-5. Everybody thought they were down and out. I thought they were down and out. But when push came to shove, Saku Koivu, captain of the Montreal Canadiens, pulled a sigil of Solace out of his ass, keeping them in the game, and ended up winning the game. And that's what Brian Lorenz just did right now, because that matchup, that game right there, Sam, was, I know that you're like deep in thought on this one because you were reflecting on just how spectacular and important that play was, because it was a matter of in a heartbeat. It went from a sure thing for Ethan Van Sant to a breath and a prayer for Brian Lorenz, and you ran it back. What a matchup.
I mean, as whatever you just said about hockey, we can liken it to this game, that Sigil of Solace was unbelievable. Just incredibly timed out of
Play the game, perhaps play the day even. The timing on it was majestic, and obviously you want that card in your arsenal. You want to sort of have that little rabbit out of a hat. But man, I mean, the timing on it was absolutely spectacular, and here we are with a 4-0 Dash Inventor Extraordinaire taking on and defeating one hell of a relentless assault by Ethan Van Sant.
And he's going to move on and still very much alive for the rest of the tournament here at X&1. There's plenty of more CC to go around. Both players played that so well. I'm liking that dashless, man.
The dashless is
I kind
great.
of want to build it. It's way less defensive than I gave it credit for. I think it's different. When I first looked at that deck, it was like, oh, this is 34 defense reactions and pistol items. I don't want to play this. But now I'm seeing like the Easter eggs, the Terminator tanks, trying to find your windows to Tunic into this. Like that deck looks fun to play.
Well, there's one thing I won't do, and that is play Levia, because to quote Rod Flanders, Daddy says dice are wicked. And we don't do that.
And we don't do that, Mr. Daddy. Well,
So here are the numbers for the dice rolls,
Oh,
by
yeah.
the way, because I kept in charge. The average dice roll was about 2.8-ish.
not what you want to see.
2.8 to
Not
like
what
closer
you
to
wanna
3.
see.
So it is what it is, right? And in terms of like those sort of like offensive style dice rolls for positive outcomes, didn't quite work out. But you opened with a 6, so you got to feel good.
Yeah. Well, I think we should take a moment. We should take a moment to take a breath, check in on the rest of the matches, and then get back to you all with round 5. We've got 3 more rounds today. I had the opportunity, actually, I was very fortunate to sit down and chat with Mr. Easton Douglas, Tealwater Fab on Twitter, a recent top 4 finisher at Worlds, and he was breaking down for me, kind of a version of this turtle slab dash, if you will. We'll try to get that up for you guys, at least if not right after this, then at some point today, so you can hear his incredibly astute and erudite thoughts on the subject. But we're going to get to that shortly. We're going to get more games right after that. We got more giveaways. We got that 10% off all day at the Realms website.
Whoa. Even if it's a box of Crucible of War?
Even if it's a box of Crucible of War. If that's in stock on the website, and that's an if, but if it's in stock on there,
Unreal.
you can get it.
Unreal.
Yeah. And if you want to get some Tales of Aria, make sure you take a picture of it and you send it to Flake.
Thank you.
We're going to be back in just a couple minutes here from the Realm Rumble. This is the 20K Invitational. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Welcome in, everybody. I have the honor of having one of the top 4 Flesh and Blood players in the world as of this year's World Championships. This is Easton Douglas, man. How you doing? Thanks for joining me.
I'm doing good. How are you, Sam?
I am well. I'm stoked to talk to you about Dash. This is a hero that I have played against maybe more than any other hero because my cousin has been almost exclusively playing this hero since I taught him how to play the game. So I'm looking forward to getting some insight from you so that I can continue to beat him. That's the whole point of this. That's all
Continue
I'm here
to. So you're already beating him. You just want to beat him even harder.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
I'm kidding. But I am excited to talk about the deck, talk about, a little bit about your run in Worlds, and just get some insight from clearly a master of the hero. So I guess before I ask you kind of the question I've been starting everything out, I would just love to hear from you. What is it about this deck that speaks to you, that you enjoy? If it was just a meta pick for Worlds, that's one thing, or if it's a hero that you actively have put a lot of reps into because you also just really love the game plan and the way that the skill expression works. So just talk to me a little about that.
Yeah, I would say it's both. I've played a lot of Dash in the past, so it was definitely a comfort pick. So when I decided that I thought it would be a pretty good meta pick for Worlds specifically, it was easy to kind of fall back on my knowledge base, accumulated over a lot of time playing it in different formats. So that's exactly what happened. But it was well positioned, so I kind of audibled back into it. I really like Dash because of its flexibility. It has one of the largest card pools, and it ranges all the way from one of the most aggressive decks you can play to one of like the most defensive ones, and then in between as well, and even hybrid to kind of straddle those two strategies. So you can enact whatever game plan you think the format needs you to enact, and all of them are really, really good. There's so much flexibility. You get a lot of value just by people not knowing what type of list you're running and what your card choices are. And so it's really hard to sideboard into Dash. You get a lot of value from that. Yeah, so I guess just flexibility in deck building and also how it plays out is are the biggest merits of the deck.
I think that's a really important kind of point that you just said about your opponent having a hard time without any scouting knowing how to sideboard into you. In a best of one format like Flesh and Blood, sometimes you feel like you lose the game in sideboarding because you're like,
Yeah.
I just totally got that wrong. And with
Yeah,
Dash,
for
it could
sure.
be 1 of 7 decks, it feels like. So, that makes sense that it's something that speaks to you. Okay, so I have to start with this because I'm starting all these little discussions with this.
Sure.
What happens now for Dash now that Icelander has left us? She's the big, elephant in the room. So she's gone. What does that mean for Dash?
Yeah, it's interesting because historically, the more aggressively slanted Dash lists were quite strong into Icelander, whereas the more defensive ones struggled more. And so, at first blush, you might say that the more defensive lists are kind of like a big winner from Icelander going away, and the more aggressive lists kind of lost a good matchup, which is true. But the thing about whenever a hero, especially one like Icelander, who impacts the meta in such a wide way, when a hero like that rotates out, then it's not just this hero leaves and what was that matchup like for everything, because there's a huge shift and a lot of decks are going to change in how much they're represented. And so all of like the kind of ripple effects, what does that do for Dash? I don't know. I think Dash is very much like a play the right list for each weekend kind of a deck. So I can't really say that Icelander leaving really makes you go one way or the other. I do think that she leaving lets a lot of the more aggressive like aggro decks kind of thrive a little bit more because they were kept down by Frostbites and Channel Lake Frigid and whatnot. And those decks are historically kind of worse for more controlling Dash lists and better for more aggressive Dash lists because Dash is actually one of the fastest aggro decks in the game.
Sure.
So in that sense, it's better for aggro, but in the sense that Icelander was a bad match for control style Dash decks, it was good for that. So it's really just a matter of what you expect to see at any given tournament and making that right meta call.
Understood. Well, we are going to talk a bit about both kind of styles, this hybrid style and then the more defensive style that you took to such an incredible finish at Worlds. I think I want to start with the hybrid style because that's what people know a little more, and I'm honestly, I know myself and I might get a little too interested if we start with your style and we'll just never get to the hybrid. So let's talk a little bit about this just as kind of standard list here following Bright Lights. Talk to me, I think just most people know how Dash works, but just talk to me kind of at first about the macro game plan of what makes this deck so strong. But then I guess a good way to go from there is just what happens with Bright Lights. What has changed with this archetype now that Bright Lights has brought cards like Backup Protocol and Twin Drive into the format?
Yeah, so starting big picture, what this deck does is it basically has an aggressive 60 a 60 card deck that you can just play into a lot of different matchups, and you're very fast. You just from a raw numbers perspective, you're one of the fastest. You don't have quite as many on-hit effects or kind of tempo stealing effects. Although you do have Pulsewave Harpoon, which if you time that right, can just totally turn a game on its head and take you from a losing position to a winning one. So you have that, and then in the sideboard, your sideboard is mostly dedicated to beating kind of Bravo, maybe Dorinthia, maybe Assassins. These kind of more mid-rangey to control decks. It also kind of gives you the trump card in the Mechanologist Mirrors. So depending on the kind of deck that you're facing, you can opt for one strategy over the other. There aren't a lot of decks in Flesh and Blood history that have such a clean hybrid strategy. And part of the reason why this deck can do it is because the items that you side in, the extra induction chambers and purifiers, they're their own game plan. You just sort of need those in blues. And then you add some defensive cards like Unmovable, Reinforced Alliance, Sink Below, Fate Foreseen, some number of those, and suddenly you have a winning strategy into a deck that's trying to go long against you.
100%. Now, let's go a little bit into some of these card choices that are sneaking their way into these hybrid lists, and let's talk about how that has kind of changed what these decks can do. Cards like Backup Protocol Red, Twin Drive, and then a lot of people are running some of these, majestic blue Evos, even just because they're blue block 3s that have some upside on turn 0. Is that part of the philosophy? Talk to me a little bit about those types of cards, and then we'll move on to the Slab Dash. But first, stay with me here, and then let's go there.
Yeah. So the Evos, the arms are just basically free. You have to sacrifice running some number of like boost blues, which do lower your consistency with like maximized velocity and high octane. But it's worth it because being able to just throw that down on turn 0 when you draw it is just great. Dash has always had just arms that block for 1, nothing else really. So running the Teklo base arms is just the same as the other one that they were running. So this is just kind of a free way to get some extra value when you are going first. I don't think you'll usually play it out on any future turn because it's not very good math to play it out really. You just better serve attacking. But it's a pretty cool card. A lot of what this new set did was add a lot of consistency to maximize velocity or maximum velocity. That card has always been powerful. I mean, 2 for 10 is ridiculous, but very inconsistent, very hard to get off. But now you have Twin Drive, you have more 0 for 3s, and you have Backup Protocol to recur it, so that if you are unlucky enough to boost 1 or 2 away, you can still maybe get 2 or 3 off in a game. So that's really it. It's all about improving the consistency of maximum velocity, and it does it quite well. And I think that also with these new lists, you talk about Icelander leaving the format. I think you are allowed to maybe cut a little bit of your blues. You can't go crazy. You can't suddenly just run nothing but yellows. But the power of Teklo Foundry Heart is just insane. That chess piece is one of the most powerful cards in the game. Because when you're not worried about getting fatigued, an extra resource every turn on top of an equipment that already blocks 3, there's really nothing that compares with it. It blows Tunic out of the water, and Tunic's one of the best cards in Flesh and Blood history. So when you look at that, it's a huge liability if you're against any kind of deck like a Dorinthia, a Rhinar, a Guardian that has a pile of 3 blocks. You can just fatigue yourself. But when you're in an aggressive mirror, that's part of what makes it so good. So yeah, you're able to cheat a little bit more on your blues now, and still be able to get the maximum velocity off just as consistently, if not a lot more.
Which blues do you think these decks start to lose, if you pardon my rhyme? Do you think it's like the blue 0 to 60s, these zipper hit type blues? Because you're not going to cut any Teklo cores, you're probably not going to cut T-bones when there's a bunch of ninjas running around. So which of the blues do you think these decks are going to start to get rid of? And then what perhaps are we looking to bring in? Is it poppers for Dromai? Do we want to make sure we can get more equipment hate with these ninjas running around? Like if you were to cast your gaze forward a bit, what do you think these decks, you don't have to get too granular with it, just some, couple ideas.
Yeah. I don't necessarily think you need the full 3 blue T-bones. I think that blue zipper hit is not that great, not compared to Throttle or 0 to 60. I think those are the pretty untouchable ones. You don't need the Evo arms.
Hello and welcome back to the Realm Invitational here in Columbus, Ohio. And you may have saw briefly there players getting ready. We have a fantastic matchup getting on the deck for you. We have Matthew McInnes taking on Dagan White, or as I like to call him, Slagan White. And it's a matchup you and I love ever so much. It fills us with such warmth. It is Bravo and Dash.
False. Absolutely false. But yes, if there's anybody who can take down Matthew McInnes' Dash, it is the man formerly known as Day One White. It is Dagan White, who has always been such a prolific Day 1 performer, a number 1 seed moving into Day 2s, and things just don't fall his way. He has, some might say, stubbornly adhered to Guardian and Bravo, but his results with this hero are exceptional. This is a player who, if there's anybody who's going to be able to punch through the likes of, let's see here, Oh, maybe not. We're not seeing... You know what? This list isn't as scary as I thought it might be. There isn't the amount of unmovables and reinforce the lines and all the other kinds of nonsense that would drive you absolutely batty.
So here's the thing. This list still has the potential to be very scary if you're a Bravo player, but this is not what I consider the nightmare fuel that is defense.deck, where you've got sinks and fate for scenes and unmovables, and firewall is another card that's making it into that version. But there are no firewalls here. There are no unmovables here. This is a far more aggressive version of Dash, and so I think we're in for a bit of a thriller here.
That is correct. Absolutely. As a Teklo Pounder, it's the first order of business. Spark of Genius goes ahead and creates, fetches rather, a Plasma Purifier. Oh, sorry, a Teklo Pounder. I said that first. Okay.
You did. That is correct.
I said that first. So it looks like this might be an aggressive approach here. And if it's an aggressive approach, this might just be feeding into Dagon's hand, which is just, I will just block this out. If you want to peel cards off the top of the deck, we can do that. But what is the game plan here?
No, I think what happened, there's the Spark of Genius. So it was you start with the Induction Chamber, and then you spark to find Pounder, and then you just pass. That's why he's got the Arsenal. So not presenting any opportunity for Dagon to cycle his hand. That means Dagon's going to start here, potentially trying to open up a good crush effect or something in that realm of possibilities. We see the two cards here likely going to be pitching, and does appear to just be a Thunderquake, which sometimes is good enough. If you were just going to pitch two cards for Anothos instead, why not send 8?
I mean, exactly. That's precisely the move here, and it does preserve a potential arsenal. And again, if that's something like a Pummel, if that's something like a Zealous Belting, that is just added aggression. That's where what you want in that slot. And it looks like Throttle is going to be the next up here, getting a little beefed up here by the Teklo Pounder.
This would be a big Throttle as well because, the Pounder is going to give it the +2. That does appear to be a red, so no damage die on it, but that should be a very threatening Throttle.
Big Throttle, the nickname that we used to give Dalen Mack, Big Throttle himself, awaiting patiently the return of Prism.
If I were the one who was making a joke like that, you would give me a throttling. But I see the hypocrisy is just going to be on display today. While they're waiting to resolve this, and we do see the damage die now, it is 8. And this is a far more economical 8 than what Dagon threw, mind you. I do want to highlight a couple of things. One, the adaptive plating is in the boots slot for Matthew McInnes, and a lot of times we do see that in the arms for the Dash player, but opting instead here to go with the boots. Speaking of boots, we have the Civic Steps on the side of Dagon, so we're going to have to wait and see whether or not that Quicken token is worth the extra armor that those new boots provide. Those, of course, coming in the Round the Table product.
Oh, and this is a T-Bone going to go ahead and fetch one of those pieces of equipment, which oftentimes you might throw something like a Snapdragon Scalers or an Arcane Barrier, something that doesn't block. Obviously, you're not throwing an Arcane Barrier because you're playing against Dash, but sometimes you're able to put equipment in front of it that is not susceptible to getting a wear token.
So when you're looking at the cards that are being used to block this turn by Dagon, that is a Crippling Crush and a Starstruck that Matthew has already peeled from Dagon. Those are typically pretty key cards against other aggressive decks.
That's fine, though, because I think, like we mentioned earlier, if the goal here is to boost and present damage, look at the fridge that Bravo has here. Look at the amount of block that's at his capability. He can just wear you down and wear you out.
He can, but when you present all of that, you take away the key power cards, you leak some damage, and then you end on this Spark of Genius. So now you have a Pounder and a Core, and you started the game with the Induction Chamber. Matthew is just kind of ramping up to a very critical game state, and I think we're going to see some explosive turns from him.
Completely possible, absolutely. Again, this is round number 5 at the Realm Rumble. Day 1, 32 players are advancing to day 2, again competing for a $20,000 prize pool. Tomorrow will be 3 rounds of Bright Lights Draft, culminating into 4 more rounds of CC, and then a top 8 on Sunday. So lots of action here. It's just going to be a hammer for 4. And my suspicion here, Charmer, is if, like you said, you're giving up big cards like Crippling Crush, like Starstruck. Those are massive cards, especially Starstruck against a
Starstruck is huge.
is in this matchup. Massive. You're totally right. You got to think that Dagan is just committed to that fatigue plan. He's saying, if you're going to come at me hard with like all this stuff, I'm okay giving up some big pieces and preserving the life total. I'll find them again. They're in the deck. There's 3 copies of each. I just need to weather the storm when the storm is in my front door.
Oh, absolutely. If you're the Guardian player here, you want to preserve your health total, because if you take too many risks early on, then you can actually get yourself out of the fatigue game plan. You always want to make sure that stays on the table. So I don't disagree with those blocks. It's just kind of painful when you see them occur so early, especially Starstruck. I think Starstruck has, in many ways, almost replaced Crippling Crush as the premier card in the Bravo lists, just because in recent metas, it turns off so many things for opposing players when you can connect with it. And here, we do see a block with a belting as well, and that just speaks even further to sticking to the fatigue game plan, right? Obviously, you could keep the belting, try to come with a crackback, but instead we're sending that. We also send the crown there, so we're up to a 3-card hand once again. I think Dagan just probably unsatisfied with what he originally arsenaled and wants to make room for an opportunity to preserve something like a Starstruck later. And that's another belting that's unfortunately being used for blocking. Unfortunate because, A, you don't get the value, but also it's just a 2-block.
It's just the 2-block. You're absolutely correct. And again, a Zealous Belting ×2 is a nasty affair. We saw in round 1 of this tournament where Michael Hamilton versus Sean Dollywell. Michael Hamilton had a late game back-to-back Zealous Belting to really hammer down the pressure, but now 2 Teklo cores on the board, as well as the 1 more tick on the pounder. So you're getting juice for free here. This is going to be nasty, and just swinging for a hammer for 4 is not really going to get you any closer. I mean, it feels like this is just sort of a paltry type attack. But again, you need to be reminded here that 2 things. Number 1, Dagan White is a Guardian master. This is a player who is very well equipped to deal with whatever's thrown at him. He has a plan, and he's faced this type of matchup before. The second thing is his game plan is most likely going to be fatigue, or at least wearing your opponent down and waiting out the threats. So I don't think you need to really be too worried about these kind of just hammers for 4.
No, I actually was waiting to point out, I actually think this was a great exchange for Dagan, because if you're paying attention, that was a Rouse he pitched to the Anothos. That means that he had a hand that had 3 2-blocks in it. And yes, he did leak some damage, and his opponent was able to continue doing what he's been doing, which is go on offense, but also create an item at the end of the turn. But I always say that the thing that makes good Bravo players great Bravo players are how you navigate the bad turns. Everyone knows how to pitch 3 blues and dominate a Crippling Crush. Those turns, they pilot themselves. What do you do when you have a very awkward or clunky hand? In his case, multiple 2-blocks, multiple Zealous Beltings. So the fact that he survived that exchange, still swung with the hammer, connected for all 4 damage, and preserved an arsenal, I think that might have been the best outcome possible for him.
0 to 60 pitching, is being boosted away. I believe that's a High Octane that's gone. Another potent card here, generating lots of action points, allowing you to sort of just chain together off of a bunch of boosts and doing some crazy stuff, especially with the pistol. But 6 damage, again, getting a little help from that Teklo Pounder that is now no longer part of the equation. Dagan White's got a lot of 3-blocks. And like you mentioned, he did get gooned a little bit with 3 2-blocks in hand, but you got to think that he's probably found a nice pile of good stuff.
Yeah, and as I look at his list here, there's not many cards that fall into that 2-block category, right? We do have the Zealous Beltings, but outside of those and the Rouse the Ancients, everything else appears to be what I would expect to be 3 blocks. We do have the Pummels, assuming that they made it into this list for this particular matchup. I mean, obviously they're in the list, but if you kept them in here, then those would block for 2. But I think if you're trying to fatigue here, you actually might pull them out. The other one that jumps out to me is Out Muscle. This is a card that you traditionally bring in for Dromai, but this was just an unfortunate exchange.
Right.
Oh,
me.
I have noticed there are a pair of Smashing Good Times in
Yes.
Dagan's list.
So I actually spoke to Dagan prior to this, and like I said, are you bringing anything little over the top. He said smashing good time, and I said, okay, but how are you going to sort of navigate it, especially against a dash player that is going to have a lot of those types of nasty defense reactions and things like reinforce the line and ways to circumvent dominated effects? And he said, well, frankly, you can get around that by obviously using the dominate effect with Bravo, having it, you have to time it, you have to set it up properly, because when you're doing this with Oldham, you don't have the dominate effect. It's not a guarantee. But with Bravo, you can kind of weather a pretty nasty turn in order to basically change the tide of the game by blowing up something like an induction chamber or a plasma purifier, and suddenly things are completely different. But the other option here is you need to time it so that your smashing good time comes out of Arsenal when you have a command and conquer and a pummel. Circumvent all the garbage, make it hurt. It's a 13-point play that doesn't respond to D-reacts, and it hurts like a mofo. That's kind of what he might be looking for, is to have that combo. But the other option here is you just find it, set it in Arsenal, make it happen, as this is now a dominated Spinal Crush. This is probably one of the more back-breaking, pun intended, cards that Dagon could present.
Yeah, in this particular matchup, it's going to do a lot of work. This is why I personally expected to see a bit more Dash, IO, and Max at this event, because if you see Ice leaving, then you naturally assume, okay, Ninja will likely rise in popularity. So the countermeasure to that is probably Bravo, Azalea, etc. And if you're expecting Bravos, well, both Dash IO and Max have the ability through Crank and through High Octane to generate action points to kind of get around the lack of go again. But turns out regular Dash still very effective. I also do want to point out, because he does have it in play, Matthew is running 3 copies of Evo Steel Soul Controller, so that's the reason the adaptive plating is on the boots as opposed to the arms, because that was a base arms, the Tekla base arms there before. And if I remember correctly, this is the one that gets the big attacks back for you. So running this actually helps to fight the fatigue game plan of your opponent, because every time you're deploying it, you're going to hopefully get one of those attacks back. But then also gives you additional armor as well, and so when you're trying to stop these dominate effects, that's very relevant.
You know what? I agree.
I'm glad you agree.
I'll take Bruce Valanche for the block, please. So we're going to go with, Throttle for 6. Seismic Surge still to be had, and oh boy, we're not done.
We are not done, so that is a double boost on the Twin Drive, and 1 resource floating, but we also still have the pistol and the induction chamber there as well.
Such a cool card. Twin Drive, again, from Bright Lights, one of the more coveted and desirable cards to come out of that set. Fits in so nicely. Mm-hmm. And if you're wondering, what's the benefit of boosting twice? Well, it gets you that much closer to something like Max Velo.
Well, I was just about to say, if you're trying to set up maximum velocity, I don't believe he's activated the Heart yet, so that is also a significant possibility, but you kind of want to make Dagon think about using cards to block some of these other effects. And there is also the potential for mind games, and we know Matthew loves mind games after what he did at Worlds with the singular poppers.
God. Yes.
So he could also just not be on the velocity, but trying to present as if he does have it so that Dagon holds back cards to block, and then he might just arsenal this. I haven't actually had a good opportunity to see what this last card is, but it would be a heck of a play if that was not a velocity. And of course it is, but still making Dagon respect it one way or the other. I loved the sequencing of this term.
You got to, and for those who aren't aware about just how clever Matt was in terms of his deck building, at Worlds, he was running one-ofs of generic poppers so that he would basically put it in his opponent, in the Dromai's brains, that okay, I saw 1, there must be 3. So they were playing around cards that didn't exist. And again, this goes back to the fact that great players start at the deck building process, and winning that little mind game there. Matt McInnes is, like you said, just a master of those kinds of mind games and doing the right thing in terms of just throwing your opponent off their game, finding those little incremental advantages of just planting those seeds, those psyops, and it's incredible of how they bear fruit in certain situations. But now Dagon White has been just dare I say, pulverized by this Dash player right now.
Yeah, things have not been kind to Dagon here. We are now going to see a smashing good time into a Starstruck that has been dominated. So this is what Dagon's been working on setting up. The question is, will this be enough for him to continue to get this game back to being close? Because the reality is, you're going to get a bunch of damage through here. Matt's likely just going to have to take the majority of the turn off. There are some things he could still do on his turn. For example, he could load up the pistol in the induction chamber and then develop another Steel Soul, for example. That is all things that are not attacks, and so you can still do that through a Starstruck. But ultimately, this is a great turn, but Dagon will need to follow it up.
Yeah, this is basically the ESPN turning point, if there would be one in this matchup, which is you kind of take it off the chin in order to set up what this is one hell of a haymaker. It's basically a 13-point dominated attack that not just blows up something you love, but damn it, you don't even get to play cards on your turn.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I was mentioning loading the induction chamber, but I didn't realize that the other items had already been fully expended. And so as I'm looking at the board here, you have to assume that induction chamber, is going to be the target of the Starstruck. So you might as well use the Galvanize on the adaptive plating to get the additional block value.
So the work has been done here, Charmer, but the fact remains is that I've played this matchup a lot against heavy defensive Dash players. And once you pop off and
oh my gosh.
What happened?
So I'm looking at Matt's hand. He has a fantastic hand for navigating through this Starstruck. He's got this backup protocol that he can set up for later. And then he's also got a Spark of Genius. So even though that Starstruck connects, Matt's going to be able to essentially reload his board state. And if Dagon didn't fall into another disruptive card like a Spinal or the third Starstruck, because we know he had to block with one earlier, if he doesn't find something like that, Matt's right back in the driver's seat here. Yeah,
no, that's a very important point to make, is the fact that after you've been starstruck like that, the fact that you can be productive at all is already a win for Matt McInnes in this case. I think this is just a matter of bad timing for Dagon White here, as he did find the magic recipe. Unfortunately, the antidote was drawn off the top here for Matt McInnes, and with that life lead, the thing about it is, like, again, that special sauce that Dagon worked up to.
He did find a Spinal. Okay, so this is helpful. Now, whether or not, I'm trying to look at the hand here. I was going to say whether or not he has a High Octane would be the next piece to look at, but I don't see a High Octane in hand. High Octane is, again, something that allows you to get around Spinal if you're generating the action points, but not seeing one available there, so this is at least going to buy him some time.
It's helpful. I mean, Dagon White has been able to find some really potent plays here, but it's a matter of timing as well, because you're at 3. And he has done his best to sort of insulate his life total. And when he did find the right combination of cards to really potentially change the game, he had to eat a lot of crow.
Yeah.
And that is not a fun experience to pull it off. But sometimes that's the way to go. The amount of Oldham into like defensive Dash games I've played where I have basically just cycled my deck to set up the Smashing Good Time into Command and Conquer Pummel. And then when you do finally pull it off, it has been times where my opponent has just conceded. They're like, you got it. You found it. Like, I did my best, but it just didn't work out. And in this case, finding that big Starstruck, Matt McInnes had a response. Now you're dominating a Spinal Crush. Does Matt McInnes have another opportunity here to make chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what?
Well, here's the thing. Again, he can continue to just try to set up his turns. We know that he's got a Twin Drive in hand. He just got the Velo back by using the backup protocol red. And so even if this is him just, sending the pistol or doing something else and then saving those for the future, if, again, Dagon does not continue to chain these disruptive effects, then there's nothing that Dagon will be able to do to get back into the game. I keep going back to that first Starstruck. The crippling, you can block with those and still feel okay. Starstruck is such an important card, and so the fact that Dagon had to give one up early on the block, because, again, you need to chain them together. So we've already seen 2 Spinals and 2 Starstrucks come out of the deck. Again, blocking with a Pulverize, this is no problem if you're Dagon. That's what it's there to do. Interesting, we have the twin drive, so this is...
Oh, he boosted away another high octane.
Yeah, he did, but this tells me, and I must have missed it earlier, oh, it's the 2 counters. So he covered up the Spinal's crush effect. So this is going to just be over.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Go Again was still live. The Steel Soul has the -2 there. The Teklo Foundry Heart also has the -2. So he must have been able to fully cover the Dominate earlier.
Well, that's a nasty reality. And, like, again, it's go-agains and action points are in 2 different stratospheres of importance, right? And the fact remains that even if the Dominate effect, there's always an opportunity to generate action points. Now, that wasn't the case. You wanted the high octanes in order to do that. Didn't quite work out. But the reality is that, hey, Dash is still good. And Dash has been kind of lurking in the shadows for a long time. It just took a little while for some of those other heroes to sort of make way. And Matt McInnes on Dash has proven that even against a accomplished Bravo player like Dagan White, made minced meat out of him.
Well, there are some things that I really want to highlight from the early stages of the game that helped Matt's game plan, which is that he was able to present considerable amounts of damage, but then consistently end each turn by developing another item. So when we think about turn 0, right, you start with your induction chamber, you Spark of Genius to get, I believe it was a pounder to start, right? And then turns after that was play a bunch of stuff and then end on a Teklo core. Play a bunch of stuff, end on another item, right? That kind of rinse and repeat means that you are getting better as you go while still also forcing these multi-block turns from Dagan where he was unable to set that stuff up. And so eventually you just fall so far behind that Dagan had to eat all that damage just to get the smashing good time on the dominated Starstruck, but it's kind of too little too late at that point.
So that was a X1 matchup, by the way. Just wanted to let you know that was, so now Dagan White at X2. Matt McInnes moves up to, I believe, 4-1. 4-1.
Yes.
Yes. 2 more rounds left here at the Realm Rumble as it's going to be, again, 2 more rounds of CC. Tomorrow we kick the day off as the top 32 players of today make it to tomorrow to draft some bright lights. And then we're moving on to 3 rounds of CC, and then we get to the top 8, where $20,000 worth of cash and prizes will be awarded. That's on Sunday, but we got a long road ahead of us, Charmer.
We do, and the good news for the players who may not perform well today, there is a number of events all weekend long that they can participate. Again, there's a 10K tomorrow, really cool Team Sealed event later. There's the Alpha Draft.
I really want to play Team Sealed.
I know,
so
I do
freaking
too.
bad. It's
I
like my
think-
favorite format.
I think that me, you, and Sam should just cover the Team Sealed as we play
Dude,
it live.
here's what we're going to do, because we're at a table. We should literally
Yeah.
just play against people on
at
the
a-
other side
We're
here.
at a table, and we're at a table with these really
with
cool play mats.
And well, not just those play mats. We got play mats with our freaking names on them,
yeah,
dude.
we have those, but I'm just trying to talk about like these ones, which we're giving away throughout the weekend.
Right? And hey, you can get 10% off if you go to the Realm Games off anything you buy. It could be anything. It could be a dinosaur. You can get a blimp. Whatever you want that they have on that website for sale. 10% off today.
While supplies last.
Yes, the blimps. Oh, I just got word from space that the blimps are sold out. But the dinosaurs are still available. Don't tell Dalen Mack. He won't believe it. But beyond that, friends.
Just make sure you're using code RUMBLE.
Yes,
when you
use
check
code
out.
RUMBLE. Use code RUMBLE. Trying to think what else is going on. There's other games happening as well, other cool things going on. But honestly, I really want to play in this Team Sealed, and I don't know how I can do it. If you're a Flake doppelganger and you want to sit at this desk and run your mouth about cards.
If your name is Tannen Grace and you would like to play for me.
Hey, you're guaranteed at least second place. Not bad. There you go. All right, friends. Well, we're going to take a swift break because we've got round number 6 of the Realm Rumble here in Columbus. So don't go far. We've got more action around the bend.
Welcome, everybody, to a little bit of a deck conversation. We are here with Ethan Mansant Van Sant, one of my very good friends, and perhaps a brute aficionado. Is that fair to say? Can we call you a brute aficionado, Ethan?
I had a while where I played Fi quite a bit, but I do think Levia and Rhinar are still my top two played. Yes.
I remember that. I remember that era. It was Nats. It was the Nats that
It was.
that Michael won. I watched your whole journey on stream. I was just a fan
If only
back
I'd
then.
stuck with it, I would have won Worlds, dude. What the heck?
I was just but a fan back then, but now here we are talking the Realm Rumble and talking specifically the Green Brute, the big green angry man. This is Rhinar, Reckless Rampage. So talk to me a little bit about this deck. This is the battle-hardened Pittsburgh deck here that Michael Fang brought to the 5th place finish. Now that was, I believe, still a Lexi meta, if I'm not mistaken. That was a Lexi and Icelander meta. No, Pittsburgh was no Lexi.
Lexi was gone.
That was
big
the
deal about
first. That was the
Pittsburgh.
first Lexi.
Exactly. Didn't you read
Lexiness.
my title? The first
Yes.
event with the new meta in preparation for Worlds, yada yada. It was a big deal, and then Rhinar didn't do anything at Worlds really. So, did it really tell us that much? You know?
Well, there was a chance, but some things went down.
That's
So,
drama. Do we want drama on stream?
You know what we want?
Well, I'm here, so we want drama on
No,
stream.
we don't want drama. We
no.
want brutes. We want reckless swings. We want blood rush bellows. So just talk to me a little bit about. First, I'm gonna ask everybody this question. Talk to me about Rhinar in a world without Icelander. As we Lexi's been gone for a little bit, but I don't think anybody really expected Icelander to be gone for the Rumble.
No.
So looking ahead at this current tournament that is going on right now, how do you feel about Rhinar in a world where there are no frostbites to be seen?
I actually really like what Rhinar's looking like now without having to worry about Icelander.
Welcome everybody to a little bit of a deck conversation. We are here with Ethan Mansant Van Sant, one of my very good friends, and perhaps a brute aficionado. Is that fair to say? Can we call you a brute aficionado, Ethan?
I had a while where I played Fi quite a bit, but I do think Levia and Rhinar are still my top two played. Yes.
I remember that. I remember that era. It was Nats. It was the Nats that Michael won. I watched your whole journey on stream. I was just a fan.
If only
back
I'd
then.
stuck with it, I would have won Worlds, dude. What the heck?
I was just but a fan back then, but now here we are talking the Realm Rumble and talking specifically the Green Brute, the big green angry man. This is Rhinar, Reckless Rampage. So talk to me a little bit about this deck. This is the battle-hardened Pittsburgh deck here that Michael Fang brought to the 5th place finish. Now that was, I believe, still a Lexi meta, if I'm not mistaken. That was a Lexi and Icelander meta. No, Pittsburgh was no Lexi.
Lexi was gone.
That was
big
the
deal
first.
about
That was the
Pittsburgh.
first Lexi.
Exactly. Didn't you
Lexiness.
read my title? The first
Yes.
event with the new meta in preparation for Worlds, yada yada. It was a big deal, and then Rhinar didn't do anything at Worlds really. So, did it really tell us that much? You know?
Well, there was a chance, but some things went down.
That's
So,
drama. Do we want drama on stream?
You know what we want?
Well, I'm here, so we want drama on stream.
No, we don't want drama. We want brutes. We want reckless swings. We want blood rush bellows. So just talk to me a little bit about. First, I'm gonna ask everybody this question. Talk to me about Rhinar in a world without Icelander. Lexi's been gone for a little bit, but I don't think anybody really expected Icelander to be gone for the Rumble.
No.
So looking ahead at this current tournament that is going on right now, how do you feel about Rhinar in a world where there are no frostbites to be seen?
I actually really like what Rhinar's looking like now without having to worry about Icelander. Icelander was a bit of an oddball matchup for Rhinar because I think the Rhinar players felt like, oh, it's a wizard. We have Intimidate. It's a good matchup. But if you really, put the reps in, played against good Icelander players as well, you don't actually outvalue a Icelander deck, and they don't care too much about Intimidate when they can just turn their turn into a Scar Wounded Bull. Like, just, okay, I'll use this hand, launch it at you. My turn was going to be pitch 1 blue into Arsenal Waning Moon, and then play out 3 cards, Arsenal next card anyway. They could actually use their full hand. So Intimidate didn't land as much as I think most people thought in that matchup. And then the Rhinar also gets incredibly stumped by Blizzard, Channel the Bleak Expanse, my god, if they ran that, and then Channel Lake Frigid, as well as an odd Frostbite here and there, really making Rhinar suffer on a normal Blood Rush turn anyway, because they're, even when Rhinar's not facing taxes, there's normally such a finite amount of resources you have to work with to pull off Claw, Tunic attack. So Icelander messing with all of that was really tricky. You could still win, I don't think it was that good for Rhinar unless they really teched for like an aggressive build.
Gotcha. So Reinar perhaps happy to see the Ice Wizard go, as
Yes.
we're so many people, as we saw so many tributes pouring in online to the Icy Wizard, but she's gone, and he's here. So talk to me a little bit about this deck, about the game plan. Let's start a little big, and then we can get into individual cards as you desire. But just this hero has been around since the very beginning of the game, and yet, as you alluded to, perhaps this might be the time that he steps forward into the sunlight to just do a little bit of swing big and arg smashing. So talk to me a little bit about Rhinar and what the game plan is in the deck.
Well, on the eve of heavy hitters, how appropriate that the OG is coming back to the fray. He has this entire game plan built around normally hitting these incredibly high ceiling damage turns with Blood Rush and kind of the true damage that is attached to that turn because of the built-in Intimidate. Right, so even in a shell, I think mostly this deck really is not built around Intimidate, but it's about making the Blood Rush itself deal this extra bit of true damage because the discard attached to that card, enabling then your claws to come in 5/5, then a final finisher. If it's a pack hunt, last card gone. If it's a swing big, my God, you're just going over damage thresholds. And then the ability to just kind of fall back on the power of that singular card alone means everything else you do just adds to survivability, a little bit of disruption in like CNCs, or even this deck's like running Amnesia, Erase Face. Having those in between turns, spiking with such game-ending power in Blood Rush is just a very consistent game plan, and it's really the kind of deck that I was playing back at Pro Tour Meta when I got 35th, just because Oldhim was so open to this strategy where you could just say, I'm trading similar to you, and then I have spike turns with Blood Rush that you just can't do anything about, and then I'm going to Remembrance them back in and just do it again. And it's so much true damage that you just win. I think this deck in particular is not running Remembrance because we really, see Oldhim go away. Now you only have to worry about enough damage to kill like maybe a defensive Dromai or defensive Bravo, and the Blood Rushes alone should do that for the deck. So with a little bit added spice here and there with the disruption I was talking about, with like a little bit of Chandler Toe pummel action that we see in this deck, a little bit of new spice in the Dig Up Dinner, as well as the fact that you can target mech easier now with like Arg Smash. I think Reinhardt's just looking really, really strong, right? He needs no game plan in between Blood Rush ending the game. So there's just so much flexibility in blocking out, finding pressure turns, a little bit of disruption here or there. Very flexible deck. Absolute blast to play as well. I think this kind of Rhinar, with some of the pitch stacking you can get up to, especially with like E-Strike helping you bottom reds, is really, really fun to play.
Well, talk to me then a little bit about, you said, not much game plan in and around the Blood Rush Bella's turn. This feels like a true mid-range deck in that it has the spike turns where it can go off, but it's also able to block well, and as long as you don't, it doesn't seem like this deck in particular has a lot of no blocks. In fact, I'm not sure I'm seeing really any in the main list here. And so you got the Fate Proceeds and the Sink below. So talk to me a little bit about the game plan around the Blood Rush Bella, because we know that card is so powerful, but let's get into just a little bit of the nitty-gritty of that kind of pitch stacking. When you're looking to close out a game, or you're looking to set yourself up, if you're new to the Rhinar deck, what are some game plans that you can look to actuate as you begin to pick up the deck?
Right, so when you see some of the defensive suite added in, like the Sink Below and Fates, normally that's a non-bow with the Draw Discard package, so you're really deciding, like, face up, which kind of deck you're going to play. This deck that Michael Fang was running was more of the aforementioned like Oldhim meta deck, where you didn't need so much aggression in the draw discard package because your guaranteed damage was there in the Blood Rush. That's all you needed to play for. And I think that strategy is still really strong into a lot of Bravos, a lot of Dromais, and then as well as this like rise of mech, right? You're not forced into so many non-blocks in deck, so you can actually pivot to be more defensive and just threaten this like natural fatigue state because all your cards block so well. So to actually close those games into mech, they're having this tough situation of running into their own fatigue state, plus the fact that you have Arg Smash. So it's kind of on them to find a way to win. You are naturally going to just have more cards in deck, destroy their items, and survive because you never get caught with these like non-block scenario hands. So that's one matchup check, right? Not even something you need to worry about Blood Rush wise. So then it really comes down to the ninjas, and I think the ninjas are one of the tougher matchups for Rhinar, similar to like why Lexi was so tough. You can't effectively block out a ton of breakpoints like coming in for 5s and 4s is still really awkward for the deck. Because you don't have any unique defensive trait like an Old Him would, or the excessive amount of armor from like a Bravo, right? So you're really blocking cards from hand constantly, and ninjas historically get through that. There's a lot of leak that comes through either in breakpoints, the Kadachi damage, the Phoenix Flames, that kind of thing. So that matchup still struggles for Rhinar because you don't have enough damage to really race them. You don't have enough defense to really fatigue them out, right? Outlast their damage. So you have to find some kind of mid-range strategy where they're forced into awkward trades, and that's where you see the Command and Conquers, the Erase Face, the Amnesia. Those cards play really well in that strategy where you force them to interact, because if you're blocking, you're losing. So you might as well take the 2-card 6 type of play with a hit effect, and then edge out these scenarios where, because a Fi had to block down, you get now a Blood Rush turn off and can spike potentially 4 wide, with some crazy ceilings in there with scab skins. Like, those kinds of plays are what you need to win. And it's not a 0% matchup, you can win. And you're only going to get there off the back of some of these unique hit effect inclusions. So I really like to see that. Then I think Bravo and Dromai are the next big questions. And Dromai's become a lot more redline as of late, which I think is a boon for Rhinar, because the more big dragon deck could be tough. They would develop these really heavy dragon boards and just like not swing, right? And then you'd be facing down a fat board with like Necria, Uvia, passing a Maragai. And for Rhinar to go out of their way and clear that is a lot of scabs rolling, because there's not a lot of go again in the deck, right? So they would just make this board, kind of park it, and then it'd be on you to roll scabs until you missed, and then basically lose the game. So it was really kind of the harder axis for Rhinar to play that matchup on, was the face of the big dragon build. But the more redline build can be stumped by just a popper a turn, and then trading damage, right? If you can commit 1 card to block, end kind of their dragons, and then launch back with your 2-card hand and keep up some kind of momentum there, then you're still threatening like the Blood Rush ends the game type of scenario that you like. So this deck has like the Swing Bigs, the Red Smash Instinct, even like the Pummel threat, right? When your Tunic is up, pitch a blue on any of these 2 costs like Pack Hunt, Predatory Assault, not to mention the hit effect cards. All that kind of helps in the Dromai game plan quite a bit, because a redline deck, especially with like the Tome inclusion, can't block enough that you even need like all 3 blood rushes to land up well to win. Probably 2 good ones is all you need. So I think that matchup's probably looking better now. And then you've got Bravo, which is historically a good matchup for Rhinar, but the way that I've seen this matchup play out on stream actually makes the Bravo look very aggressive these days. And I think that was added, a lot of that game plan was added by like Starstruck, just these bigger, like higher impact cards that if you do intimidate them, they can say, that's fine, like my hand isn't really all blue anymore. I have this extra attack I can launch at you that you can't just say no block to, because if you only block with 1 card, then what really comes in for 7 or more? It's like Smash and Swing Big. So you still have to respect that hit effect a bit, and you don't have that much armor. So that matchup, I think, is still pretty good for Rhinar, but you no longer just roll them over. It's gotten pretty tight. And then there's even more pummel threat now if people are still on like the Tunic build that was popular at Worlds, which Rhinar also just hates to see CNC pummels. Fleshbag can like kind of help, but if they do it correctly, where it's just pummel from Arsenal,
Yep.
and you had your Blood Rush set there, like what do you do?
Yeah.
It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. But that, I think, truly, that's like pretty much every matchup we talked about now, because we don't have to worry about Icelander. And that there's points in every matchup where Rhinar's looking pretty strong. So, am I convincing myself to play Rhinar for this event? No. Surely present day Ethan is going to be, or future Ethan is on Levia. But I might have talked myself into it, my goodness.
Time will only tell. Well, thank you, Ethan, for again that valuable insight. The Brute aficionado coming through in the clutch once again. It's going to be exciting to see what both Brutes do this weekend at the Rumble. So thank you again, my good friend, for giving us the insight and the tips. We're going to be back very shortly with more from the Realm Rumble. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you soon.
Hi, I'm Ethan Mansant Vansant.
Hi, my name is Mara Ferris.
Brody Spurlock here.
Dread Screamer. And you'll see why.
Favorite card in the game. If we're talking aesthetics, Uvia takes the cake. Big pink mommy dragon, super my vibe. Otherwise, gotta give it to Kyloria. I love drawing cards. I love Snatch. Kyloria is just a big snatch on a stick.
My favorite card is Become the Arcanite, and the user of that specialization, my favorite hero, is Viserai.
Viserai. Just in its entirety, adult, young, rune
Full
chance,
stop.
all
Yeah,
that
full
purple
stop.
shit. Yeah.
All that purple.
Everything with 6 power. Just a big old blanket. We should just, if LSS could ban 6 power attacks, I'd be very happy.
My least favorite card in the game, at least right now, is Warmonger's Diplomacy. I feel like it beats up all of my favorite heroes.
Probably the first nationals where I flew into Orlando with a good local friend of mine back in Michigan. It was his first time flying, and so we just had a really wholesome trip. Being the first event where I met people, I just randomly ran into Majin Bay. Like, I didn't even know played Flesh and Blood yet, but to that world, he was just Caleb Van Patten.
I mean, I think it's got to be Pro Tour Baltimore, right? The whole experience of Pro Tour Baltimore was great. I mean, obviously taking second at a Pro Tour is fantastic. I made so many friends at that event. I got to hang out with so many people. Plus, I think that was the first time I realized that I had fans.
Oh, that's a good question. Pro Tour Baltimore earlier this year, just being there with all the Wolfpack, having an amazing time, and watching our teammate Michael Fang take down the whole Pro Tour.
I think Lucas Oswald is truly one of the best players in the game, and even though we practice quite a bit, to play him in an event would just let me know that I'm down percentage points, like from the get-go. Not only because he's incredible, but because he in particular knows the ins and outs of Levia, and a pro player who knows Levia and has played Levia and probably plays Levia better than me is, yeah, just a terrifying force to behold.
This one's easy. Michael Fang. I love him. He's my teammate. He is an amazing player, but Michael has a history now of psyoping the crap out of me. Pro Tour Baltimore, I just watched him play a 3-hour-long slugfest into a Dromai, so I prepped for super fatigue, and he pivots hard aggro, beats the hell out of me. In Atlanta, he's on Lexi, 4 poppers in the first, 2 hands, no poppers left, let's go, hard commit to the board. Dude runs 9 poppers in Lexi, wipes the floor with me again.
Michael Fang. No further comment. He's the
Okay.
scariest player out there.
For sure.
I'll call out Kendra. I think Kendra, one of the OG League of Levia members out there in Colorado, has to come to more events. She is the U.S. brute queen at minimum. Taught me a lot with Levia, and I just don't see her that much anymore. So get out there, take more titles. Need your help out here.
Can I throw down the entire Dromai cabal? There's a whole cabal of Dromai players that all play the big dragon control style Dromai, and all of them just hate the way that I play the deck. They're all good friends of mine, but yeah, we'll throw down some Dromai mirror matches. Empress versus the Cabal.
Lucas Oswald recently beat me in the finals of a PTI event in his hometown, St. Louis, so I am hoping for the rematch. We got to battle again.
Learn your dash archetypes. I think you can play aggro. You can play this kind of mid-range with backup protocol and scrap prospectors. Or you can just end up with a pile that somehow fatigues by damage. Dash is really, really intricate, and I have not mastered all the archetypes. It's really hard to get that kind of reps in with draft, right? But that is absolutely one of the highest skill ceiling decks to really master, just because of the different ways you can build it.
Have a plan for fatigue. Tekla fatigue is kind of the default strategy in this format. I'm not one of the people that believes that Tekla fatigue is the only strategy. I think there are absolutely other ways you can play, but always draft in a way that you are ready to play fatigue. Play a game into fatigue. Look for a lot of attacks that are very high value in terms of cards taken out of your deck. The big 3-for-6s and 3-for-7s are very high priority because they're very efficient into fatigue.
One tip that I think is helpful to know is just a niche interaction, which is that if you have an item in play, a crank item in play, and it has a counter on it, a steam counter, when you get to the start of your turn, if you need that item to die for one of the effects like Soup Up or Torque Tuned, you can let it die even if it has a counter. You can just say, I choose not to remove the counter. I think reading the card, this is something people maybe don't notice at first and is pretty helpful to know.
I think, strangely enough, Viserai, who really had no place being played, right? Had a terrible Icelander matchup. Icelander got to just run the pajamas and just walk all over you. Icelander now benefits from not only that matchup there, but people potentially trimming blues, right? Now comes in and deals more like effective true damage with their arcane. That is not an endorsement to play Viscerai by any means. Do not show up with that hero.
So I think the obvious answer is Ninja. I think we're gonna see a big resurgence of Ninja. Both Fi and Katsu have been kind of kept in check by Icelander for a while. I think a surprise answer might be Bolt. I don't think we're gonna see Bolton just run rampant, but combo Bolton has gotten a lot of new tools in the last like year or so, and has still been kind of sitting on the sidelines. It would not surprise me to see a little bit more movement from that side of things.
Ninjas are the immediate go-to that didn't have a fantastic Icelander matchup. And then I also want to mention, not as high tier recently, but both Warriors, I think, had a pretty bad Icelander matchup. So maybe those two start to push their way more into serious tournament picks now that such a bad matchup is gone from the meta.
Well, the Realm Rumble has been a terrific sponsored partner to Savage Feats for a long time, so huge shout out for that. It's been a long time coming of hyping up this event again and again after every live stream and just building the excitement, just knowing that I'd be going and seeing all my friends again and pulling off another hopefully finished cosplay. We're working on that in the background. It's just such a celebration of Flesh and Blood, and every time is just an incredible showing of community support, fun to be had, the drinking, the games, and for once more games than ever. I might actually go to my way and like try Lorcana Alpha Clash. Like the fact that all this is at one venue just perks my interest. So I'm just looking forward to all of it, I think. Especially you, Sam. You specifically.
You stop it.
Realm Rumble 2023 kicks ass. I am so hyped. I'm so excited. Though Realm has done so much for this game, and I am more than excited to see this culmination of a year's worth of work and hype and promotion, and this proving like let's have a big third party tournament circuit, and it's going to be amazing and awesome, and I'm super here for it.
I am extremely excited for the Rumble. I think it's sick that we have this kind of tournament circuit going on in addition to like the normal LFS OP. And I've been at the Brawls this year and I've had a great time. And I'm just, excited to have qualified. And thanks to the Realm Games for putting this on. I can't wait.
Welcome back, everybody, to Columbus, Ohio. It is the Realm Rumble. This is Sam and Charmer, and we are getting ready to give some stuff away, but also for the penultimate round here of the first day of CC of the 20K Invitational. I'm getting ready. You getting ready?
I'm already ready.
You're already ready?
Yeah, we've seen some great games, and I am excited to just continue this train, right? We have got to see a combo Bolton pop off, you and I in particular. Got to witness the 41-43, once you count the buff on the Saber, damage from Yuki. I'm still pumped from that, but I'm also really excited because I've been watching during my breaks some great games out there. So it's not just the broadcast stuff. There are wonderful, outstanding matches that have been occurring all day long here, and that means we're going to get to see, yet again, another one on the broadcast. But first, we need to give something away.
First, we want to give away a playmat. In preparation to give away a first edition pack of Arcane Rising to one of you lucky viewers out there, we're going to give away one of the playmats that is available here from the Realm Games. This is the Eclipse playmat. Ooh, ah.
Oh, I think I need special glasses, right?
No, you can see the zones. The zones are there. They're just very faint. You can't really see them on our little camera here, but because some people, it's a discussion as if you want zones or not on your playmat. This is a little bit of both. They're barely there if you like the zones, and if you don't really like the zones, they're not even really there. So how do you want to? How do we get this giveaway? Here's how. It's been a long day. How do you get the thing that we're gonna give away? Let me tell you. Here's how it's gonna work. We have here the meta breakdown, the official meta breakdown. First person. After our lovely producer over there, Austin, he puts in the chat the word now. He's not going to do it yet, but once he does so, you are going to try to guess the number of total heroes represented between these four heroes. Dorinthia Ironsong, Katsu, the Wanderer, Max, the Hype, Nitro, I love that guy, and Riptide, Lurker of the Deep. If you can guess the combined total number of players here on all 4 of those decks combined, how many players are playing all 4 of those decks combined, if you're the first person to type that number, when he writes the word now.
Oh, I need to be.
I'll get it. I'll pull it up.
I was going to say if I can win this.
Go for it.
Like,
How many? No, you can't do it. You don't count. You don't count. You're the match right here. All right, you got to try to guess the number, folks.
All right, fine. I guess
Guess
I'll let
the magic
somebody
number.
watching win.
I'm seeing 100. Oh my God. 19. It's the second guess.
It was the second guess, which is outstandingly
Scott
fast.
Mines with 19 here, ripping it out the gate. Wow, a lot of people putting in these numbers, but that was unbelievable. I believe
Somebody did their homework.
somebody did their homework. That's Howling Mines for folks at home. So that's going to be a expensive the parcel across the Atlantic Ocean. But congratulations, Howling Mines. You are the proud owner of this incredibly beautiful playmat.
Maybe
so
they're just a big
congratulations.
fan of Stephen King's Dark Tower series.
He's just a big fan of quality content.
The number
Mr. Howling
19
Mines.
is very significant in that series.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well,
so
Howling Minds literally writes for every single game that exists. He writes incredible articles, puts out incredible thumbnails and content. Great Icelander deck tech from a couple years ago. First person to get me into Icelander. Big fan of his stuff. And he just won this playmat, so congratulations to you. Here's how you're going to get it, Scott. You're going to email orders.therealm@gmail.com. That's orders.therealm@gmail.com. We'll get it sorted out. You'll get us some we'll get some proof and all that stuff, and then we'll get you this incredible playmat. And for folks at home who were like, wait, I want a playmat, be ye not discouraged, for we have another playmat coming tomorrow. I just love this thing, dude.
I actually really
Jacob
like
came
that
up,
one.
my friend Jacob Bertrand came up and was like, dude, where'd you get that?
At first, it was giving me stained glass vibes, but the longer I've been staring at it all day long, it's like butterfly wings, like a very beautiful.
Gossamer.
Yeah.
That's coming tomorrow. First edition Arcane Rising pack coming today. First edition Alpha pack being given away tomorrow, as well as a different new and unique kind of flash sale and discount. Today, 10% off your entire order at realmgamingnetwork.com with the code RUMBLE. Code RUMBLE gets you 10% off your entire cart, your entire order at the Realms website. And then tomorrow, you buy 3 boxes of Bright Lights, you get a free box of Heavy Hitters when it's released to
They
your
just
door.
ship it to you. It's
ship
like
it to your door.
getting yourself a Christmas present early.
Now, that's a great way to think about it, Derek.
Right? Because you're going to get the Bright Lights now, but then also in the future, you might even forget about it by the time that happens. You're just like, oh man, what am I getting in the mail? Oh, look, it's a Heavy Hitters box.
Yep.
Or 2 or 3, depending on how much you order.
Yeah, and then we've got an even more special kind of flash sale discount getting ready for you for the top 8 stream on Sunday, so look out for that. Also, Heavy Hitters related. Talking just a little bit while the players are finishing up their pairings, or getting ready to be paired for round 6 here. Let's just talk a little bit about some of the heroes and some of the players that are in contention for day 2. I know we saw Lucas Oswald on stream, gotta be the only person here on Prism Awakener of Soul. He was X1 coming into this last round, playing into a dash. The last time I saw, turn 0, the dash was able to drop a second induction chamber. Not really what you want to see if you're facing down that hero in any stretch of the imagination. So we'll see if Lucas was able to shore up that game. I know Yuanji Lee's been putting up good numbers on Azuri. I'm not sure how recently he's been, winning. Both of the 2 kind of like well-known Kano players are both X1, Peter Budensik and Majin Bay.
That's right. In fact, Lucas Oswald's loss was to Majin Bay.
And then in the last round, Majin Bay was just telling me that he was playing against Ethan, who we saw lose a nail biter a couple rounds ago to Brian Lorenz. Majin Bay, he says he always puts either Blazing or Aether Wildfire in Arsenal, and forgot that on this game it was Lessons in Lava, and then had the combo, but then did the combo in the wrong way, so the last thing to resolve was the Storm Striders, which was the Lesson in Lava, instead of the Blazing Aether or the Aether Wildfire. He was like, oh, you're dead. I pushed the wrong button. So Majin's only loss was just in that last round to Ethan. So both of those players looking very likely, potentially, if they can take this next game, to just punch their ticket into draft tomorrow and then potentially the top 8 of this whole thing.
Yeah, we are looking at some fantastic players being in that top 32 for tomorrow, and I'm very excited to see how they convert the draft portion, because a lot of these players did go to Worlds where very similar situation, right? You have to play some Classic Constructed, and then you have to participate in the draft. And some players, Caleb, aka Majin Bay, for example, very well known for certain constructed decks, but he has admitted publicly on several occasions. In fact, if you watch his YouTube channel, he does the story time. He says, like, limited is not my strong suit. I enjoy constructed. So yes, he's doing well, but we're going to have to see, has he figured out a way to do better since Worlds, right? Because he'll admit, Barcelona tried drafting Teklevasin and didn't really get there. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's an interesting with this kind of, I mean, I haven't seen a format like ours here at the Rumble as of yet in Flesh and Blood, where you have basically the day one of a calling. You get to test your metal through 7 rounds of Classic Constructed, and then your reward is 3 rounds of draft. Now, because of the way that this falls in the competitive season, these players have already been preparing for Bright Lights draft. A lot of them have been playing in local events, and a lot of players here were qualified for the World Championships. So they've been playing a lot of Bright Lights draft, and this kind of is actually shaping up to be the culmination of this limited season. There's not many more premier kind of this level of event that's going to be rocking with Bright Lights draft. We've got heavy hitters as the next draft set kind of coming up on the horizon, and the next Pro Tour is certainly going to be heavy hitters limited. You've got the Calling Queenstown, which is going to be heavy hitters world premiere sealed. This event tomorrow is going to be some of the best players in the world final opportunity. Not final, but one of their final opportunities.
They might end up playing in that team sealed.
Yeah, but in terms of like a premier tier 3 type event,
big event, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And it's especially the case because we know Legend Story Studios loves to take an actual break. I know that's foreign to us Americans, but they're likely going to not run as many events during the holiday time. And so by the time they do come around, it will be for, of course, they have that really cool event coming up in New Zealand with the content creators and kind of the debut of heavy hitters, and then obviously the calling as well. So this really is, it's not just the send-off of Bright Lights, but realistically, this is kind of the send-off for the competitive year for Flesh and Blood, really.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, this is going to wrap up the season, wrap up this incredible year as we all literally look towards like our 50K next year, but also just next year competitive season. And for a lot of players that have been like grinding Bright Lights draft, tomorrow is going to be let me show you what I've learned. Let me show you how I have taken this format. I've mastered it. I only get one chance at this in this tournament. You know, in other types of 2-day events with draft included, you get 2 different drafts to try to make your way through. This is kind of all for the money, all for the marbles to take it all down.
I'm also curious to see whether or not some folks come off of their original draft plans because of maybe their experience in Barcelona. Because I know that leading up to Barcelona, there were a number of people who did draft camps, and I was talking to one person who said, hey, we sat down, we were like, let's test this set, and their pod of 8 literally had 8 Teklavasins because they were just like, hard, this is what I think is the thing that you're supposed to do. And then that was not the case when they went to Barcelona. Some of them picked up Max, others picked up Dash. But if you are somebody who said, you know, maybe I don't need to force Teklo, then you went to Barcelona and you did poorly, does that change your mind again, right? Or do you continue to kind of stay the course and say, no, even if Barcelona didn't go my way, I think my draft strategy was still correct? That's going to be, I think, the real tale for tomorrow is how many people force what many players call the Teklo pile, right? The idea that he's the safe pick of Bright Lights when you're doing the draft versus how many people try to go specifically into Max, more aggressive, or into Dash with those explosive boom grenade from the top plays.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when you look at the highest placing competitors in the World Championship, a lot of them were playing Dash and Max. Yeah. A lot of them, man. Like it was a definite, like, secure, comfortable pick for many of the top competitors because clearly they had practiced the format ad nauseum and knew the ins and outs of multiple heroes and knew if their, pod mates were going to be forcing Max that they might have easier lanes into some of these other heroes. And a lot of those players are right over there. So gonna see how, I think that's true, seeing how they perhaps, adjusted any strategy at all or adapted. This is going to be kind of high powered. And there's only 4 pods. That's the other thing.
Yeah, there's only 4 pods.
There's going to be only 4 pods of draft tomorrow. It's a top 32. That's a clean cut 4 pods. It's and a couple of them are going to be filled with all these XO, X1 type of players. So after that, it's going to be 4 more rounds to construct and then on to the tippity top 8. We've still got 2 more rounds to go today. We've got players getting ready to jump into the feature match over there. I'm curious. We've had a couple mechanologists. We've seen Bravo a couple times. I'm going to be looking at those X1s, I think. I want to see people that are X1 still alive, maybe even like the top of the X2 bracket, see people that can absolutely fight their way into day 2 and see who's bringing some of the spice.
Yeah, as I think about what we've seen on the broadcast, right, I would personally love to see Uzuri if we still have one of those players doing well. I'd love to see like a Kano. We haven't really seen much Dromai.
Okay. We haven't actually seen much Dromai.
And that is the second most represented hero in the field today. It's Bravo taking first place and then Dromai second most represented, mostly because Fi is kind of splitting the field with Katsu. There are a fair number of Katsus as well. But yeah, we haven't really seen nearly as much Dromai, at least on the broadcast. I've been watching a fair amount of Mara's games, for example, and some of the other high-profile Dromai players when I had my breaks. But that is something that I think I would like to feature. I got to see Mara play a heck of a game against a Kano, and that was very interesting to watch because of the timing. And it ended up going in Mara's favor because she had a sand cover at a very key moment.
Yeah. Sand cover proving to be very clutch with all these wizards running around, even though Icelander is no longer with us. Some of these really experienced players on the deck are absolutely tearing through some of the field. I am hearing just now, our head judge Ward let us know that the pairings are about to be up, so we're going to take a very quick break. We're going to go make sure we get a barn burner of a match for you all for our round 6. The two of us will be right back, bringing you all the action, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. We have got a matchup for you. We've got two pro players that are good friends. They're on like the kind of rival teams here in North America that are some of the bigger names. It's Wolfpack versus Runaways. We've got Brody Spurlock on Azalea, Ace in the Hole, and Naib Mobasir on Katsu the Wanderer. Two players that are also incredibly good broadcasters. I don't know if you got a chance to watch Yuanji's Battle Hardened stream, or Naive stream with Yuanji at the Battle Harden. It was fantastic. Brody's been in the booth with me a number of times, so these players really put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, they are amazing color commentators because they have a wealth of knowledge about the game. They attack it from many different angles. Speaking of many different angles, you asked Naib ahead of time. You said, hey, is there anything interesting about the list? And his answer was, no, it's pretty standard Katsu, but maybe I'm just out of the loop on what standard Katsu is, because when I look at this, there's a lot of stuff that jumps out to me. And this strikes me as a very mid-range style Katsu. So there's only 2 Art of Wars, for example. We have 3 red Flick Flacks, but 1 yellow Flick Flack, only 1 Enlightened Strike, 1 ofs on a couple of the key Phantasm Poppers, if you will, so 1 Amnesia, 1 Erase Face, which also in this meta can find some value against certain matchups as well. Erase Face, for example, can be very good into any of the things where you want to get rid of Draconic, right? That jumps out. Amnesia against other Katsus
or the
where
mechs,
the name.
if you take away Mechanologist,
Yes.
they can't boost.
Right. So even it's a one of, and it's probably meant to be a popper, still potentially some value. But just 1 Sigil of Solace, 2 Sink Belows. There's just like a lot of 1s and 2s here.
Yeah, 200 wins, 2 Pounding Gale, 2 Reinforced Line. What's cool about this is also with Katsu, you want to keep your opponent guessing on what you have and what you have left.
So,
and if your opponent, if you have a bunch of 1-ofs and 2-ofs, that's actually pretty interesting.
That's what I was just getting ready to say is that, 1, it's a bit of a mind game thing. And we've talked about that already with Matt earlier on the broadcast and what he did at Worlds. But also, besides just messing up your opponent's math with what they're seeing and what they're kind of assuming you're playing. The other thing here is that this looks like the kind of list where you wanted to include way more than 80 cards, and you're just like, well, if I can't make up my mind, we'll just do like a 1 here, a 2 there, and hope I have them in the right situation. This says, I am confident in my ability to navigate the matchup, so I can save these cards for the right moment, the opportune time.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and jump down to the game board as they're getting ready to shuffle it up so we can see some of these cards in action. These players are getting ready to rock. You can see, looks like they might be presenting decks to each other to give a little bit of a shuffle. We have Brody Spurlock, the Earl of Sandwich on Azalea, Ace in the Hole. We have Katsu the Wanderer from Naib Mobasir. He is going to be playing a game plan looking to get red in the ledger as little as possible.
As little as possible.
As little as possible. Now, I'm curious, does Brody run any tar pit traps in this list? Let's see in the yellow slot.
I did not see any.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any either. Now, that's a card that I just love in Ranger, being able to say if this card has go again, effects don't trigger, because effects include like Mask of Momentum, right? And effects cards that you are normally having to worry about Katsu triggers or all these things that can happen when your Katsu attacks have go again. Tar Pit Trap says no, but I'm going to shut up about that card because it's not here in the list.
Well, what's interesting when I look at the list is not only is that not there, but there's no Frailty Traps. There's only 1 Fate foreseen. Not a ton of defensive options. It's very clear to me that Brody said, I want to be proactive. I want to send tall arrows, potentially dominated arrows, and I also want to make sure that when I do draw those red in the ledgers, I've got the tools to make it so that it leaks through and interrupts my opponent. I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth here, especially because Ranger, not very good, historically anyway, for blocking the wide turns without some of those traps. So I think that we're just going to see a bit of a haymaker fest to start this, right? A lot of damage back and forth until both players get to about sub 20.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to see when is Naib able to really find the defensive options to keep a turn alive. He's most likely going to be presenting some block on the breaking scales. Potentially those Breeze Rider boots have a couple points of battle worn block on them apiece. Does he have cards like Reinforce the Line? He does. He has 2 of them. He has 2 Sink Belows, 2 Art of Wars, cards that can provide some defensive options in a pinch. But the question is going to be, when and how does he deploy them, and does he have the type of pressure to return if those cards can keep one of his turns alive?
I'm also going to be paying attention to whether or not Brody respects the Flick Flacks, because obviously those provide additional blocking value after the first one is played, and Brody is running Bolt and Shot. We do have some of those cards with Go Again, and if you wanted to maybe start with that and then end with a tall arrow, this might mean you change your play pattern where you start with the tall arrow first so that they don't get the additional value from the flick flags.
Flick Flack, a classic from Welcome to Wraith, a card that just can, I remember when I first got into the game, I remember hearing legends of the Control Katsu deck.
Yeah, the
That was
Ninja Turtle.
Yeah, the Ninja Turtle, exactly. Looks like both players are ready to go here. Excited to see which player puts a counter on their Spring Tunic first so we can find out who's going first in the matchup, who gets that critical turn 0 Azalea. Sometimes able to find a dominate off the top to start the game. Katsu always likes to set up an arsenal, maybe put some critical cards in the graveyard to get back with something like a Bonds of Ancestry. So looks like both players here are going to get ready and throw down.
One of the interesting bits that I'm staring at here, and I wonder if it's just because it was a blue with 0 cost that also could give you a little bit of value, but there is one Concealed Blade in Naib Mobasir's list. Now, historically, that's a card that you use to re-equip a dagger after you've thrown it, but I'm not seeing flick knives, I'm not seeing cards like Hurl, things that would allow for the re-equip. But it is still an attack reaction that you can play for the +1, and it does still turn on your Kodachis, so that might just be the reasoning for that inclusion, but not something that I am used to seeing in Katsu. Again, he says standard Katsu list, so maybe I'm just behind the times on my Katsu.
Listen, I think the 1-ofs and the 2-ofs definitely denote some level of substandardness, so I'm excited to see exactly how Naib deploys these cards. I think like we talked about, when you see them pitch a Concealed Blade, you have to think about the potential for a second and a third. When you see them pitch the single Visit the Floating Dojo, you have to think to yourself, what? That card still gets played? It doesn't block for anything. Looks like Brody here might have taken the first point of damage off that Harmonized Kodachi. The second one going to eat a Read the Glide Path for the block. We're going to work on getting those life totals for you. Brody's going to be sitting at 39 to Naib's 40 here.
Yes, and the sequencing, obviously something we'll pay great attention to because of the Mask of Momentum. This is Katsu, not Phi, so we're not expecting a huge Mask of the Pouncing Lynx turn. This is going to be one of those things where Naib says, all right, here's a couple of small attacks with Go again, and then the turn starts in earnest. And it looks like, I believe that's a Fluster Fist.
Yep, that's going to be a Fluster Fist just for combo, something you can grab off of Katsu, most likely just threatening some damage here on a breakpoint, saying, Brody, do you want to give me a couple cards? Do you like the cards in your hand? Do you want to filter any more? See if he's got a cheeky Razor Reflex. Does he even run any of those? No.
No?
Not a one. Not a one Razor Reflex to be seen. Fluster Fist coming in for 4. First turn here, round 6, the penultimate round. We're going to give 2 cards to it. The Ravenous Rabble and the Drill Shot. 2 cards Brody would have loved to see deployed on the offense. Ravenous Rabble, a way to get attacking value off without having to worry about loading a card in your arrow. But because it was turn 0, Brody's going to go ahead and tick up that Findall Spring Tunic for his first turn of the game. Yes, he did some blocking, but he's powered all the way back up. 4 cards. Let's see what happens on the first kind of like real attack of the game.
Yeah, first kind of real attack just because the tempo starts to matter, right? That turn 0, as we like to call it, because both players know that you're going to draw up, you can be a bit cavalier with your cards. And now, every time you prevent damage, obviously it's reducing your output on your turn. This is also kind of an interesting point for the Azalea player because you want to send some sort of offense, but you also likely will have a low power turn yourself as you want to end with something in your arsenal and kind of set up the flow for the future turns.
100%. Both players here are also kind of setting up their graveyards for later in this game. Both players with powerful cards. Katsu, Bonds of Ancestry, able to banish a card from the graveyard and grab it from the deck. Brody, access to Codex of Frailty, able to grab a Drill Shot, pressure the armor there for Naib off of a Codex, ponder later. So even though it was just turn 0 and not a lot of, damage getting across.
Well, okay. That's a Rain Razors that's in the pitch, which means Brody might be trying to go the distance here and pitch stack that Rain Razors. Now, there is obviously cards like the Knock the Death Whistle for Azalea, for example, where you'll get to shuffle your deck post-searching, so it's not the end of the world if you say, hey, I have to pitch this early. You don't have to wait through a full pitch stack, but this is a rather large Bolton shot after the premeditation and the lace and the
Yeah, so that's a Lace with Blood Rot, that's a Lace with Inertia, and a Premeditate. So threatening the Ponder on hit. And Naive's just going to say, sure, send me the bill. I will take all 13 of it. I don't care. Have your Ponder. I'll take a Blood Rot. I'll take an Inertia. You're going to give me a turn that I just get to basically work off of and just can't keep an arsenal. I'll just throw the kitchen sink at you. Naive heading down immediately to 27 on the first time he could have blocked. I think that's a fascinating just big stones play from Naive there.
I think Naive is already saying, look, I wasn't going to keep this Arsenal card anyway. This was going to be a big turn. And as I said before, I also think this will be a race to sub 20. Haymaker followed by Haymaker of a turn, because neither one of these players want to. Oh, wow. Okay, we're going to start with the Surging Strike, I believe, here. So that means we might see the full combo path. Maybe he just kind of had the nuts, if you will.
Surging Strike here, not running the Heart and Cross Trap into this matchup, electing to bring the Findall Spring Tunic. It's going to give you a resource every 3 turns, but also maybe on a turn you can throw your dress in front of the critical arrow and save yourself that one break point, that 1 point of block in order to keep something like a Red in the Ledger off your back. But first, this is a Surging Strike going to be coming in for 5 with the go again, and critically, so many cards in Katsu's deck care about cards with Surging, or cards like Art of War. There's that one of Enlightened Strike that's going to go ahead and buff this up. This is going to be +1 and go again. So Brody having to take 8 here, and the Katsu trigger now on the stack. Let's see, does Naive want to go ahead and filter the hand?
It's not, well, it has the go again naturally. So the modes chosen on Art of War were the
+1.
banish to draw 2 cards and then the +1.
Yep, +1.
So again, this is looking like it's going to be a big turn from Naive, which is why he opted to just eat all of the damage previously. And Brody, unless there are some relevant on hits presented, might just also take all of this back.
There's a Bonds of Ancestry.
There's the Bonds.
That's how it all begins. Bonds of Ancestry, such a powerful card coming out of Outsiders. It really does feel like when you watch these Katsu decks play now, that you're watching, the Lord of Wind just assemble these incredible, long, powerful combo lines. And we're going to begin the next part of this chain with the Bonds of Ancestry. Actually, first, we're going to keep that in the Banished Zone, and we're going to go ahead, and this is just the blue Whelming Gust Wave, but it does represent a card drawn on hit, thanks to the Surging Strike that's come before it.
Yes, and also this is a Gust Wave, which is, I think, what you want to play before the Bonds, if I remember correctly, so that you get the discount and the other bonuses there as well. Again, just kind of setting up the chain, using the Katsu hero ability to tutor for that Bonds and then continue. And you knew it was going to be a really big or impactful turn when you didn't start with Kodachis, right? When you just start with the Surging Strike, you know that the Katsu player is looking to run this combo line.
100%. This is going to be coming in for 3, threatening to draw a card on hit. Bonds of Ancestry cares about a card with Gust Wave being the last attack in the combat chain, and then Bonds of Ancestry is going to go ahead and banish probably that Fluster Fist, which is going to go ahead and come in at the end of that chain for an additional enormous amount of damage. But it looks as though we're going to cash in the Breaking Scales immediately after the 3 block was presented to draw a card. We didn't care about the defense value here. Naive is saying, listen, I know I have to go absolutely to the wall here aggressive to get out from under the effects of something like a Red in the Ledger later in this game.
With this chain going the way that it is as well, this might have been a bit of a Hail Mary draw to say, hey, maybe I get one of those Dishonors. Because right now, Brody has not been giving up many of those cards in hand, and if I can complete this and end with a Dishonor, that's for sure going to eat more cards from his hand. You can't let that go off.
Now, it looks as though, did Brody already take the damage from the Bonds? I don't know if the banish had happened already, but we're just going to go ahead, and this is going to be a Be Like Water. This is going to be an additional 4.
I think that...
that was also the Mask trigger, huh?
Well, the Mask trigger was interrupted when he blocked the Gust Wave.
But then he got the +1. So it was for 4. I don't know, maybe.
I thought that was a blue...
Yeah,
Gust.
blue +1. Oh, is it a blue for 1?
Yeah,
I
should
see.
be for that Gust Wave.
I see. I thought blue Gust Wave was 2.
Well, even if it's for 2 with the +1 from Art of War, that 3 block should still cover it.
But he used the Breaking Skills. That was the Breaking Skills on. Yeah. Fluster Fist now coming in after the Kodachi. An enormous amount of damage being presented here. Brody falling all the way down to 19 after this turn.
So after Brody sent a double-laced, premeditated arrow, Naib said, okay, and then presented a ton of damage back, taking Brody all the way down to 19. I believe Naib also just took that damage from the Blood Rot as well, correct? So he's down to 25. But Brody should still have the 3-card hand because he did block with the 1 card during that exchange. So we're going to start this with a premeditate. And there is our first red in the ledger, a very key card in this matchup. This is a perfect time for you to find that post. And we're going to go right into the Ravenous Rabble, showing an endless arrow there. So this is going to be a Ravenous Rabble for 4 with Go again.
Premeditate threatening to go ahead and pump up the red in the ledger that comes after this. You have to wonder, there was a potential for Naib on that Bonds to banish a card on the last turn, but either didn't want to get rid of the Flusterfist there, even though the Art of War would have pumped it up by 1, so you have to wonder if maybe just missed the banish trigger on that, but now we're facing down a Premeditate, a Lace with Blood Rot, and a red in the ledger. So you have to, you have to wonder if that's going to come back to bite him.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of is that the Flusterfist, if they would have taken that banish, is that going to be a guaranteed go again, or is he going to have to use more resources if he's continuing that chain?
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens from here. Looks like Naib is getting ready to put a lot in front of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you absolutely have to, because if it lands, you're essentially taking your turn off anyway. And if you're taking an entire turn off, but also taking damage, that is significantly worse than taking an entire turn off because you blocked it out and just have to draw back up.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, blocked it out, drew back up.
Yeah.
Time to see what Azalea can throw
down. You don't
down
normally
with.
think of like heavyweight fights with ninjas, but like I said, that's the way this is going to start. It's just going to be a lot of big damage turns from both players.
Tunic at 3 here for Brody. Can go ahead and use that to load in with the Death Dealer and draw a card. Looks like we see one of those powerful Codex of Frailties in the hand there as well, being whipped furiously.
Yeah, Codex is actually really interesting in this matchup because on the one hand, in a key moment, it can take out a potential blocking card from the hand of Naib and allow you to force extra damage through. But if you're not successfully doing that and they get their choice, it might backfire and give them back something they need to set up a combo line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I thought might have been going down in the first part of this game when that Flusterfist went to the graveyard, but gonna have to see if another Bonds of Ancestry is able to grab it later. I do also feel like the Mask of Momentum should have triggered on that turn. Maybe it did.
Maybe it did, and he had drawn the card, and we just didn't see it off to the top. There was a lot of excitement between you and I, and though the folks at home can't see it, we were looking at each other because we were like, oh, here it goes. And that means, unfortunately, sometimes we miss a hand movement or two. But that's just because we are as excited as you watching at home or wherever you're watching from. You might be watching on mobile, for example, on a train.
That is an example of another place that someone could be watching.
Yeah, you could be in an Uber right now. You could be on a treadmill at the gym.
2 other great examples.
You could be sitting right next to me, and your name is Matt DeMarco. You are watching the stream on your phone.
It's like when you're at a basketball game and you watch on the Jumbotron instead of on the actual court. I remember it when I was like 7. I did that. My dad was like, Sam, watch we're here.
So we have the Codex going right out of the gate, going to find that Bolton shot so that you can get a source of go again and also get rid of one of the cards from Naib, but also donate this frailty token, which is very relevant with those Kodachis.
Also, the Codex here, normally you don't just fire it off with a full hand, but maybe Brody had just a bunch of arrows, and without wanting to commit the Snapdragon Scalers this early, that might have been like a redundant 3-arrow hand, and this is going to be able to get a Bolton shot, which is going to be able to have go again if you find a pump. But the discard off the Codex, normally something you try to avoid at all costs, but maybe Brody here just thinking, you know what, I can't use this card anyway. I don't want to commit the Snapdragon Scare, so I might as well grab the Bolton shot. I know I can give it go again with a pump in the hand. And again, like you said, that frailty token totally relevant with something like those Kodachis.
If I remember correctly, Brody's hand is an Endless Arrow because we saw the reveal earlier with the Ravenous Rabble, so he would have drawn that up. And I thought I saw something like a Remorseless there as well. And that is what is discarded there. That's the Remorseless. That's paying essentially for the Bolt and Shot.
Bolt and Shot going to go ahead and go face down. Now let's go ahead and, because we can, activate the Skullbone Cross Wrap. Going to go ahead and check out the top of the deck there. See what Brody wants to do with that. If he's going to opt it to the bottom or to the top. We're going to opt all the way to the top.
I think what Brody was doing is saying, okay, if I Codex to start this and I get the Bolt and Shot back, that allows me to present that and then potentially present Endless Arrow and then get it back and then still re-arsenal it. And the rest of his hand was a bit clunky with no natural sources of go again. So this might have just been leading off with the Codex to get around a bit of an awkward hand. The turn previously, again, if we remember, the red in the ledger got fully blocked out. So it's not like Brody has any other opportunity here. Instead, we're going to go with the premeditate was apparently the other card. So this is, yes, a big Bolt and Shot with go again because of the pump.
Gonna go ahead. Looks like Naib once again just willing to take this. If it doesn't say red in the ledger, he's gonna go ahead and let it hit. That means going down to, looks like 18, I think, after the 7, 25
Yeah, and I was
to
about
18.
to say we get another ponder token as
yeah.
well. So Brody's going to have quite the
think.
well,
Quite
yeah,
the think at the end of this turn.
He's going to have more than just a singular orb to ponder, but also we're going to fire off this Endless Arrow.
But now, interestingly, choosing to pass on the reload trigger because we saw what was on the top of the deck after the op, so we knew we were going to draw, if we're Brody here, the Seek and Destroy. So basically saying, you want to, let me attack you with everything I got. How about a Seek and Destroy on top of getting a card back from my arsenal? Because had to use the Tunic to cash in on the Death Dealer there, but showing the power of Death Dealer, especially off of your Tunic turn, getting to use that free resources for an extra card when you load in that Endless Air. It's disgusting. This is a break point. We've already used our breaking skills for offense. We've used the Breeze Rider boots on the red in the ledger a turn ago. So this big ol' attack for 7 represents, yes, the Seek and Destroy effect, but also an Endless Arrow that can head right back to the arsenal, which is going to power up the Skullbone Crash Wrap on our next turn. Not what Naib wants to see.
Yeah, the Seek and Destroy is so interesting here because you just let them put something back with the Codex, and now you're saying, okay, but you might not get to keep that. Also, because of Endless Arrow potentially coming back and 2 ponders, Brody might end this with 3 cards in hand that he can choose what to put in the arsenal for the following turn. So even if this is fully blocked out, Brody will still have choices to make, and it does look like that's the case. We have the Sync and the 3 block there. So the Endless Arrow not going to come back to hand, but resolving these ponders, going to get to take a look.
Showing that was
then get to draw.
Showing that was most likely about the Seek and Destroy effect rather than the Endless Air effect, because those 2 ponders, Brody's going to be able to grab something for the arsenal no matter what. So Naib there really valuing that arsenal card most likely, or the card in his hand that he wants to park in the arsenal after sending the card in his arsenal. But one of those cards is important. He didn't want to lose it. So got to use some defense there. That Sink below coming in handy to cover up that break point with just 2 cards.
It's also possible that Naib just didn't like his hand, and if you're going to be taking a turn off anyway, just like with the red in the ledger turn, okay, you block out. Maybe you keep like a blue 0 cost so you can go Kadachi here. Which will do nothing because of the frailty. So yeah, I think and we're just going to draw right back up.
Keeping those cards, need them to do those big combos. Sometimes Katsu needs a couple different pieces to string together the damage, so that Seek and Destroy was too dangerous for Naib's blood here. He's going to go ahead and reveal a Spire Sniping. Before the opt resolves, the Spire Sniping going to let Brody look at the top 2 cards, basically change the order. It's not truly an opt effect. We can just switch the bottom card for the top if we so desire, if we are the Azalea player here. And then, whatever that top card is can head to the bottom as a result of the Skullbone Cross Wrap.
This is really giving me quite the nostalgia, because if we go all the way back to the very first Realm Brawl that started this whole invitational circuit, we saw Brody on Azalea.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
And he was playing Spire Snipings incredibly well throughout that entire event. And so this is really throwing me back all the way to the beginning of the year, right after Outsiders had released, and everyone thought, like, okay, maybe Azalea is going to be like the deck. You know, this was before everyone caught on to how powerful Lexi was due to Voltaire, but I love seeing Brody come back to the deck that he did incredibly well on at that first event.
And it looks as though part of the reason he's here is because of powerful plays like this. We're going to go ahead and use Azalea's activated ability for maybe the first time this game. Going to grab a Bolton shot, give it dominate, as well as +3 off the read the glide path. So this has dominate, and if it hits, we get to reload. We also haven't even used our Death Dealer yet, so perhaps that reload not even necessarily as important because the Death Dealer lets us draw a card as well. Looks as Brody going to have a quick think about the reload here off the Bolton shot. Naib heading down to a pretty precarious 11. And then, yeah, that reload with Bolton shot's not nearly as impactful as with Lexi because the Death Dealer, no go again, but a card draw pretty good too.
Card draw's pretty good too, and that arrow that was loaded there, Remorseless. Now, we did see Brody give up a Remorseless earlier with the Codex, and I thought it was mostly because that hand was a bit clunky, but this still is a very powerful arrow because there's a number of activations that Katsu will try to do on a standard turn. We're going to be sending this for 8 now, and this is with another Seek and Destroy as well. So Brody's saying, hey, you protected that arsenal last turn. How much are you willing to give up to protect it a second time?
And that Remorseless, so powerful into these Katsu decks. Every card you play from hand pinging you for an additional damage. Think about how many cards on that one turn Naib played, how many more points of damage he would have taken had he been under the effect of a Remorseless. Seek and Destroy, threatening that same problem from a turn ago. Brody's saying he didn't like it last turn, he probably like it less on this one.
And despite the on-hits, there is also the little problem for Naib of health because he has been bleeding health the past couple of turns as well, all the way down to 11 at the moment. So even if you're saying, all right, I don't want to take these on hits, you also don't want to take damage at this stage in the game. This is threatening like 80% of your health with rounding, obviously. It's not exactly 80, but pretty close.
8 points of damage, way more than half of Naib's life total here. Round 6 of the Realm Rumble 20K Invitational, just day 1. We have so much more flesh and blood to go over the course of this weekend. The stakes only get higher from here, but both players here fighting for their spot in day 2. 115 players showed up today from tournaments all around the country. Only 32 of them get the honor of moving on, playing some Bright Lights draft tomorrow, and then competing in the final 4 rounds of CC to see who are the 8 left standing at the end of 2 days of competition. And only one is going to walk away with a pretty crazy mat and also like literal diamond piece of jewelry that they get for being the winner of this thing.
Yeah, if you're not familiar, there is a very cool bracelet that is going to be given out here as well to the winner. Now, I would like to point out both of these players, I believe, were one loss coming into this. So what is on the line for this particular matchup, even though we're not done with the day, is if you win this and then still go on to lose next round, you will still make the cut for day 2. So essentially, whoever wins this will be set as far as making the cut for the top 32 to go to day 2. Obviously, you want to continue winning because that helps with your breakers when you get to that eventual top 8 spot, but there is a lot on the line here. Naib did ultimately decide to fully block out that Seek and Destroy Remorseless. Now, that did mean, again, basically taking a turn off, which is not what you want to do as the ninja player. You want to be the proactive one, but we do have, again, only 11 health on the side of Naib. Not a lot of room to work with.
And Azalea here getting free reign to opt to the top of the deck with the Skullbone Crosswrap. If we can find another arrow and some pumps, that might just spell the end of the game here, depending on what the timbre of our hand and top of deck is like. But critically, those Snapdragon Scalers are still online for a turn exactly like this, where there's a Remorseless in your arsenal. If you can't get it out of there, you might have to just fire it, but that Snapdragon Scalers allow you to use Death Dealer and start all over again.
I was just getting ready to point that out. There's a lot of equipment that is still available to Brody, and so what I think you're likely trying to set up is you're going to be patient and wait one more turn so that you've got Snapdragons online, you still have your bracers if you really need to get out of a pickle, and then you're going to have your Tunic active, which means that kind of free Death Dealer card draw as well. So if this turn you can still pressure, even if it's not the best, then you can go a long way. Instead, here we do see the Snapdragons get utilized. So Brody's saying, all right, I can smell blood in the water. On the other side, that is the one yellow Flick that is in Naib's list. He does run one yellow, but that is covering up the Remorseless.
Which is critical there because Remorseless, once again, every action card you play from your hand is going to tick you down by one.
It's also critical of the timing there. So Brody throwing the Snapdragon and then Naib answering with the Flick does mean that all his combo cards now are going to block for increased value. So yes, this Bolt and Shot is coming in, but Naib maximizing his block value by being patient and not showing that Flick ahead of time.
Well, also, we're seeing an incredibly powerful interaction that is only possible due to the return of Bullseye Bracers to Classic Constructed. Bullseye Bracers saying you can put a card into your arsenal from your hand, it gets +1, and go again. And Bolt and Shot, if you get additional power on it, gets go again anyway. So we still haven't used Death Dealer for the turn. We've sent 2 arrows with the 3rd on the way with a reload trigger that we don't care about because we get to draw an additional card thanks to Death Dealer. Naib here taking 5 damage.
Depending on what's in the hand, we actually could see the reload taken, spend 1 resource to fire that arrow, and then take the Death Dealer because there's still 2 cards in the hand of Brody. This could end up being an actually incredible turn.
Absolutely. So we're going to have to see, does he want to take the reload? Does he want to take the card draw off the Death Dealer? He's got 2 resources floating. Looks as though we are just going to pass on the reload trigger, load an Infecting Shot. How many pumps can we see? We've got both of them right away.
Well, that's why you don't take the reload.
Hand.
Yeah, because you're just sitting on double lace. Casual 11 coming with the threatened
Blood
pox.
rot. All three
three
diseases are being represented on this air. This is a horrible. I was gonna say what's an intoxicating shot, like the Riptide specialization. Every single disease from the pits being represented, but the Mask of Momentum, the Reinforce the Line. This is what we talked about, finding critical defensive pieces on a turn. But the other thing we mentioned was that if you're able to find those defensive pieces, what pressure can you respond with? If you're Naib here, unfortunately, because that took everything out of him. It took his hat, it took his cards, it took his mask.
Listen,
now we just got to pass back.
If your opponent loads up an arrow that's threatening 11 and has all of the outsiders on hits, right? The 3 of a kind. That arrow was coming straight from the mouth of a Komodo dragon. It was just a cesspool of bad stuff. So yeah, it's going to take your hat. It's going to take your arms. It's going to take an arm and a leg with it as well. But he did manage to, weather the storm a little, but did bleed damage as well. That's the thing that stands out to me here is Naib is doing his best to stay in this, but he's still slowly trickling that health total down. And eventually either he needs Brody to brick, right? Meaning he could draw a hand where he doesn't have a lot of go again available, or maybe he draws all of the non-attacks and no arrows, or he needs Brody to make some sort of misplay. And I know that sounds asinine because it's Brody Spurlock, but he needs something where he can get a window to get back into this because Brody has been firmly in the driver's seat for the last 4 or 5 turns.
What I think is interesting, also looking at Brody's list, he's not running any Enlightened Strike, just the Ravenous Rabbles as the way to kind of get around some of the potential warmongers diplomatic relations that we've seen in this card game at different times. So on a turn like this, you've cashed some of your major ability to do any go again granting with both the Snapdragon Scalers and the Bullseye Bracers. Those were your 2 kind of for my next trick options to show you how you can continue a turn wide. Like you said, there is a very real possibility with these Azalea decks that they draw a hand that just ain't do that much. It's not frequent. Often the decks are built in such a way that the ratios allow for the perfect sequencing of arrows and pumps and Azalea activations. But Naib's put himself in a position to basically say, hey, you got to keep doing it. If you stumble even a little bit and I'm able to keep some cards, hopefully I can snowball that into enough advantage to come back and claw my way back into this game.
Now, I will point out that I think that this was the correct meta call from Brody. Yes, Warmongers is still a card that exists, and there are some decks that can make use of it. I think that Warmongers in the current meta is best utilized by decks that can go wide so that they still generate pressure and then end with a Warmongers. But I think Brody's stance was with Icelander gone, who was the hero I think best utilizing that card. You're saying, okay, well, if it's like a Bravo, for example, if they're just playing Warmongers, that's probably a win for me. They're not doing anything else. And if it's somebody like a Phi, for example, they're not likely going to be including the Warmongers. They're just going to stay aggressive. So I think Brody kind of properly realized that there's only a small number of heroes that can really capitalize on it. And he's just disrespecting it. He's saying, you know, if you got it, you got it. But otherwise, I'm just going to continue to throw these 11-point, you know, triple on-hit arrows, and you're going to have to do something about it. And speaking of the devil, this is an 8-point red in the ledger. So the on-hit very relevant, but also, again, the damage incredibly relevant.
Also, talk about one-ofs. I think that's a one-of yellow infecting shot in the pitch there for Brody. He's got one of in the
Yes.
list, utilized both pitch for the dead eye and sending out that red in the ledger. So this is something that just has to be respected because that on-hit is among the most debilitating in the game. You have 3 cards just have to put in front of this. Naib has no other choice. But now Brody here, arsenaling probably an arrow. If that arrow that doesn't have any way to get go again, you gotta hope you draw enough cards that allow you to utilize it in the right way.
Well,
And
there's the warmongers.
Hey, there he is.
And this is a great timing because I was just about to point out the thing that Brody had set up, right, was Tunic for Death Dealer and a card in Arsenal. So this was essentially going to be a 6-card hand going into this. And this is going to slow things down pretty significantly, but you've got the Ravenous Rabble, and so you can go for 4 go again.
Incredibly fortunate, right, for Brody Spurlock that he's able to rip the Ravenous Rabble on this turn that he goes under Warmonger's Diplomacy, because if that is an arrow, I think that's pretty much going to be the end of the turn from Brody. I don't see any way to get go again really at this point. I don't even think you can activate the Skullbone Crosswrap or the Azalea here. So the fact that you're able to put any more pressure than the arrow, the Ravenous Rabble off the top there, just an incredibly fortunate break there for Brody. You must, if you're an Azalea fan, if you're part of the cult, you're happy to see it.
And that is assuming it's an arrow. There is always the chance that that could have been, you know, some sort of non-attack that you were trying to set up. We'll have to kind of wait and see here.
And then it's even better. Then you do something on your turn, not nothing, you know, with that Ravenous Rabble.
I mean, it did draw out a Flick Flack. Brody now has to consider whether or not it's worth it to continue firing into this because they have limited your turn with the Warmonger's Diplomacy, and now they have further said, okay, I'm going to continue to get value here. But the other side of the coin is, even if it's fully blocked out, you're still eating cards from your opponent. And a lot of the kind of tempo advantage that Brody has been able to generate comes off the back of forcing Naib to not have hands. And even if you say, all right, it's just going to get, you know, blocked out by a single card, that might be worth it, knowing that you're going to turn around, still have something likely in your arsenal, and come back with yet another 6-card hand. That's still on the table.
Yeah, you're going to have to see how Brody wants to utilize that arsenal moving forward without those Snapdragon Scalers. If you're not able to find the right cards, it's a challenging thing to navigate. And like we were talking about, this is just going to be an infecting shot 4-5, no go again. That's the end of the turn here for Brody, thanks to the Warmonger's Diplomacy. Naib's just going to put a card in front of it and block it all the way up thanks to the Flick Flack. Going to block for an additional 2 more due to the Flick Flack's effect. So really clean blocking there from Naib. Fortunate on his own part to get the Flick Flack to counter Brody's Ravenous Rabble.
This is the window Naib's been waiting for. He has to capitalize. Even if it's not a spectacular turn, he has to do something to start chipping away back at the kind of tempo lead. And so when we say tempo, we're talking about pace of the game. So far, for the last 5, maybe 6 turns now, Brody has been firmly dictating the pace of the game. He's been saying, all right, you either block with your hand or your health total gets lower. And since I have the health lead, the onus is on you to generate turns bigger than mine. And that's not been something that Naib has been capable of. So here, with Brody having a bit of a slower turn, right? And still, Ravenous into an Infecting was very, very strong. But with a bit of a slower turn, Naib can maybe get some damage in. And those are the kind of windows he needs until he can close the gap, kind of get Brody under 10. But Brody's still sitting very comfortable at 19. So he could just say, all right, I want to keep my full hand here.
Surging Strike coming in for Big 5. Katsu able to grab another card if it hits, and the card in hand is a 0 cost. Couple heroes from the first couple sets of this card game.
Azalea, very famously from Arcane Rising, and if you're watching at home, we will be giving away a first edition Arcane Rising pack later in the broadcast.
I'm excited for that.
I'm very excited.
That's a pretty cool thing to give away.
I've never opened first edition.
Me neither.
Arcane Rising.
I've never opened first edition anything. Katsu trigger going to go ahead and trigger here. We're going to put that Ancestral Empowerment to the graveyard. Let's see what we can grab for Naib here. Something from the deck. He's checking what's left. Brody heading on down to 14. We're just going to grab the red Whelming Gust Wave. It's a beautiful extended art. Looks very nice on that Eclipse
It's called
mat.
a whelming gust wave, but I am overwhelmed at the beauty of that extended art.
No, you're not just simply whelmed.
I am not whelmed. I am overwhelmed. Because that is a pretty extended art.
No. And here we go. Whelming Gust Wave coming in, getting the additional +1 thanks to the Surging Strike. Going to also threaten the card draw effect. Have to see, does Brody want to give any kind of equipment up onto this? He runs literally just the one defense reaction that could cover it. Did he find one here is the question. If so, you have to imagine he'd slam it down. If not, how much does he want to give up to prevent Naib from drawing an additional card? Tunic resource is up. Katsu's already been used. No Mask of Momentum to worry about threatening an Arsenal draw.
This is a really interesting position if you're Brody, particularly because we haven't had a good look at what is in his hand. You know, we know he has the Arsenal. We know he has the currently 4-card hand. He has Tunic available for the Death Dealer. So depending on what he has, he might be saying, this is worth it because I think I can get a Dominated Arrow in. Because ultimately that, even if you don't have a true go-wide turn, that would be potentially enough to finish it. Naib, currently no cards in Arsenal, so unless you draw one off of this and then you Arsenal a Flick-Flack or something, that's not something you'd have to worry about. And then the equipment, obviously, not that great, even with a block for 3, or if you draw into a Flick-Flack, a block for 4, a very tall arrow, right? If you can dominate an 8 or even better, something like an 11 arrow, that might be enough to just close this
the
out.
game on the spot, yeah. Brody having a real thing, something he's known for. Taking his sweet time in these card games.
Time is a resource, and Brody knows how to navigate it.
Absolutely, especially in a deck like Azalea, where the top of your deck is such a valuable resource. You have to think through everything you've pitched, at what time, and when is it coming up. Both players going to go ahead and check each other's graveyards. Brody thinking, what could you draw, brother? What do I got to worry about?
Yeah, I think Brody is checking for offensive options that could follow this up, as well as things like more Flick-Flacks, things that you would potentially be worried about. And I think, I was going to say, I think we might see a block here. Brody was considering the Skullbone Cross Wrap there for a brief moment, trying to get a good look at his hand now that he's leaned forward a little bit. And yeah, we are going to see the Skullbone Cross Wrap along with another card to block this out.
I am interested by this too, because Skullbone Cross Wrap is such a powerful effect on your turn, being able to see the top of your deck. I'm curious. I'll talk to Brody later because I'm just curious about the valuation of Skullbone Cross Wrap versus Tunic at this point in the game. I guess Tunic on 3 is pretty.
Tunic on 3, when you've got that Death Dealer, I feel like has to be it, right? So here's a read the glide path. So that also might be explaining why he chose to go with the cross wrap, right? If you have to read the glide path, then you can use that to check.
Absolutely.
So you don't necessarily need the opt. You'll at least have information, and then you can go from there. And I think Brody didn't like what he saw.
Or it just needs my man needs that think.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, usually after you spent all that time thinking before, knowing that this was your start, and then you see that kind of like exclamation, that means you did not like what you saw. So did he maybe, see the one of Fate Foreseen that you were talking about there on top, and now that has completely thrown off the game plan? Who knows? But he is, not happy.
Yeah, if you Azalea that into your arsenal, your turn's over, bud. You ain't doing nothing else.
Yeah, or
you just playing a Fate Foreseen and you doing nothing else. You understand me?
Might have just been maybe a low value arrow, and he's trying to figure out, like, is it still worth it to send that Dominated, or do I keep what I have? Again, I think that might. Oh no, we do. Yeah, it is a blue.
Oh,
all right, so
yeah.
low value arrows. So that was the concern.
Fire sniping here.
So you do get the look in the reorder here, and then so we are going tall. And that is it. So exactly what we were talking about. I think Brody was just unhappy with the size of the arrow, and that's why he was going through the thing, trying to say, like, okay, is it still worth it to send all of this? And it turns out the answer is yes, it was still worth it. Brody is going to get the victory with an incredibly tall arrow there at the end. And this started very strong for both players, a lot of back and forth, and then it eventually hit a point where Brody just kept sending what felt like insurmountable amounts of damage with very relevant on hits, and Naib was just unable to come back.
I have to wonder, Naib was able to utilize his defensive options throughout that game quite effectively. There was that one turn with the bonds and with the mask of momentum. I'm curious about that turn. Go back to talk to him later, find out what exactly happened on that one, because you have to wonder, that turn had the potential to have a really, really high ceiling. I really feel like at least one of the two, the bonds or the mask, I got to imagine that there were some ways to just break that thing wide open. And Brody didn't have like 25 health at the end of that turn. He had just, he had sub 20, so you have to wonder what could have happened had that turn gone a little bit differently for Naib. But Brody Spurlock moving on to X and 1, pretty much guaranteeing his seat in day 2. He will be drafting with us tomorrow. Naib is not out of it yet. Got to win one more game, and then he's going to join Brody as well. It's shaping up. The top 32 tomorrow, just like some of the best players in the country in like a pretty small top cut for day 2, not top cut, but day 2 cut. Seeing them try to figure out or just battle it out and weed out the top 8 from there is going to be really fun to watch.
Not only are they trying to get to that top 8, but also for myself, who's a huge fan of limited, especially draft, seeing so many big name players navigate Bright Light's draft that I still think is very, very deep and fun. I know that is a mixed opinion for some folks, but I find it to be very engaging. So I'm really looking forward to see how these pods go tomorrow and how that shakes up as well, right? Because we're going to have 4 pods of 8 after that break to 32. And we might see some of these players that are on constructed have those rematches, right? A chance for vengeance. So maybe Naib and Brody run into each other again.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to get ready to shore up our final round here, folks. But remember, when that round is over, we are giving away a pack of first edition Arcane Rising. So don't leave when the game is over, because if you want a pack of cards from a very long time ago that are worth a lot of money, you should stay here and maybe you could win it.
Yeah, the only thing better than winning with Azalea is winning with your first edition Red in the Ledger.
Oh my God.
Right?
That sounds good to me. Or even just like a first edition Azalea token.
Maybe you get like cold foil bracers.
Oh my God. The opportunities are endless. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here, get ready for our last round, and then one more round of CC. We've got the giveaway happening after that. And remember, if you go to realmgamingnetwork.com and use the code RUMBLE, you get 10% off your entire order. It's today only. Only for you lot. Nobody else knows about it. It's just you guys. Go ahead, grab anything you want, and then we're going to get ready for even more giveaways, even more sales throughout the week, and even more rumbling. It's been such a great day already. We got so much more of this to come. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon. Welcome in, everybody. I have the honor of having one of the top 4 Flesh and Blood players in the world as of this year's World Championships. This is Easton Douglas, man. How you doing? Thanks for joining me.
I'm doing good. How are you, Sam?
I am well. I'm stoked to talk to you about Dash. This is a hero that I have played against maybe more than any other hero, because my cousin has been almost exclusively playing this hero since I taught him how to play the game. So I'm looking forward to getting some insight from you so that I can continue to beat him. That's the whole point of this. That's all
Continue
I'm here
to.
for.
So you're already beating him. You just want to beat him even harder.
Exactly. You
Okay,
what I-
cool.
No, I'm kidding. Shall we? Oh my god.
Yep, I'm good.
Oh my gosh. Why
Wait, that's
why is there is it because I went like this? Ah!
wait, that's cool. What in the world?
The artificial intelligence that's slowly taking over the world is so excited for this Azalea deck tech, Brody Spurlock. Thank you for joining me.
Woo!
Well, thank you, Brody, for hanging out. I've got the fireworks behind me. We are going to be talking Azalea. How are you today? Thank you for chatting with me.
I'm good. I'm excited to chat Azalea. One of the heroes I'm considering for the Rumble this weekend, and one of my favorite decks recently to play. I am just hyped to talk about it. Let's jump in.
Let's jump in. So first thing, the frosty elephant in the room. I want to talk Icelander. How has this deck changed now that Icelander is no longer here? We're going to get into the, all the rest of the matchups and all that stuff in just a moment, but let's talk Icelander. She's gone. Does that make Azalea, is that a matchup that Azalea was hoping to see and now no longer gets to target? Is Azalea ready to feast on all the aggro decks that are poised to rise up? What do you think happens as a result?
Icelander Azalea is an interesting matchup, and it's one that has kind of changed over the course of this year. When Outsiders first released and Azalea kind of rose to her highest high that she's ever seen, the Icelander matchup seemed reasonably good for her, or at least pretty close. And at that time, she had AB2 because Bullseye Bracers was still around, so like built-in AB2 basically. Plus, Warmonger's Diplomacy didn't exist yet. And then recently, around the release of Dusk Till Dawn, Bullseye's was banned and Warmongers existed, so the Icelander matchup got significantly worse because of both of those two things. And now we're kind of back in the middle where Bullseye is back in the deck, so you have built-in AV2 and both of your AB are on these equipment pieces that also do really powerful other things, but Icelander decks are still playing Warmonger's Diplomacy, which is a scary card for Azalea. So I think it is a reasonably close matchup. I don't think that Icelander leaving hurts or helps Azalea too much, but it does mean maybe some sideboard space is freed up, because for a long time we were playing some sideboard blues for both Lexi and Icelander, and both of those heroes are gone now.
Awesome. Well, let's talk about what happens next. Azalea is here. She is ready to perhaps take over the metagame. Talk to me about the deck about what the deck wants to be doing, about like the game plan, about basically, I think how this deck is looking to be crafted now that we're in this wild west of a meta.
Yeah, so Azalea really likes preying on basically fast aggressive decks that don't block extremely well, or even if they block well, just decks that really want to go wide. Their individual actions aren't that tall, and they play a lot of small go-again things because of our handy-dandy specialization, Red in the Ledger, the strongest card in the deck. When this is dominated, your opponent, takes the damage, gets hit by it, and then they have all of these, like let's say 5, for example, has all of these 3 go-agains in his hand, and he looks down at them, he puts 1 on the table, and that's his turn. And you can potentially up to like IP3 your opponent, meaning they like have 3 cards in their hand that just go unused this turn, which is a pretty massive ceiling. When combined with like a Seek and Destroy or Lace with Inertia, you can stop them from playing all their cards and then put all those cards on the bottom of the deck or in the graveyard as well, so they can't even set up an arsenal. It's super strong. I think that Azalea's worst matchup is Bravo, which is something that's been relatively popular lately. Will likely get a little bit more popular after the LL of Icelander, so that's something to be on the lookout for, kind of a fear with this deck. But yeah, at its core, Azalea is basically just trying to use the power of Death Dealer, being able to pay 1 resource to draw a card, and all of her just really strong cards like Lace with Bloodrot, Premeditate, Lace with Inertia and Seek and Destroy are both extremely strong when combined with Red in the Ledger as well, and other strong arrows, and of course the recent Boogeyman Codex of Frailty. So just a lot of power cards, a really strong weapon, and a favorable matchup into ninjas, which I think are going to be on the rise.
Is now looking at the ninja matchups and the aggressive matchups. Like we have this Red in the Ledger, such a powerful effect. We have the ability to grab a kind of whatever arrow we want in what has to be the strongest tutor in the game, right? Like there's just no other claws. Like all the other like Lesson in Lava, you have to deal arcane damage. You still have to boost for Spark of Genius, right? You have to discard a card for Viscerize. This is just literally grab it. You can reload if you want. Like that's just incredibly strong. So you have the ways to grab kind of any arrow you want. is that going to be the main game plan into these aggressive decks, like just keeping the pressure on? Or do you feel like you have game utilizing cards like Tar Pit Trap, which is, I love that you have 3 of in this list. I think this card is sick, to actually find times to block? Azalea and Rangers historically don't block very well with their armor. So is it really...
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, we're back. Look at that. It's incredible. And we're going to end on one hell of a banger because this is essentially you and I's favorite. Well, we each have a little we each have a little bit of a dog in the race for this one.
Well, for me, it's kind of like having both the dogs in the race. This is like choosing which of my children I like most.
Hey, would you like to settle that debate right now while they're watching?
I love you, Stark and Monroe.
But who more? That's the question. Uncle Flake loves you too. No, we've got Uzuri versus Bravo. So it's going to be a interesting matchup. This is one where you've played both these heroes.
I've played both these heroes a lot, and I've played both sides of this matchup as well, particularly because at my locals there are a few other assassin aficionados, and then there are also players who play Bravo, so people like Clark and people like Ben. And I have piloted Uzuri successfully into Bravo and unsuccessfully, and this is a very interesting matchup because of the timing, right? Because of Uzuri with the attack reaction ability of her hero power. The Bravo player has to decide if they have any defensive reactions, whether they want to play them first or second, because you might be fearing something like a Command and Conquer. And there's also some sequencing situations where the Uzuri player actually doesn't want to use the attack reaction and instead wants to hard cast a Command and Conquer. There's a lot of nuance to this. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'll be honest, I'm going to be happy either way because I love both of these heroes. Bravo is how I fell in love with the game. Uzuri has been my favorite hero to pilot since her release. And it's going to be a wonderful time.
Well, it's not just about nuance, because when you're playing Bravo, a lot of it is about old-ons as well, because he's one of the OG heroes. And if we take a look at the list that was just beautifully provided to us by one Abby Kennedy. Thank you very much, Abby. Well, it looks fairly stock to me to a certain degree, but then you look at certain aspects from Lucas Birch, who's going to be piloting the Bravo. It's a lot of defensive stance here, as you've got 3 red unmovables as well as 3 blue unmovables, 3 sink belows, 3 fate foreseens. We're probably closing up shop here and just battening down the hatches. This is like full zombie apocalypse mode of just board up the windows and wait it out. That's what we're looking at here in terms of actual attack value of that kind of gas and that pressure. Well, you got the standard fare of the Crippling Crushes, the new star of the show, which is Starstruck, a 3-pack of those. 1 solo Pulverize, which is likely going to see cycled a lot until you probably get a free pass with it. And then a 3-pack of Enlightened Strikes, your Zealous Belting package. So you do have a fair amount of actual aggression in this list, but it comes with a hefty amount of D-reaction.
I was just about to say, the thing that really jumps out to me about this particular Bravo list is the number of defense reactions, because that's going to be key to how you navigate this matchup. And so, again, you've got Fate Foreseen, you've got Sink Below, and you've got the red unmovables as well. So a lot of potential options there. There's also the 3 copies of the blue unmovables. On the other side of the spectrum, though, Yuanji Lee here with a pretty standard aggressive version of Uzuri. And in a kind of post-Icelander meta, this looks pretty similar to what I would expect to see out of your average Uzuri player. The thing that really jumps out to me, however, and this might be an adaptation or perhaps some sort of expectation for the number of mechanologists, because I expected to see more, 9 shreds. So every type of shred you could ever want available to Yuanji Lee.
Yuanji is not messing around over here. He wants to get those on-hit effects to actually connect, and with 9 shreds, it's not even a matter of blocking over the top. It's how much over the top are you going to block over here?
Well, so here's the interesting bit, though, right, is Shred is an incredibly powerful card, and it does a lot for you, both because it eats through the defensive options, but also can potentially blow up some of the armor pieces with Temper, or again, with the Mechanologist, it could be a way to get rid of like a Nitro Mechanoid unexpectedly. But the thing that is a requirement is it has to be on an assassin attack. And the other side of the spectrum for Uzuri is a lot of times if you're banking on doing the old switcheroo with her hero power, you're usually swapping in cards that are generics. Like, yes, you do have Shakedown. Yes, you do have Death Touch, but this is a deck that also has 3 Amnesia, 3 Command and Conquer, 3 Erase Face, 3 Enlightened Strike, which is not necessarily something you're switching, but it's still another card you can't put Shred in front of. So you've got 9 Shreds, but there is a number of cards that you also just straight up can't Shred in front of. Ravenous Rabble is another great choice because it is a generic that you can swap in, and then it will still swing for 5 with Go Again if you're using the Zero Hero Power. There's also, and this is pretty standard, the 1 Nimble Strike to go with 3 Nimbleism, and then 1 looking for Scrap, so just additional sources of Go Again from generic attacks. But all of those things you cannot use Shred on. So that's going to be something I'm paying attention to, is whether or not those Shreds can kind of clog up your hand. Because the other issue is, as somebody who's played this matchup a lot, it makes arsenaling a Shred a very difficult decision because it might get stuck there for a number of turns.
Spot on. Sounds good. The other... Hey, when you're talking Uzuri, man, I
just get excited, okay?
You do get
it's
excited.
Such a fun deck.
No, that's great. That's why we brought a change of pants, my friend. That's all good. Because I get excited over 2 yellow Zealous Beltings. This is, for all you Guardian mentors out there who have always sent me advice, the first thing that whenever I'm building a deck list or I'm doing something, the first thing they say is, how many blues, how many reds? This one over here, we count yellows as reds. It is a 35 to 39 ratio, almost 1-to-1, which might put pause to a few Guardian players saying, ew, that's not the way to go. But a lot of these are probably going to cycle out as we get ready to rumble over here. It is Uzuri, piloted by one Yuanji Lee versus Lucas Birch on Bravo. First order of business is overblocking any kind of stealth attack. That sounds good, but hey, Shred already to the rescue.
Yes, so here we are. We're on turn 0. Now, this is very, very interesting to me that you are putting in the Shakedown and still doing the Shred here, just because you're not going to get the benefit of denying a card from the hand. Like, yes, you get the Banish. That part's still very relevant. You get to leak the damage. Obviously, that's always relevant against a Bravo, but ultimately, the kind of like tempo impact that you would want from that card not showing up. Also, just kind of want to note the equipment here. Yuanji Lee with the Black Tech Whispers instead of the Snapdragons because you want that extra armor for helping against some of the Dominate hits. And then for the daggers, you're bringing the Spider's Bite and the Nerve Scalpel to help deal with some of those defense reactions. And now we have the Anothos.
Yeah, it's a very good point here. Again, also the fact that Lucas Birch is using the Pheno Black approach of putting the feet above all. So that is also important when it comes to the equipment.
Yes, and it's not just any feat, but it is those new civic steps. And I know that I have a very hot take in the community that I'm still not convinced that the extra health is always worth that Quicken token. When I've been playing Uzuri, there have been several times where I've been able to kind of abuse that Quicken token, so we'll have to see how relevant that is later on. But
yeah, I mean, it's a give and take type of scenario, and obviously the civic steps are going to be better suited against some heroes versus others. Against the ninja, let's say, where most of their stuff has built-in Go Again, a Quicken token is not going to make or break you, especially against a big attack like a brute or something. Same situation, it's not going to make or break you. The situation here is that Lucas Birch only has 6 pieces of equipment. The only flex spot are the feet, and the only other option there is going to be Null Rune Boots. So it's this or nothing.
Yes.
And what I've noticed also is that, gone are the days of playing Guardian, be it Oldhim or Bravo, where you had equipment lists that were like 10, 11, 12 deep. In order to perfectly adapt to all situations. These are some of the most concise equipment lists I've ever seen. There is one flex spot, and that kind of makes me nervous because I'm definitely somebody who likes to be prepared for all kinds of different aspects. This kind of, to me, seems like I'm Bravo, I'm going to be in the driver's seat, you're going to adapt to what I'm doing. And one of those nasty bits of reality are a dominated Crippling Crush.
Yeah, Dominated Crippling Crush is not what you want to see if you are the Assassin player here, because the random portion makes navigating this very difficult. Taking the damage isn't necessarily a big deal because you can get away with some pretty solid 2-card hands as an Uzuri player, but they have to be the cards of your choosing, right? Here, not likely wanting to give up some of these equipment pieces. Yes, you have the black tech and you have the crown. You're fine with giving those up, but that's not going to be enough with a 3 block to cover. So unless that's a defense reaction in the arsenal here, this is likely going to connect with the crush effect.
What is, as an Uzuri player, which you've done a lot of, what is the recovery aspect here of getting rolled by a crippling crush? What can you potentially do with, let's say, a 1 or 2 card hand?
Well, if you have a 2-card hand, the ideal situation is it's something with stealth that you can then trade into being a very relevant attack. It doesn't even have to be one of the 6 attacks. Even if it's a stealth and then you force them to overblock, then that might be good enough. Or it might be a stealth into something like Leave No Witnesses, where you're still threatening the arsenal. Sometimes that can be very relevant as well. But in this situation, you're likely going to be blocking at least 3. You're going to lose the random 2 cards here. And so then it becomes, are you going to be paying for that card in your arsenal? Now, as I'm looking at his hand here, I do see the Enlightened Strike as well. So
yeah, a lot of options here. And again, the randomness of these types of discard effects can be dangerous, because you're going to say, all right, pick 1 to keep, the other 2 go away. If that card is the Enlightened Strike, you're kind of gooned, because it is a do-nothing card. He did manage to get rid of it.
Did get rid of that. So that's very relevant, as you said, because that would have been something that you couldn't play. So here's a situation where, and this is the interesting bit about piloting Uzuri. I was just about to say, this either needs to be a death touch, because then that's a very good, solid crackback here, or the arsenal card could have been a stealth card, because the way Uzuri works is you can swap in another card from your hand, but you can't swap in the card from your arsenal. So when you're choosing what to arsenal as Uzuri, it's either some sort of reaction, a power card like Death Touch, or you're actually arsenaling your stealth attacks so that you can lead with them. Having a stealth attack down below is essentially like having the pitch for your Command and Conquer, for example, right? It's just coming from the arsenal originally. And so here we do have the Death Touch. It looks like our Bravo player Lucas is going to start with the Crater Fist and then likely go to defense reactions, and there's the Sink Below.
Death Touch, again, a card that came out of Outsiders, which was a card that I honestly thought was going to...
Oh.
I mean, I played Death Touch in some of early Lexi builds, and I had a lot of fun with it. And we're not done yet. I mean, this is really nasty.
Yeah, so if you're wondering what's happening here, the Sink Below is on the stack but has not yet resolved as blocking. So Yuanji Li is going to activate this Flick Knives, get rid of the Nerve Scalpel so that that damage lands. And then that means when the Sink Below resolves and becomes a blocking card, it is now blocking for 1 less. The total block goes to 5. 1 will leak through, but that also means that you can connect with a Death Touch. You have to assume it's going to be Blood Rot. Yep, there it is. The very official, mind you, Blood Rot Pox token there, but that is, again, very important because you're trying to leak damage or get the Bravo to, send one of those blue pitches over there and have a less explosive turn. Instead, we're going to see what is likely a pretty big turn here. We have a
massive
Rouse.
Turn. It is, yes, speaking of being aroused, it is, in fact, a big play from our big friend Bravo, opening with Rouse the Ancients, revealing, if I'm not mistaken, a E-Strike and a Starstruck. That satisfies the condition. 7 go again is the first order of business here, and you're likely going to see a follow-up of that E-Strike coming in for a +2, possibly a 7 into a 7. So,
well, yeah, I mean, that's certainly a possibility. I also wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being a 5 with a draw card, and then you potentially arsenal that.
The problem there, I find, is that this isn't like Oldham, where that is absolutely 100% the bona fide play to make, because you have access to something like Crown of Seeds, where you can get value out of that arsenal. If that arsenal turns into something like a Showtime.
So he does take the draw card. So the reason that I was mentioning it is, again, I've played both these decks, so I actually feel very, very qualified for once. You do still have the Crown of Providence on the other side. So that is like your one man's shot at your Crown of Seeds activation. And so I do think that taking the potential draw there is relevant. But
sure, and that is absolutely, again, if Crown of Providence wasn't there, I would never take the draw in that scenario, because you never know what card that's going to be that might actually just live and die in that arsenal slot. With the Crown of Providence, you do have the opportunity. But did he just not arsenal that card?
Yeah, or it's entirely possible that he was starting to draw up and that it actually was a +7. I just saw him pull the one card off the top, so I was like, oh, well, he's doing that. But they might have just also, between the two of them, verbally resolved the turn. So here, though, real quick, this is, once again, the power of a 2-card hand for Uzuri. We had a blue, and we had a Codex of Frailty. So you're able to pitch the blue to your dagger, have the one floating, then play the Codex to get a death touch back, and then ship that. So you're presenting 7, you're presenting a relevant on hit, and you're doing that with a 2-card hand. This is why I like playing Uzuri, because it's a very flexible deck. You're looking to get the most value out of your cards. It almost reminds me of the version of Briar that won Nationals, right? Where you're just trying to get the most value out of all your cards, right? Maximize the number in any direction.
That Briar list was essentially, it was a 2-card game.
Yes.
It was 2-card block, 2-card send. And the important aspect there was just constantly get value. Send a 7, send a breakpoint, block with 2 cards that were above rate. That was a masterful move of just going for sheer value. And I want to ask you this as well, because there's obviously Spider Bites, which were the first dagger of choice until Outsiders came in. You have access to Orbitoclast, you have access to Nerve Scalpel, etc. What is the order of business in terms of not just what dagger you want to choose, but at this rate as well, having flick knives that other dagger away, is there a recovery process for that?
Well, there can be, but I'm not seeing it in this particular list. So traditionally, you'd be looking for something like the Concealed Blade, but I don't see that in Yuanji's list. There is one Orbitoclast that is in the equipment slots that was obviously not brought in, so if they were running that, they could bring it in. But at this stage, you're just relying on that Spider's Bite for the rest. As far as like order of business goes, Yuanji brought Scalpel, Orbitoclast, and Spider's Bite. I think those are the 3 standard in the current meta. I would also not be shocked, depending on how things shake out, if people end up cutting Nerve Scalpel, just because you might not end up needing it, but we saw the power here, right? As long as Bravo's around, as long as we have Guardians around, I think that you would be incorrect to cut the Scalpel.
I just look at these types of lists and playing against any assassin that's running these daggers, it's incredibly annoying because they all have built-in piercing, meaning that blocking with equipment is not going to be as easy, right? It's not going to be as fun. So oftentimes you just get a free pass off of these daggers, but it looks like Yuanji Li here has been very effective in terms of just maximizing the value of these the smaller hands here. And on the other end, Bravo has been shoring up a lot of the defense. As you can see, the Pulverize comes in to block halfway here, but we're not done yet.
Yeah, so here's the Infect from the Arsenal. Yuanji not activating the hero power, but that's exactly what I was talking about. When you're looking to Arsenal stuff, putting one of the stealth cards there makes the most sense, because then you can swap it with something in the hand. And this is, as a result, just going to be an Anothos for 4 at the moment.
Well, there's a card that he's, favoring here, because the other option here would be just to pitch to your tech plate, go ahead, swing Anothos, and then at least get a 6-spot coming in. Nonetheless, at this rate, I feel like that card that you're having in hand, I'm looking at Lucas Birch's list here. You can probably think that it's either one of the D-Reacts, it could be a Pummel, one of the Go Again effects, like a Zealous Belting. Those are typically where you want to go. You usually want to go with major threats or defensive tactics. You can't put a random blue in there and feel good about it. Now, you did mention that the Crown of Providence is still up and running, but...
Yeah, but in this situation, I'm with you. You would have rather just set up the Seismic Surge, and you only want to do that if it's in that situation, for example, where it was off of an Enlightened Strike and you're going to be ending the turn, because then you can still make value come from a poor situation. But ideally, in this situation, if you're only sending 4, that's either a defense reaction or it's one of your really important key cards like a Starstruck.
That's actually how I got hired. They're like, we need value from a poor situation. And then they're like, let's get Flake. That's how it happened. Did you know that?
Yeah, I actually remember that. So speaking of value here, we have an Enlightened Strike after this dagger, and this is 4/5. So with Go Again, still another card in Yuanji Li's hand, along with 1 resource. But we do also have Tunic live, so This could be the infamous Spider's Bite E-Strike, like Command and Conquer, which would be brutal.
Would be absolutely brutal, back-breaking. I mean, not just from a perspective of damage, but look at the value of those cards on the table. You've got that Welcome to Wraith staple. You've got, if it's a follow-up, again, Yanji just hiding the card in hand. But, I mean, the writing's on the wall here. And as a Guardian player, you know, it's like the secret's out. You're floating one, you've got the Tunic up and a card in hand. Everybody knows what's coming. You know, like there's no secrets here. It's probably a pummel. In this case, you can't pummel a E-Strike, but you could follow up with something as nasty as, like you said, a Command and Conquer. But beyond that, I mean, what else could that be for 2?
Well, you've got Amnesia, you've got Erase Face, assuming that those made it into the list. Those also could just be only brought in for poppers, but sometimes against Bravo, if you assume they're going to try to fatigue you, you still bring in the extra gas anyway, especially because of Uzuri's hero power. You don't have to worry about always having the blues to pay for him. If you've got the stealth, you can pull that as well.
This is why Civic Steps are cool, because you gave Yanji a Quicken token with the Civic Steps here, but there's only one action left to take, we assume. And it's going to be a Command and Conquer with the 2 remaining. However, it does have Go Again from the Quicken token.
Yeah, I mean, it does have Go Again from the Quicken token. I thought we might see even more fireworks because that was a codex there, but instead, this is going to just be a pitch to a Seismic Surge and then pass because, one, that's the only card you have left, but also the Frailty token, even limiting potential hammer value. But when you have a red, there's no hammer value to be had whatsoever. We're back to Yuan-Ji Lee, who's going to continue to pressure. The health totals are close, but this is actually where Yuan-Ji wants to be, where he's drawing up the full grip and can hopefully force these blocks out from the Guardian player.
Yeah, well, Lucas Birch here is just...
Yes, and now...
And Yanji's being like, I'm going to go on this side of the combat chain.
Ooh.
I'm going to go on this side of the combat chain. Perfect. All right.
I love it. So this is one of my favorite things to do with Uzuri. When you activate it, you can banish any card. It doesn't even have to be an attack. So knowing that it's likely a defense reaction in that arsenal, Yuan-Ji Lee banished a Fate Foreseen instead, and it still got the defense reaction because you have to play it assuming your opponent has a Command and Conquer out of your opponent. It's such a heads-up play beyond Yuan-Ji Lee, and just one of the many reasons I love piloting Uzuri.
It's fun. I mean, like we mentioned, we were talking earlier about Matt McInnes just like absolutely gooning his opponents in the deck building phase of just being like it goes into the headspace of your opponent of those kinds of things, because a lot of the times it's just reacting to muscle memory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent just says activate Uzuri, they're like slam it down, you're like,
And
but I'm
speaking
banishing a Fate Foreseen.
I was going to say, speaking of mind games here, we're going to see an overblock on this Leave No Witnesses, afraid of a shred, and instead Yuan-Ji just drops the Sigil and is going to pass. Still has the one card in hand. I believe the reason that he banished the one Fate Foreseen was he had 2 in hand, so that should be the other card in his arsenal.
Ooh, Spinal Crush, pretty nasty, but again, the Go Again effect just means that you can't necessarily go like Spider Bite into something else. It's not the worst thing for you to stare down as an Uzuri player, but it does represent a big chunk of damage. As with the life totals at relative parity here, 9 attack is pretty nasty. Crush effects be damned in this case, because attack reactions are not go-agains, but we're still going to throw a Sink Below from the arsenal to meet this halfway. Is there another card that's going to meet it? It's got to be a D-React. Oh.
No, I think that they were just cleaning out their arsenal so they could drop something else in there. But again, as you said, because the Go Again not super relevant, if you can just send a single card and do the swap, and then we also do see the Shred in hand as well, that would leave him the opportunity to arsenal that Nimblism for when he gets Go Again back. And
look at that Command
look
and
at
Conquer.
that Command and Conquer. So here comes the Shred, and then the swap for the Amnesia.
Man.
So again, saying, all right, I don't need Go Again. I can still throw 6 successfully at you. Also, your cards don't have names. Not that that matters a ton, but
A girl has no name. That's how it was
girl
done.
has no name.
Beautiful. I mean, it's fun to see how these games play out. I sat at a
And now here comes another Spinal. Now, this one's a bit more relevant, potentially.
Well, I mean, Yuanji's holding on to a nimblism, and
Right.
he's not going to get an opportunity to actually play it. He's going to throw a surgical extraction in front of it, as well as some equipment to block. So I think he just wants to say, listen, I'm going to need to play these cards at a certain point, so let's just make it happen. He's going to throw the Crown of Providence in front of this, as well as the Black Tet Whisperers, and a surgical extraction.
Well, this is a good time to do this because at some point you want to use those black techs to prevent some sort of crush effect, but you want to get value out of them before you ever activate them. And at some point you will want to activate them to try to give a successful attack go again to continue to present pressure go wide. Here we are just covering the crush effect so that the nimblism will be available.
Again, life totals at
Yeah,
relative
I was going to say, those
parity
black
here.
techs shouldn't be gone yet. They have the counter, and then we have a nimblism into a nimblism because we did see them arsenal the
Oh,
other one
nasty.
into a leave no witnesses. Now, no
Leave.
arsenal to threaten on the other side, but it doesn't matter. This is still a very large attack threatening a potential banish, and it's going to get fully covered.
Leave No Witnesses was a cosplay done by Isabel Ray, I believe daughter of Jimmy Ray, who runs WNY Gaming out in Buffalo. And she did an awesome job as Leave No Witnesses. Just going to throw that shout out there.
Also, art done by Soya May, who does the art for Young Azuri as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Again, Assassin to me is like the coolest class because there's so much funky stuff that you can do, but it ain't no hammer pummel. Come on, let's be real.
Listen,
here.
I love them both.
You can do that, and that's why. Listen, it's 2023. We can love them both.
That's right.
14 apiece here, as a spider's bite finds its.
I like to sometimes play a Pummel Uzuri list because I have a polyhammerous relationship with my heroes.
Oh my. Where's production? Can you mute me for like?
All right,
So
so
I like when I get upset at you, I just descend into my Arnold Schwarzenegger voice. So chat, if you hear me go, "Rawr, put the cookie down," it's because Charmer is driving me obscenely insane. So yes, go on, continue.
This is a really relevant turn. Spider's Bite connected, and now we have the backstab coming in, and this is going to require a bit of an overblock because of the no ability to put defense reactions on, but was just playing the mind game. One of the other nice things is it's not just a mind game, though. If you have a clunky hand and you want to just send something small but also draw back up to 4, and it looks like he's just straight up skipping to the drawing phase here, then that's another great way to do it. So it gets rid of the nimblism. We have a Command and Conquer coming from the side of Lucas, and this is going to eat
2 shreds, a pair of shreds,
Yeah.
meeting up with that beautiful fabled Command and Conquer
That's
from
the second fabled Command and Conquer we've
from
seen.
Dynasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. I love it when the fabled card is like a reprint and a reskin of a really iconic card. I think that's really rad.
I mean, I agree with you. Unfortunately, that's one of the 2 fables I don't own a copy of, and they're really expensive right now, but I want one.
So get one.
Yeah, maybe after Christmas. We'll see. But I also, and I'm going to regret saying this out loud because I'm sure they'll also be expensive, but I deeply want a fabled version of Enlightened Strike.
Wait for heavy hitters.
Hey, how about Crippling Crushes? That's a heavy hit.
That is definitely a heavy hit, and it is not dominated, so you can soften this up a little bit with cards from hand here. And like you mentioned, there's a lot you can do, Charmer, with 2 cards in hand. We're going to see if there's a follow-up here. I don't believe so. It's just a full-on pitch of 2 blues, a card in arsenal, nothing floating. So no smoke and mirrors, no razzle-dazzle pummel follower on this one. It's just a little bit of damage the old-fashioned way, getting punched through here. Yanji Lee and Lucas Birch have been trading barbs back and forth. It's like power versus style, you know?
Yeah, this is where the game is obviously the most interesting because they're low on health, but also very interesting because both of them have expended the majority of their equipment suites. We saw the flick knives go away just now on the side of Yuanji Lee, which takes away that kind of like, I'm going to try to go for the finisher with that last point of damage late in the game. We do also have the black tech there, but no silver so far generated. So we have 1 go again activation if something hits, but otherwise, tectonic plating with the -2. Civic Steps has 1 use on it. Findell Spring Tunic 1 use on it. So the cards you have have so much more value and so much more impact at this stage of the game because there's not a lot of the fridge, as you like to call it, to rely on to turn off some of these on hits or crush effects.
Hammer time.
Yeah, but this is always that dangerous hammer time because
yes
you
and
see
no.
the floating. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well,
It's not lethal.
It's not lethal, and B, a lot of times you want to save that pummel for the discard, but we did actually see Lucas throw a pummel on an Anothos swing very early in the game. Instead, we're going to see a Ravenous Rabble revealing a Death Touch. So going to leak a damage here. Now we're going to present a stealth attack, Infect. So activation of Uzuri, waiting to see is there a D-React. And so we do have the Fate Foreseen now.
Oh, and it was a CNC as well,
And
so
it
good
was.
call. What a read. What a read. Now, if you're wondering, why is there a D-React there? How do you sneak that in there, Charmer?
Well, the way that it works with timing is that when you activate Uzuri to make the switch, before the card is revealed, the opposing player can resolve or play their own card. It's not necessarily resolved right away, but they can play their own card in response. So Command & Conquer's text of defense reactions can't be played to this chain link only comes online once that card is on the chain link, and there is a window for the opposing player to play something in response. Now, we've seen Yuanji kind of abuse that because he has forced Lucas to overblock a few times, but Lucas has just been very respectful all the way throughout the course of the game. You might have been baited into saying, like, he never has it, so I'm not going to block it this time, and then it might have went through, but in this case...
Yanji catching a little bit of blue off the top over here. The 2 attack Ravenous Rabble, followed by the Spider's Bite, which is going to get met as well. Followed by, what is that?
That's Amnesia, so still a relevant amount of damage coming when both players are under 10 health, and that's going to eat the entire hand of Lucas. And with Yuanji still sitting on a card in Arsenal, I think that as long as he can repeat those turns, he'll feel pretty comfortable because you're leaking that 1 Spider's Bite through every time.
And I believe, did Yanji sigil already? He was holding a sigil about a couple turns ago.
Yeah, he did sigil.
Okay, so the card in Arsenal is not the Sigil of Solace.
It should not be, no. He had the one in hand that he played after the Command & Conquer. So when the Command & Conquer came out, he played the sigil after the fact and then ended the turn. But we're going to just, every turn now at this stage of the game when both players are under 10, if you have the front foot, if you have the tempo on your side as the assassin player, you want to try to lead off with your dagger because it makes all future blocks that much more awkward for your opponent. I love this Death Touch because when you're sitting on 3 cards in hand, it makes your opponent really, really have to decide how to block this. It's going to be -1 on all your attack actions, which is a lot of what Bravo brings to the table. And then on top of that, you have to say, okay, well, if they have a Shred, the Death Touch hits, but we still have Black Tech over there as well, and I expect that to see use here. There is the activation. This is going to be a very big turn. So after the Black Tech's activated, we see the Sink Below come in, trying to cover the rest, but that's going to be answered with this yellow Shred.
Oh,
and a blue Unmovable, so just a trade back and forth, and I think we're going to... Yeah, I was going to say Arsenal one of these, and I like the Arsenal of the Codex for a couple of reasons. One, it is a 2-block, so depending on what the opposing turn is, if this hammer comes, you will have more flexibility by having the shakedown. But ideally, I think you want to keep that shakedown in hand if you can help it. But also, being able to potentially block this and then send your entire hand, as long as something has go again, then you can Codex and then basically get something for free. There's a lot of ways to navigate this. Yeah, saying, hey, that Shred doesn't stick around.
I was about to say, that's an offhand Shred.
Yeah, it's an offhand Shred.
Just a little offhand Shred. The suspense of this game, I'm going to add to it by telling people that after this round, we're giving away a first edition pack of Arcane Rising to somebody in the chat. Yes, you, Chatola. You're going to get a Arcane Rising.
Hold on, I got to get in chat because
get in chat.
First edition
Charmbaka.
Arcane Rising.
Yeah, a first edition pack of Arcane Rising is going to be won by somebody in chat. So it's going to happen after this round. So if you want your shot at it, you got to stick around. But we still got 8 points of life on either side here, and a lot of rabbits coming out of the hat on Yanji Lee's side here, as he has been really just kind of all kinds of tricks up his sleeve, and then that's the beauty of Uzuri, because it's what you see is not what you get all the time. These stealth attacks, they're stealthy for a reason, because you either don't see them coming or you don't respect them, and then you get gooned by them. And right now, just an old school hammer for 4, gonna pull a little page out of the book of our friends at Push the Point, a little hammer for 4.
Hammer for 4.
Hammer for 4.
Hammer for 4. So I will say, win or lose, this game here perfectly encapsulates why I enjoy playing Uzuri, because we've seen a number of times where Yuanji has activated the hero ability and it's been a D-react or a nimbleism, right? But still got overblocks at times, but also push damage through as shreds. As you said, there's so many kind of shifty things that you can do as an assassin player, and it's just so much fun to navigate. So here we do have the 3-block 1 damage leaks through. And we're going to start things off with an isolate. So this is
a nasty one. These are the ones you want a whole pile of.
Absolutely. So this is a stealth attack with dominate. That means that Lucas is only able to put 1 card in front of this because there is no cards in the arsenal. So whatever Yuanji wants to do, and we know from before he's sitting on that shakedown, it's going to be a healthy amount of damage as well as the ability to banish something. Now, usually when you're picking colors against Bravo, you want to say blue, but
there's a myriad of them, though. I think there was Rouse the Ancients. I think there's a Starstruck.
There is a Starstruck, yeah. That's a Rouse, a Starstruck.
Is that an E-Strike? No.
No, it's going kind of fast. I can't quite see.
Lucas is just going at full throttle here. I mean, in this case, all right, so he's going for a hammer swing for 6. Not quite lethal. Holding on to a card over here. 2 float. We know it's not a pummel, but does Yuanji know it's not a pummel? How much of this are you respecting? Like, are you eventually going to have to say, like, I got to sink or swim on this particular defense here? I mean, we're talking about how Uzuri does, works minor miracles with 2-card hands. In this case, is this just always a 2-card block just to sort of circumvent any potential pummel action to just sort of beat you to smithereens? I mean, Yuanji saw the hand, right?
Yeah.
But in the normal scenario here, if Yuanji doesn't have that information, you're always just throwing two cards in front of this, right?
Yeah, I think unless you have something particularly spicy, it's safe to throw 2 cards in front of this, especially having the arsenal there as well, which I believe is still the Codex, right? Because we had that turn where we arsenaled the Codex and then kept that shakedown that we saw played last turn. It's just a matter of if you've got something particularly spicy with either go again or attack reactions, you might want to risk taking a shot. But I think throwing 2 in front of this is safe, just because throwing 1 in front of it could potentially be the end of the game, right? You would go up to 10, you would only be blocking 3, and then you would just lose, unless you've got a sigil or something in hand, but we don't see that. So does respect it, throws the 2 cards. We tick Tunic up.
All right, well, toss a few cards away, come in with a Spider's Bite again.
Oh, so I love what's happening here. You might be wondering, all right, why is that Amnesia there before the Shred? And that's because it's an overpitch because of, 1, pitch stacking. You can see Yuanji Li's deck is getting very, very low. But also with the overpitch, that allows, with the floating resources, you to get the value when you play this Codex.
These little love notes that they're putting on the board, it's hard to kind of discern what that chicken scratch is saying. But it was a Codex of frailties. So, there's a frailty on one side, a ponder on the other, and a hammer swinging, in this case, only for 3 because of the frailty token.
Yeah.
So factoring in, there's no leak. You can just drop a 3 spot on this. And with no float and just the card in hand, Yuanji is scot-free against a potential pummel chaser to this one. So Yuanji feeling quite confident with a 1-card block on this. But again, at the same time, look at him taking stock of what is left.
Oh, well, I think he's trying to calculate his pitch stack, because he's already been very purposefully doing some things these past couple of turns. And I think knowing that Lucas is at 2, he's trying to get to the situation where he can set up the swap with a Shred. So
Yeah.
earlier I was talking about the idea that Shred is not something that you can play when your opponent has some of these generics out, right? You can, however, again, timing, and this is why Assassin's so fun, timing-wise, you can still play the Shreds. It's just you have to start with your stealth attacks first, and then you do the Shred, and then you do the swap, and then that card already has the defense removed. So depending on what this pitch stack is, because we have seen Shreds pitched down, and we've seen the Amnesia pitched down as well, they might be trying to get themselves in a position where they can kind of go for a kill shot. But we're going to see the swap here on this Isolate that is met with the Unmovable, and that will stuff this Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, and got absolutely just stuffed by that red Unmovable, pitching twice now again, swinging for a Fat Boy 6 spot here.
But no cards in hand, so if you have a quality hand, you could go to 1 and then just send it.
If it makes sense, because you need go-agains for that to actually matter. But you do have the 1 Spider's Bite left. You do also have 1 Tunic resource if necessary, so you can toss a card in front of this. If you can cobble together a little bit of a 1-2 step here, you can actually potentially close this mother down here if you're Yanji Lee. You're kind of running out of runway here to land this plane, as there's only 4 cards left in your deck, and I think the Bravo is feeling quite healthy too.
Yeah, the Bravo feels pretty good right now, and Yuanji, again, knowing the pitch deck, the next 2 cards should be Amnesia and that blue Shred, which is, I think, what he was trying to wait to get to. So the decision right now is, 1, can I crack back if I go to 1 with enough to threaten this? Or if I block with 2 and then draw that, do I feel confident that that will end the game? Because the reality is it's not just that this is threatening 6 damage, it's also threatening 2 cards when you basically are down to 8 cards left in your deck, right? So this is 25% of your deck to not take any damage from this. Or you could go to 1, but then what?
We are giving away a first edition pack of Arcane Rising after this match. So you got to stay tuned for that. And it's going to be great. Is Yanji Lee here, sifting through the wreckage of what has been and what shall be. Well, there's not many cards left to weave that tale for Yanji Lee, as he's got only a few options left, throwing 1 card in front of this.
I think the look there was trying to figure out how many defense reactions were left. Again, knowing that you can do something this turn, you're probably going to send 1, do the swap, Arsenal, draw up the 4. You know that in there is the Shred, there's a Surgical, there's an Amnesia. So if you Arsenal a stealth card after this, then you're just all in on that game plan, essentially, right? Oh, interesting. That is not good for Yuanji, because if you're giving up the Quicken token here and trying to save, then that's saying that you have cards you want to protect. We see that crippling there in hand.
All right, so what is the hubbub here? So there's an attack presented.
Yeah.
Blocked with the Civic Steps with 1 counter on it left.
I think what happened was he was blocking, and then he was already jumping to the defense reaction and started to play Sync, but Yuanji starts with priority, and I think he was playing that red Shred, and so they were backing it up.
Well, they shredded, and then the D-React came afterwards. I think it's over. Yeah, that one kind of ended in a little bit of a heartbeat here. We're going to, there it is. So Yanji actually was able to get through. What was the attack that was sent here? Again, sometimes things happen a little too quickly, especially with attack reactions and all kinds of quick maneuvering that way.
So it was, I believe that they just kind of went through it quickly, but with the exchange that was presented, I think what was ultimately going to happen after that Shred hits the stack is that Yuanji can make the swap, and then that with the Shred will be enough to get the 2 damage in. I think they just verbally went through it, because technically what was presented on the board did not appear to be lethal, but it's very apparent with the red Shred that I think he had it in the hand. Also, knowing what the draw was about to be, I think that we might have got there anyway, unless you draw another D-React or you get one in the arsenal. But ultimately, congratulations to Yuanji. Very well navigated. This is a tough matchup for, I think, both players because it's fairly even. Despite me gushing over both of these decks, they are what I describe as a bit fair. Like, some of the decks in this game, when they pop off, they feel like they do unfair things, right? We've seen a Bolton go off for what felt like $1 million earlier on the broadcast. No big plays like that in this game, just a lot of back and forth, a lot of kind of micro aggressions to get that advantage, but ultimately still a ton of fun to pilot, and I'm very happy that we got to see that on the broadcast.
No, great, and that's one thing I wanted to point it out as well, is that all through this tournament, we have been just enriched with so many different heroes that have been on the actual camera. We got a bunch of Bravos, got some Dromais, obviously. We got some Boltons, some Uzuris.
Azalea, Dash.
Azalea, some dashes as well. Katsu. We do have word also that there are a lot of Kanos that are out there. And a lot
still doing well.
Yes. Players like Peter Budensic, Majin Bay, both were X1. I think moving into these the final couple rounds, I got to get some word on where they're at. But there's going to be Kanos into day 2, and they have been lighting the world on fire. I do know that X1 that Majin Bay was playing was a...
So Majin was playing against Yuki. No, Peter was playing against Yuki, and he won. I do not know who Majin was paired against, but he did end up losing, so he is 5-2.
Well, he's still alive, and that's the important part over here, that he started 4-0, so he was a lock, and he mentioned, he's like, as long as I'm X2, I'm playing day 2. And that's where he's at, as Majin Bay on Kano, as well as Peter Budensic is X1, also on Kano. So the Wizards are out there, and they're out in force. The demise, or the ascension, rather, of Icelander means nothing to the Council of Wizards as they show up with Saruman instead of Gandalf this time. Or whoever else.
Oz.
Sure. Whatever. They show up
Kano
with...
this whole time has been very viable, but he's been saying, do not look at the man behind the curtain. Look at Icelander. She's the threat.
Well,
and then...
I don't blame him, because we're the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, well.
So all that to say, friends, is that is a wrap for day number 1 here. 7 rounds of Classic constructed.
Hey, you know who is in Arcane Rising? Kano. And so to celebrate that, we should...
Hey, good idea, Charmer. So while we really stretch deep for this segue, we're going to take a brief break. We're talking about a couple minutes. When we return, Charmbaka here and Han Solo are going to give you one hell of a ride to win yourself a pack of first edition Arcane Rising. Don't go far. We'll be right back with that giveaway.
Hello. Welcome back. We're going to give this away.
I thought that would be more angelic. It just sounded kind of like something dying.
I thought it was angelic. It didn't sound anything like my voice. That's what I associate with dying because I'm old.
You're not old, bro.
I'm like old enough to be your dad.
You're not old enough to be my dad. I'm not going to ask you your age in front of all these nice people.
I am 39.
Is that really how old you are?
I am, yeah.
And you're like, I'm old?
Yeah.
Dog. All these people in their 30s or like exactly 40, like, I'm old, I'm crotchety and dying. Like, homie, you're going to make me feel old when I'm that age. I don't feel like I'm going to be old at that age. Jesus. Anyway.
I have never opened one of these. I have opened Welcome to Wrath Alpha. I've opened first edition Crucible.
Question for you. What is Welcome to Wrath? Not Welcome to Wraith? You don't like that card? You don't like that name?
No, listen.
You say Eastlander?
It's been a long day. Yeah, I say Levia.
You say Oldheim?
I say Levia.
Like the Mana podcast guys?
Which I know just kills Ethan every time I say it.
Yeah.
Levia, not Levia.
Well,
like Leviathan.
Yeah, which is what makes sense. And
Yeah,
speaking of purple things, this one has Viscera on it, guys. Do you think there's a cold foil Grasp of the Arcanite in here?
Yo.
That could be pretty cool. All right, let's stop beating around the bush. I'm getting this chat ready to go. Because
should we put it in front of one of our eyes because it has an eye of Ophidia in it?
Sure. Want to both do it?
Oh, both do it?
There you go. See, that's what. All right. Here's how it's gonna work, guys. It's been a long day. Thanks for bearing with us. Here's how it's gonna work. We are going to ask a question to the chat, and immediately after I ask the question, Austin over there is gonna press the button and say now. So you just got to answer it. It's the first person after now in this chat right here. The question. Should we just do it? Are you guys ready?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Louder. Okay. The question is, for an Arcane Rising first edition pack, guaranteed to have a cold foil Grasp of the Arcanite or your money back. The question, what? Oh, yeah, you were doing the question with me? Okay. The question is...
No, I was just going to say that no guaranteed.
Well, they didn't spend any. They didn't spend any money, so I don't have to give them their money back. This stream, they're just hanging out for free.
What if they subbed?
If they subbed to the channel?
Yeah, they could sub to the
I
channel
think
to
it's free
support
on
the
YouTube.
community.
I think it's free on YouTube. Or become a member.
Yeah.
Well, then they're very sweet. And if they're really
super
angry,
fan,
if they're
I think
really
is
angry
what
at
it
me,
is.
I will refund their membership.
fair.
Okay, here's the question. Oh, people are already just putting numbers in. I love it. People are just putting numbers in. I love the energy, guys, but the question's not about numbers. The question is, ready, Austin?
What was
the first card played during the last round? Name and pitch now. That's it. It's done. That's the question. It's over.
It's out.
in there.
It's out in the wild. There's the now.
Here we go. Everybody's just putting questions in. Yeah, nobody. Question still isn't said. You didn't hear? I said the question. What do you mean question still isn't said?
Well, it's because of the broadcast delay to avoid cheating or whatever. But hey,
nope.
That was close.
First card played in the last round, the very last round.
Name and
pitch. I don't think it was Isolate, you guys.
Oh.
Not Isolate. Backstab Blue. Nope, there it is. Backstab Blue. Nicholas Costanzo. Backstab Blue. Congratulations, Nicholas. You are going to send an email.
Yo, I'm not going to lie. So many of them saying Isolate and making me second
freaking
guess.
out. I'm freaking out that it's Isolate because everybody was saying Isolate. It was Backstab. I checked it with my friends. It was Backstab. 100%. 100% it was Backstab. Okay, thank God. Everybody's like, Isolate. I'm like, are we wrong? Nicholas Costanza. Yeah. 100%. You're going to send an email, Nicholas, to orders.therealm@gmail.com. Orders.therealm@gmail.com. And we're going to get you this incredible first edition Arcane Rising pack. I'm going to place it right here. That's going straight to you, Nicholas. Thank you, everybody, for playing. Oh, look at now. Here they come. Here they go. Nicholas, let's go!
Skull Crush Red.
Rip it open. Not a chance.
No, it's not ours
a
to
single
open.
chance. It's Nicholas's.
That's how giveaways work.
It's all right. Wow, that was exciting. My heart kind of started to go once we asked the question. I'm not
I'm not
even
gonna
gonna
lie.
Yeah. First edition pack is pretty exciting, and also how incredible.
It's a piece of history.
Yeah. And we just saw it. We saw Azalea do very well just a couple rounds ago. That's not. We've seen Dash all day, just putting up crazy numbers. And who
We
knows?
know there's Kanos in the field.
No.
and then there's Viserai on the pack. Can't talk about him because there's only one in the field, but Viserai's on the pack, so.
Yeah. That was very exciting. Thank you guys for hanging out and playing. And don't you worry, there's going to be plenty of other ways to get first edition product. And by plenty of other ways, what I mean is one other giveaway tomorrow for a first edition alpha pack of Welcome to Wraith. Not Welcome to Wrath. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say that. Welcome to Wraith.
Right. That's what I said. It's Welcome to Rathi.
For sure. 100%. And on that note, no. But no, I mean, incredible shout-outs to the Realm Games for providing an alpha pack of Welcome to Wraith, for providing a first edition pack of Arcane Rising, for you guys just for hanging out and spending time with us. And remember, all day today, you still get 10% off all your orders at realmgamingnetwork.com. And tomorrow, we've got even more deals and even more giveaways. And that's all that's the business stuff I'm going to talk about. I'm going to just move this well.
Yeah,
this
10% off. Keyword during checkout is Rumble.
Code Rumble.
Code Rumble.
But let's just chat a little bit with everybody who's still hanging out about the day. Let's do a little recap, because this is day one, and we still have
day one.
2 more whole days of rumbling to go. Talk to me a little bit about the day. You were out there kind of watching the meta as it developed. It really seemed like, even, the games on stream, we did our best to get as much variety as we could, but the showstopper was out in absolute force as Bravo really kind of shaping the metagame here of day one of the Rumble.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he was the most represented hero, and that's... I'm excited as a Bravo player, but that's honestly kind of surprising. I would have expected either Fire Dromai to kind of take the lead. Obviously, still a lot of representation between those two heroes. Also, Dash had a lot of representation, but what surprised me was that it was Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, not the new IO. And only 4 copies of that, only 2 copies of Max, making me a little bit sad. I was hoping we would see a bit more Max experimentation. But to me, the combo decks jumping out, right? Bolton, we had 7 of those. Kano, 8 of those, a couple of them doing well. We know advancing to day 2. Yuki was also doing very well, so likely going to day 2. So we're going to see more combo tomorrow.
Yeah, these decks out there that just prey on people not bringing enough arcane barriers. Spoke a bit to Lucas Oswald. Lucas was on such a run, went X-1 until finally dropped his last couple games to end his day at X-3. So he is excited. He told me to play in the 10K tomorrow. Another cool thing about this tournament, like something like a Pro Tour or other kind of tier 3, big 3-day events, there is a whole other 10K tournament happening tomorrow and Sunday. There are callings out there in the world that are run with a $10,000 prize pool, and now that's what all of these players, even if they didn't make day 2 here at the Rumble, they're able to go and play in a tournament that it itself has a day 2 on Sunday. So Luke is telling me, he actually felt like his losses on the Prism deck, he was like, they didn't feel like Prism's fault. He said the deck is really strong, certain things are out of his control, and his last round was into Dromai, which he was just like, wow.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do?
I also was hearing him speak earlier in the day, and he was mentioning that one of the losses was to Kano, and that part of the problem was that his list just didn't have enough AB. He said it was just an oversight. And it's one of those things where, Kano is always a threat, especially with Icelander leaving, but I just don't think that he expected 8 to show up today. I think that was a bit higher than, the anticipated amount, because we did see, speaking not just of Lucas's deck, but we did see a number of Bravo players when we looked at their deck list. They were running just 1 AB in the boots, and that was it. They were basically playing the Kano's not real, he can't hurt me game. And I don't know that that's going to be the case going forward. I think you're still going to have to respect Kano. Peter, in particular, he posted on Twitter that he presented like 70 damage turn 2 to somebody earlier today, which is just absurd. Yeah,
I was talking a little bit to Michael Fung, and he said that he brought 5 to the tournament, ended up, I believe, not making it to day 2 on the day. All of the 5s, honestly, kind of got beat up out there. I think the Bravos really put the hammer down metaphorically and physically on these 5 players. And one of the things that Michael was saying was that the amount of Kano that was out there kind of really surprised him. I know his round 2 loss was to a Kano. I watched a Kano blow him up. And, only being able to really present AB1, if you play a deck like Dash, you play a deck like Bravo, you're able to sometimes pack a little more Arcane Barrier. And here's the thing, in these North American events, there are a couple players that if there's any reason to at all, even like the tiniest little sniff of a reason, they're gonna bring Kano. Peter and Majin are out here just pretty much any chance they get, blowing people up with Aether Wildfire. They have to test their mettle in draft tomorrow, but if they can make it through that gauntlet, they might be poised to take the Drakai of Aether all the way to the promised land. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if people aren't respecting AB after Icelander is gone, then, The other thing...
I was just going to say there's a podcast that I happen to be on, and
I've heard it's good.
Both myself and Logan were actually saying ahead of this event that we expected Kano to be a bit of a dark horse because not only are players cutting AB, but even some of the ones that were leaving it in, we're still cutting the blues. And so sometimes having AB, but not having the blues to power it is also a bit of a pitfall. So I'm not surprised that we've seen them do well. I am surprised by the number. Again, I think 8 out of 115 players is a little bit higher of a percent of the pie than I would have expected, but the fact that they're doing well into this meta, not that big of a shock to me.
Yeah, absolutely. That doesn't surprise me very much at all either. The other thing that Michael said that I did just want to share, and I'm not making this up, I'm not just saying this, I'm not shilling, but the thing that Michael did say, he said, I think this is one of the most fun tournaments of the year, and part of the reason for that is because it is being run as a PTI event, so there's plenty of XP on the line. This is not an ELO-rated event, so there are a lot of players out there that really have to kind of guard their ELO. They're top 50 ELO invites, being sent out for big, tournaments all over the world, and so they're worried about their ELO in different ways. We have a lot of players bringing in fun decks to this tournament that they said they had a lot of fun with. Some went well, some didn't, or some didn't, finish as well. But Michael was like, we have some of the best players in North America here, and a lot of them are on some crazy stuff. He said, we've just all had so much fun all day. Did you just get it delivered?
I got it, but kind of. I'm chuckling to myself. First of all, thank you, Abby and production, for trying to get us the list to the standings after 7 rounds. However, the way that the paper printed out, page 1 is through 31 players, but page 2 picks up at 33. So somebody just barely made it in, but I don't know who that player is. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, here's the thing. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna have to do it. We're still live.
We're still live. We might as well just.
We're just gonna have to read all the names.
all the ones that we know anyway.
I'm just going to read all these names. I'm just going to read 32 names. 31 because we only have 31. These folks, after 7 rounds of CC, are your top 32 players here at the Realm Rumble. They are moving on to the draft tomorrow. There will be 4 pods in the draft rounds. Whoever makes it out of there alive will play 4 more final rounds of CC to make it in the top 8. At 7 wins playing Dromai, I'm pretty sure Cody Reddy. The final undefeated match
only
of the day.
Undefeated after
the
day
only
1.
undefeated was playing into Michael Hamilton, who we saw in round 1. He is 6-1, only taking a loss to Dromai in that final round. Your other 6-win players, Matt W., world's top 4 competitor, Matthew McInnes, another Matthew, also playing Dash. I believe they're playing the exact same lift. Is that number 32 as well?
Oh yeah,
we
have it. Oh, see, I'm so glad we mentioned it because it's a very relevant name.
For sure. You're
gonna have to wait to figure out who, but. Very relevant.
So Matt McInnes, then also rounding out the 6 wins, we have Brody Spurlock, Raj Parikh, and Peter Budensick. Those are all the 6-1. So Peter, 6-1.
Yeah.
On, as Lucas Oswald said, Canoe. All right, 5-2. Majin Bay, Brian Lorenz, Bia Budnik, Wyatt Goring, Yuki Lee Bender on Bolton, Ethan Van Sant, of course, on Levia, Naib Mobasir, we saw him on Katsu, Yuanji Lee on Uzuri, thank you very much. Nathan Crawford on Bravo. Mark Johnson, I believe, on Levia. Mark Morrison, I don't know his deck list. Sherman, Darren Kemp, Michael Verkowski, Taylor Crawford, believe he's on Azalea. T. Thebo, got to imagine some kind of a Dash deck there. And then Aaron Chance, Jeff Stam, and Kevin Murphy round out our 5 and 2s. So that brings us all the way down to 25, the final players in the top 32 here after 7 rounds of CC. Ryan Rich, player from all over the top 8s, all over this country, on the Wolfpack. Anthony Avero Carenzio, Fino Black, Lucas Birch, Ian Olson, Matthew Dilks, and our number 32 sneaking in at 4 and 3, Mara Ferris. On the Dromai deck. Yeah, that is a powerful Empress build.
A lot of Dromais in the lower part of the top 32, but they can gain ground if they have been studying up on the Bright Lights draft, because Mara Ferris, obviously we know is on Dromai, but then I believe Chance should be on Dromai as well if they kept the same list from Worlds. And then I know Dilks is also one of the Canadian players. I didn't get to see what he was on today, though. He might have been off of
Yeah, we'll have to check
the
into it.
team list, but
A lot of the Dromais, when we were walking around, it was Dromai mirrors. Just
they were kind of
battling it out.
cannibalizing themselves.
Just battling it out. So that's your top 32, folks. We'll make sure to post the standings up on the Realm Games Twitter so you can take a look at that, root for some of your favorite players. For the rest of the folks here who battled through the rounds today but weren't able to make it into the top 32, luckily enough, there's a whole nother tournament that starts tomorrow. This one is open entry, so people are coming from all over to participate, and they're going to face some stiff competition. As again, these are some of the best North American players that exist in this very game. And the ones who were not able to make it top 32 are going to be thrown down in the 10K as well.
I was just going to say, imagine thinking you're going to come out for the 10K because you're saying, okay, well, all the really good players are clearly going to make day 2, and then you find out, well, I still have to play against the likes of like a Michael Fang or
Tarek
a Dagan
Patel.
White or a Tarek Patel. Yeah, so a lot of great players still going to be playing and participating in that 10K tomorrow. It is going to be fireworks all the way around.
Flake is staring at us with mad eyes. He's going to pop his head in. We're going to say hi to Flake, everybody. There he is. No, he's not. This is going to pretty much do it from us here in the booth at the Realm Games. Derek, any final thoughts?
I'm just excited for the rest of the event. Today was an absolute blast, and the longer the day goes, the happier the entire room is, which is actually pretty rare for these big events. A lot of times, as your day kind of concludes, if you're not doing well, you see a lot of folks kind of down or ready to take a break. But honestly, the feeling in this room is just one of excitement and joy, and that's what you expect from a Realm event. But I'm really looking forward to the rest of the weekend because it's just going to be all good things.
Absolutely. I've heard so many players just say how cool it was for them to sit down for their round 1 and see, these incredible personalized playmats. I've had so many players just be like, that was so cool, man. Like, that was so nice. And I just think it's somewhat emblematic of the way that these people just run their events. Other Realm Games, they just really try to do stuff for the people, as we saw exemplified with this. And remember tomorrow, new flash sales, new deals, new giveaways, but more importantly, more great games of Flesh and Blood. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. For Derek, Charmer Oswald, for Matt, Flake, DeMarco, my name is Sam O'Byrne. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. And